What up? Yo, chat, try out that vertical thing. It's a new feature. It should be at the bottom right. I don't see none? What the hell? Maybe your Twitch isn't updated? No. Press the thing at the bottom right. Go vertical. Is it called theater? Is that what it's called? Should I put the chat at the top though? Or is it found at the bottom? I don't know. I gotta pull it up on my phone. It works? Epic. You don't have to use it though. Some people prefer it though. FIFA Fan Fest? Ooh, that sounds fun. FIFA Fan Fest sounds fun. How'd that go? Yo, 0 with the 230. God damn. Damn. Appreciate it, dude. See the new Emma skin? No. But we are going to be looking at that. We will be looking at that right now. What's with this format? They just added as a feature you can watch in. You don't have to watch in that format. Why is your name I'm Not Cuphead? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. You better not be Cuphead. Oh, nah. No, it's not a sign. No. Whoa, slow that down. That name is pretty scary. If I do say so myself. Let me go live it on YouTube real quick. Go back to classic. There's 3 dots. Thought code Necros crashing out about Cyclops and bro. I'm telling you, that shit is funny. Necros has been crashing out way more than normal recently, and it's all because of the fucking Black Cat nerf and DD nerf. Mainly Black Cat though. Marvel Rivals. Make sure the YouTube stream is good. Boom. Let's LARP. Everything Okotsu. Let's LARP. Let's LARP. Let's LARP. Okay. Let me start the Tika the talk and then we do the stream of something like that. Start up this tick of the talk. Start up the tick of the talk. Spider-Man is a mini pass. Rage. Cough up the money. Cop off the doubloon scallion. scallywag. Cough up them doubloons, scallywag. I need to tweet the stream out. Yasmin trailer? Yeah, we're about to look at that. Cop up them doubloons, scallywag. Alrighty, we're good to go. Never mind, we're not good to go. My fucking camera's not on. Never mind, we're good to go. Never mind, we're still not good to go. My fucking light is on. Bah! Alrighty, we are good to go. What is up, Drama Alert Nation? It's your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right. Now, what is the shit Blue says? It's your host, Keller Cumstain. What the fuck? What does he say? Keller Cumstain. Let's get right into the news. This fucking Durai is fucking crazy, bro. Fucking Keller Cumstain is ridiculous, bro. Yeah, what up, chatters? We're gonna be looking at some let's look at this Street Fighter trailer, and then we're gonna look at the Rivals stuff, and then boom, we're hopping on Rivals. Where is this trailer? Where is this? Where is this trailer at? Marvel, wait, no. Street Fighter 6. We're gonna play some ranked with Akali and I don't know who else.
I hit the streets.
This, bro, it's a new Street Fighter character. Obviously, our trailer dropped earlier than we all expected, but it do be like that. It do be like that. I don't know why she's out so early, but hey, it's pretty cool, no? My guess is that what they're gonna do is that they're showing this trailer now, and then they're probably gonna show, like, who knows, maybe an EX battle pass or EX season pass at Evo or something. I don't know, but yeah, World Tour is gone. That's why we're not getting like an Avatar trailer anymore, which is crazy because if you didn't know, Ingrid reset the universe or whatever the hell. So yeah, World Tour is gone. It's not getting more updates. It's completely like deleted. Well, it's not deleted, but it's like it's not a thing anymore. So yeah, let's take a look at this new character. Is Yasmin. She's an official character for Street Fighter 6. Nobody knows what she does, but she has a karambit, and yeah, apparently she's fast. Let's see it. What the hell? It's not the Capcom channel? Hold on, where the Capcom channel at? Hold on, what the? I see a PlayStation logo jump scare me. There we go. W. All right. 4K and all, quality and all. What does she do?
The streets to prove that I'm a fighter.
Our voice.
Keep up if you can.
Yasmin.
Round one.
Oh, she fast. Her normal's probably gonna be stubby. Also target combo. What? She has like a demon flip. Overhead. Cross up. Okay. A little bit of jabs. She be schmoovin'. Oh, what the hell is that? It's like a wrecker or something. That's meterless, by the way. Whoa, what is that? Oh, it's like an Ubuki's. Oh no, it's like Ubuki's shuriken. Oh, that's plus. Cross up. Oh, she got left, right. Oh, floor bounce. It's like, what is that, a DP? Oh, her drive rush fast. Yo, this character looks sick. Oh, the spin! Damn! Boy, this character's sick. This character's sick.
Thank you so much.
She ain't even using EXs. What's this skin? The schoolgirl fit? Yo, she got. Yeah, beat on angry. Hold on. Floor bounce. Your combos are crazy. What is that? No, I gotta rewind that. Oh, pulls back. Overhead.
Not gonna lose.
Oh, what the hell? She's moving like Asuma. Damn. With the chakra blades like Asuma. What is this? Oh my gosh, she's hitting you so many times. What is that? No. Huh? Oh my, her combos look so long. Oh my God. She's hitting you so many times. The scaling about to be crazy. What the what? She like spins. She was like Kari Super Street Fighter 5. What the hell happened to her hair? Son, what? What the what did the what the what? 8-3? What the what did I just watch? What the hell? She spun you like Karine does and then fucking Hakai'd your ass. That shit was sick. Am I gonna look at the new Spider-Man trailer? I don't know if I should. It's gonna be copyright. I don't know if I should watch that. I don't think I can watch that on stream, at least when I'm live on YouTube. I'm sure I'll get shot. Let me look at this again.
Hit the streets.
I'm gonna pause this time.
To prove that I'm a fighter.
That shit was sick.
Keep up.
That shit was sick. Yo, she hits you so many times. I feel like her scaling is gonna be so bad. Okay. Cross up, meterless. Sweep. Overhead. Cross up. Nah, what was crazy was that when she did a little cross up. Better play this character. I don't know if I'm gonna play that character, but like she looks sick, so I might. Oh, she be throwing like a boomerang or something. EX? Is that an EX? It's not even an EX, it's like a charged fan. It's like my charged fan. She has mutalist ones. DP. Her normal's probably stubby, that's plus. Into a cross up. Nah, this character's sick. What is she doing, bro? Oh, this movement. Into a whiff punish. She has time to recover from there. Oh my god. Level 1. Boom. Slam you down. Yeah, I could probably take this character to master. This character's sick.
Thank you so much.
This character is sick, bro.
Ready.
Okay. EX is it. Oh, she got crouch medium kick drive rush. She got crouch medium kick drive rush. She has crouch medium kick drive rush. You already know how this is gonna go. Crouch medium kick drive rush chat. You know how this gonna go. Yeah, this character looks sick. Throws it, pulls it back. Overhead. EX is it. This is an install. Oh my god, this combo looks like it drops, but it doesn't. Look at that. No, bro. Oh, give a floor bounce. Nah, that's crazy. Wait, that's crazy. She's just comboing you in combo. God damn. Bro, she's definitely plus there. She's blowing glue. She has like an aura on her. It's an install for sure. What is this character, bro? Floor bounce. Bro, what is this cross up? Yeah, it's like Nash's move. Yeah, from Street Fighter 5. Yeah. Son, look at this, bro. She literally just zooms past you. It's like Cammy EX spin knuckle, but way faster. Way faster. DP. DI. Still in this. God damn, bro. That's what happened to her. Her thing came off. Wait, what happened to it? That one little strand is keeping her hair intact like this. Oh, her karambit cut it. That one strand is enough to do that to her hair.
That sounded kind of cool, right?
Who's like a punk character? Oh yeah, for sure. This is a punk character for sure, 100%. Oh, I wonder what he thinks. This is a punk the guy character for sure. This literally has punk written all over it. Oh, his reaction right here. This has punk written all over it, bro. Let me see his reaction.
Now she look kind of sick though. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me see his reaction real quick. He was hyped. This looks like a punk ass character, bro.
Nah, she's like weird.
Some shit punk would use.
Her stance is so weird. Look at that thing. Her stance is crazy.
I like her stance.
But right away, that walk.
I was watching video when you live,
bro.
This is a punk ass character, bro.
Or maybe it was Kimberly walking so fast. Kimberly walked up to her actually.
This character is sick.
So she fights with a weapon. The whip punish though was insane right here. Oh, it's another ninja?
Bro, she has a target combo from her crouch medium. I didn't even see that. Look at this, look at this. That's her crouch medium kick. She can drive rush off this, and she can do a target combo from it.
Ninja?
That's really good.
Whoa, demon
sweep
flip?
Into a demon flip. Air to air into a sweep.
That button right there seems broken already. Overhead?
He said that button look broken.
That button right there seems broken already. I could tell that
I can
three-hitter,
tell that shit
whatever
broken.
that move is, it looks amazing.
Because you know it's gonna make you plus, and it's not gonna knock down. So they're gonna have to take they're gonna have to guess after you hit them with it. They're gonna have to guess.
No knockdown. Another heavy kick. Look at this. Another punish counter heavy kick.
Damn.
That grants a combo. Cammy's still waiting.
Wait, wait. She has two punish counter heavy kicks. Wait, I didn't see the first one. I saw the sweep.
Oh nah, this is gonna be some random character. She has a projectile, a boomerang.
Fucking boomerang.
No.
Nah, this character look evil.
Away on hit.
Nah, wait. If it's like my chat, it don't go away on hit. So like, let's say like when my throws an EX fan, if you hit her, the fan is still gonna hit you. It's still gonna bounce up and come, bro. Oh my god, yeah, GG, bro. That's like the worst shit in fighting games. When the character's projectiles stay after you hit them, it drives people insane.
Yo, what is this character, bro?
Nah, this character's gonna farm people.
So maybe this is okay, but she looked. You know what? No way.
This character look broken. I'm telling you. That drive rush speed is OD. She had like bison drive rush. Nah, this character looks sick, bro. This is a punk ass character, bro.
Rush?
This character looks sick, man. I definitely gotta tap into this, bro.
Oh nah.
Damn, imagine how the other character's gonna look.
Wow, that drive rush.
Punish counter. Oh my gosh,
that outfit's trash, I ain't gonna lie, but she got low forward drive rush, y'all.
Yeah, low forward drive rush.
Top tier. Look, low forward drive rush, boom.
I tell y'all this every time. Low forward drive rush, top tier. It don't matter what character you playing.
Low forward drive rush.
DP with low forward drive rush, yeah, top tier. If you got a DP and you got low forward drive rush, you can be top tier.
Just don't jump stupid.
It's funny because Jamie got that.
And she got an overhead. Look at this.
Damn, bro.
What is that?
What is that? Nah, bro, because actually, though, look how fast that shit is.
Look at this draw rush, bro. What is that?
Nah, they gonna hit her. Yeah, they gonna hit her. That's
Why
that
is it
move.
so
Mouse for a
she got an
DP.
install, y'all.
Or kick
Top
out.
tier, top tier. What?
The fuck is
Bro,
that?
that was some Mortal Kombat type.
That's an MK ass move. She just fucking put the blade on your head and saws you from the top. That shit is crazy, bro. What's up, Karma? New follow to the YouTube. Watch your blade con. Very thankful for the work you've been doing. Boosting already on this character. I'm encouraging to carry him to sell. Really do want to this. Hey, congrats, bro. I appreciate that, man. And you got this, bro. You can definitely get him to sell. If I did it, you can too, bro. Lock in, bro. And I appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by the streams.
Yo, this air movement is
insane,
bro.
Yo, character. If a character I play normally? What character do you play?
That's the install, I'm guessing, when her hand is just blue like that.
Yeah, her hand blue and she got like
a
a blue aura on her body. Like the wind. Focus. This is not the CA, right? This is the normal one, right?
Oh, nah, she hit you with
bro.
the Rasengan. Hold on.
She tosses your ass. Wait, she's kicking you to spin you. That shit is sick.
Hold on. She said Rasengan. Nah.
She spin your ass like a Rasen Shuriken and then she Rasengan's your ass. Is that not insane? Is that not insane?
That's insane.
You play like those are fine. Those are fine characters. You can climb with those. You keep learning those.
Bro, she looks like a literal completely different character when her hair is. That's actually crazy. That don't look like the same.
Christ, bro. Nah, this character's sick. That character's sick, bro. I will be playing that character. That character's sick. I gotta give her a try. She looks sick as hell. I don't know if I'm gonna drop Akuma and Mai for it, but like that character is sick. I'm impressed. I am impressed. All right. Next, let's look at the rival stuff. Okay, so the beach stuff came out for rivals today because if you didn't know, on the roadmap, where is the roadmap? June 19th, these beach skins drop. There's a lot of beach stuff. So we got Emma Frost, Strange, Express Juice, Social Map, New Summer Festival, Cracking Reels. There's a lot of characters in that. So yeah, we got a lot of shit to look at. Let's look at this real quick. This group event's already out. This is already out. This is already out. Season 8 instant event. Here it is. I bookmarked it, but I forgot to open it. So what am I looking at? 2-minute trailer. Quality's buns. There we go. Rival Summer Festival. Oh, okay. That. No comment. Doctor Strange. Melons. Is that Mr. Fenty? Is that Spider-Man? Oh, you gotta pop the balloon for him? Oh my god, these guys, bro. Doctor Strange has gotta be a mythic. Or legendary. Oh, it is legendary. Nautical Mystic. Oh, it's in a pass. If you want the Cloak and Dagger skin. I don't want any of these characters. I like the C&D one. Fishery Club. Next Fishery. Oh, you gotta time it? Cool, it's like a gotcha minigame. No comment. No comment, bro. No comment, bro. I got nothing to say, man. Wow. Oh, wow. Just wow. Oh my god, Mr. Fantastic. Fantastic. What? Bro, that emote is crazy on Mr. Fantastic. The Mr. Oh, it's a Fantastic Four picture. That's cool. Express juice. What does this do? Oh, it's just free. Free rewards. But does Cyclops even get a skin from any of this? Go back? Nah, there's too much stuff we gotta look at. I have no words. I'm buying everything. I'm not gonna lie to you, but and we definitely buying this. Like, I mean, I'm on your ass on the Blade leaderboard. That's fine. Wait, is it getting lower? Wait, is the price getting lower instead of going up? Oh no, it's going up by only 50. Pop and win. Okay. Jesus. It has colorways. It changes their eye colors too. It has OFX. Yo, oh my God, yo, you're
Mind crush.
I got nowhere. Even the diamond.
Peasants! Now that's White
The effects
Queen
are
mind
crazy,
control.
too. The effects godly, bro. A White Queen mind control. Wow. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, bro. Next. Ain't that the Mr. I mean, I guess that's the Human Torch one. That's the Human Torch emote. This has all FX. Wow. I guess this ult's gonna be blue. A water moto. A water moto. Move is crazy. Move is
Pentagram of Farah.
Oh, it's a water portal.
Our enemies are near.
Cool.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, cool. Look at
Eye
that.
of
That's pretty cool, no? This is pretty sick. It's a water moto.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Cool. By the eye of water moto.
Out, dark magic.
Wait, his thing has
Dark
sound effects on it?
magic. Out, dark
Oh,
magic.
cool. Sick. Oh, man. By the eye of water moto. What's this? Oh, it's the CND skin. Exchange store. Fantastic beach dad. That emo is cursed. This emo is so cursed, bro. Do not walk up to me using this fucking emote. Has effects? Oh, it doesn't have any auto effects on it. Oh, they hold them. That's crazy. Everyone has auto effects. I bet you CND do too. Jesus. They gave bro water legs. Are we dead ass? That's a pretty cool emote. They gave bro water legs. This skin is ridiculous.
Lights out.
Wow. Just a
Us
wow.
against the world.
Ooh, it plays music. Ooh, wait, that all affects. Oh, no, I'm buying this skin. I like the fucking water stream. It makes like a river. This is sick. Cool. Oh my god, there's so much customization you can do. This is just two of them. Damn. Pretty fucking sick, no? Spider-Man? Does it have auto effects on it or? Ain't nothing there! His shit empty as fuck. His shit about empty as fuck. Oh my god. There was nothing there. What the hell was that? There was nothing there. What? Okay. There was absolutely nothing there. That was like, wow, okay. Like if I was a Spider-Man player, I'd have been pissed. Got me hold for no happy for no reason, hyped up for literally nothing. There is something new in here. There's a new MVP for the Iron Fist Shenlong Champion costume. All players who own this skin can claim it for free. And there's a new colorway. Yeah, that MVP is hard. Look at that. Ooh, shit. And then they're bringing Seeds of the Gardener back so you can get the skin. I'm probably gonna buy this time because I do want that Iron Fist skin. Strange portal problem. Y'all make the portal less laggy or what? Nope. Wow. Yeah, that's it, right? Yep, that's it. Damn, that's some pretty cool shit, no? That's some pretty cool shit. Wow. Wow. Let's get on rivals now. I don't know if the rest of them are ready, but I am ready. Sheesh, that is a skin. I have no words. I have no words. Let me switch accounts. I have no words. What a skin. What a fucking skin. What account am I gonna use? Let's get on. Let's get on not dangerous. Mr. What you seen this skin? Damn, I bought that new one for no reason. The fire one? Damn, I bought it for no reason. I like the sound effects on the fire one though, so I don't regret it. Also, bro, when I was at the store before I streamed, I went to the store and went grocery shopping. Son, tell me why I see this shit. Now, tell me why I see this shit, bro. I bought it. Just to try it, I bought it. I'm not gonna lie. But they taste good. I'm not trying it right now. Later or something. I think it was melting a little bit when it was in my car. I think it was melting a bit when it was in my car. Oh lordy, bro. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Where is I have don't no loft to aflame me. I bought it for science. Okay? I got it for science. I bought it for science, dude. Alright, where's Alaya at? She ready? Open her stream up. Where you at? I'm ready. Wonder if she saw the new skins. Let's send her them. I try to ask her when she gets a call. Zam, bro. Adobo. Adobo. There's so many memes of this character already. That's pretty cool. There's so many funny memes already. Oh, she's not on the screen where I can invite her.
Ooh, okay.
Adobo is so peak. I've had it before. It's good. I think. I'm pretty sure I have. Unless I'm tripping. You putting on a bad name for us, but I'm buying it for a video for the second channel, okay? I'm doing it for science. Totally not.
I've been here
For...
this whole entire time. Where have you been? Oh, what's up, DC?
Oh, shit. Looking at Summer Emma Frost. That's where I've been. Was looking at Summer Emma Frost. I have a valid excuse. That's a valid excuse, no?
Yeah, that was good. That was a good one.
That's a valid excuse, no? Targeted audience reached. Fuck you. Fuck you. Clap the mindset. It's someone called me a gooner in their chat. It's the new skins. I gotta know what I'm about to spend money on, no? Let me call her on Discord. He said one of us. One of us is crazy. Nah, let me see if she's seen the new skins. I don't think she has. I'll send it to her. There's a lot of stuff I gotta pull up. Nah, that Emma skin is that's a skin right there. That's all I'll say. That is a skin of all time. The Emma Frost one, Doctor Strange. Fox, Twitter. That skin is so ass. I can't believe they did Spider-Man like that. It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see the new skins?
Are they in the shop right now?
Nah, on their Twitter. Yeah, I knew you didn't see it here. I'll just link you it.
It's the summer skins, right? Because I've seen the summer skins already.
Oh, did you? Like
yeah,
the videos with like the effects and stuff?
Oh, no.
Oh, I just linked you all of them.
I saw it in the trailer thingy.
Oh,
well, damn. I saw C&D's though. Dude is gorgeous. Are you playing Cuphead today? No.
Whoa.
We played Cuphead yesterday.
Slow down with the Cuphead. Yeah, was all of them.
That one. Okay. Oh, I opened them all at the same time and it crashed my Chrome.
Damn.
Fuck, my Chrome.
I just got here. Can you show that Emma Frost again? Look at it on her stream.
Right, here's what we got. We got Sandy. Where's the Emma Frost? Ooh.
Second video.
Ooh.
We playing Widow today, chat. Hold on. Lock in. We playing for the vibes.
Okay. It's a nice skin. Ooh, that one's nicer.
There's colorways stuff.
Oh,
too.
why did they... I don't like how they did the pink makeup on her. But everything else, it's okay. It's a good skin.
Knowing is literally.
I like
half
that
the
now you
battle.
can style the skins.
Yeah.
It's a
pretty
must.
sick.
For Emma mains, yes, it's definitely a must. Firefox would never. Who uses Firefox still?
Firefox, what the? I haven't seen that in ages. Ooh, okay.
Oh, I like her ults.
Oh, it's sick. Yo, Curse, thanks for the follow. Put some music on. Yeah, if you're on Red app,
it's
obviously you
nice.
can't see it. Or
I
hear
think
the
everything
music.
about it's nice, but just looking at the skin alone though is okay. The skin's okay.
Strange
Wow.
has one, and CND.
Damn it, they messed up his glasses. Why they?
Huh?
His glasses look so good in the drawing, and now it's very close to his face.
I don't remember what it looks
Oh,
like
they
in the
messed it
drawing.
up.
I'm checking.
Yo, she's way too cake. What do you mean? She's always had cake.
Tell him.
Ah.
Tell him.
Show strange after this one. We're gonna see the strange kitten. Wait, what happened?
A question? We ever play Roblox again? No.
There we go.
No, I'm not coming back. I don't care what they drop. I'm not coming back.
Oh. Oh, I think this is a preview of everyone's. Okay, let's look at the strange. Got BBL for this. Are you comparing them all? What? How would you know that?
Wait, what did he say? What the fuck?
I love that all of them. There's a bunch of skins that have shark slippers.
I didn't even see that part.
Or is it just me because
I didn't notice shark slippers.
I've been seeing a lot of shark slippers in this game.
Goon Avengers.
Same ass. Don't ask me how I know.
Don't ask me how I know. Wow.
You're funny.
Yeah, that widow skin. Yeah, we need that. Shit.
I actually want this strange skin. It's nice.
I need that widow skin. Yeah, she can throw up my games all she want. Hold on. She can keep throwing my games. Hold on.
Someone come check this guy.
Bro.
Tell him to go sit down in the corner.
It's obviously a joke, maybe. Maybe. But these skins sick too.
But are you sure that's a joke?
I don't have to answer that. What if I'm the one throwing the game? I'll throw your games as playing the skin. How about that?
Throwing my Groot ass?
Oh, hell nah.
A new strange skin. It's a nice strange skin. Oh, I don't have the volume on this. It's so weird seeing his body stretch.
The Mr. Fantastic, that emo is freaky.
God, look at Sandy. Oh, dude, they did so well with her animation.
Yeah, animations are sick.
Oh, her
I love the
makeup
alt
is
effects.
good.
I need that CND skin. The alt effects are too good.
Me too. I need it.
It's like a river.
Oh, fuck. She's gorgeous. Okay. This is actually the best skin out of all of her skins.
I'm pissed. I just bought the one that came back in the vault. Wasted my
Which one
money.
did you get?
The red one? Like the fire one. Because she has like skins for like every element now. I bought the fire one.
Oh, dude. Her ult's so cool.
Yeah, it's like a river or a trail of water. It's sick. Well, it's waves of the ocean.
Oh,
But
her MVP is good.
Same with me.
It's really good.
Get right. Here come the bad guys.
Need a dagger in my life? What about Cloak?
Pig Latin translates to
man.
black thong. Black thong
Cloak
is
needs
crazy.
some love. And she will have that isn't covered by her cape. Cindy? Oh, yeah.
Are we playing 2XKO anytime soon? We played 2XKO yesterday. We're gonna play some later today.
I fear I'm not gonna resist the snow bunny Minecraft. This guy. Oh my god, I love that. I love that. I'm actually
You think
am
Blaze Shotgun should be a normal gun?
to see
Yes.
how Widow's skin's gonna look like in the game. Oh, you meant Emma's skin. Okay, okay.
It look good. Excuse me. I invited you. Well, no, I sent you the link to the stream the other thing. Yo, chat, try out the vertical thing. The vertical thing. If you're new here, I said it earlier. Try out the vertical thing. It's a new vertical thing. You can watch the stream vertically. It's pretty cool. If you prefer it like that.
Gosh.
Put this on.
Okay, I'm in it.
Yippee. Alright. Good to go, I think. I need to warm up though.
Okay.
My mouse is funky. Or maybe I don't. I don't know.
We'll warm up. What's wrong with your mouse?
It died and it didn't die and then it died. And now it's back, so I don't know. I think I need a mouse. I don't know. I'm about to find out.
That shit better not die as soon as we head into rank.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, right.
So I'm gonna play for like an hour and 30 because my sister wants to play with me.
Bet. I play some fighting games or something. I don't know. I'm getting rusty at fighting games. I've been slacking. Oh, I didn't press the thing. There we go. Gift some skins. What skin do you want? What skin do you want?
No one's coming back from the grave.
You asking me?
Nah, not on my chat. It's on my chat.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
If you had to choose one skin, chat, which one would you choose?
Out of the new skins, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
Kill him with cuteness.
I mean, if I answer that, I'm gonna get called a gooner. So.
Never mind. Those fangs of yours will make
Like,
yourself jealous.
I mean,
It's a
I think
bait
you already
question,
said your
chat.
answer
It's a bait
anyway.
question. Do not answer. She's gonna call you a gooner. It's bait.
No, I'm not. I never
It's
call anyone a
bait.
gooner.
In 5,
You call me a
Never
gooner.
call
What?
anyone a gooner.
2,
Oh, yeah.
Except for Emperor.
That's crazy. I need a second Psylocke. Like, I showed y'all it already, chat. But we need it.
Oh,
There's a
damn.
Hawkeye?
Our Hulk is out of it.
Boom, one shot.
I got sniped. God damn it, they had a Hawkeye. I'm getting both.
This Jeff is not looking at me.
better stop that vehicle.
Never been much of a fan of summer skins. Me either, but I do like these summer skins though.
Like them when they're well done. Not just like a plain thong or something, like, or a Speedo, like, bruh. Used to have some
They faded halfway. Stop them.
style to it.
Boom, one shot.
Oh, these guys are annoying.
There is a Cyclops underneath you.
Is he? Okay.
Hulk, I cannot see you, dude. Hulk, what are you doing, man?
Hawkeye has drone on him.
Where's Hawkeye? Is he dead?
I don't know where he's at. I can't kill anything because they're all healing so much.
Still a chance to stop them.
Hell yeah. Slice and dice.
No, this is actually quite annoying.
It is.
I can't kill anyone because this stupid Ultron has drone on everybody. Oh, I killed someone.
Movie TV skins like 2,000 pounds of sport would eat.
Oh, wait. No, these guys are getting cooked. Hold on. Where are you going?
Wow.
I cannot see anyone.
They're all dead. Got like 5 of them. But their spawns right here, so I gotta get out of here.
Silver bullet. Back in the game.
What's up, OG?
I don't know what Emma was doing that far.
Fantastic! Hell yeah.
Oh,
Whoa.
our Cyclops got sniped or some shit.
I just had a crazy light spike shot. Did you guys see that?
Never miss.
MVP for 5 gifted? That's easy. I got you. Wait, what about SVP? Because I don't think we're gonna win this match. We're running a disgusting comp. I am Dino and Cyclops. Both works? Oh, bet. Actually, no, I am gonna get you this one. I'm switching characters. I gotta kill this Cyclops. And this, whatever his name is.
Why is this fan so aura walking? I'm dead.
Damn to you. Actually, I think I can get you this one with Billy. Hold on. God, this gun sucks. He probably like, what the fuck?
Are you here? Where are you at?
I just solo ulted an Ultron. Give me a second.
You stop them in their tracks.
They have 4 minutes? Damn, that's yikes. Nice. Yo, kill this guy? Oh, I'm not calming him quick play. It's not that deep. What? That kills me?
On it kills.
You gonna kill that serious? Yes.
I should just ran.
Alright, I'm just gonna farm that Ultron off cooldown until he switches. That guy's getting too much value.
You stop them in their tracks. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or it does.
Sayonara, suckers! Because they got suction cups. Ooh, that's the stuff.
Nah, I can get you to win. Hold on. I don't want the 5 gift.
Watch out, Neymar on the left.
Dead as hell. I'm not dead. Oh, thanks.
Fast move.
Wow, they're so low. I need a EOLI. Thanks. What?
Now with them up here, dude.
Nah, there's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing about that. Don't worry about it. I was trying to go out there and ult, but yeah, I got kidnapped.
I'm back, baby. Full mutant kind.
Got to.
Oh, they do not look happy.
Cyclops is 1. Yo, Tinko, thanks for the follow.
Ah, you're so sweet. Hi, Incursio.
Nice.
You stop them in their tracks.
Can't for you.
I'm good, I think. Gambit. Oh, we want to win badly.
Gambit's one hit.
And quick play is crazy. Nah, I killed him.
I'll give them back.
Only 60 seconds left. I am ready to put on a show.
That's pretty good for us. It's really far away. Fuck. Thanks. Thor is low.
Oh,
that's a big ammo.
I'm doing good. Nothing much.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ults. There you go.
You only got Sandy. She should help you.
Yeah, she did. I think that's game. Unless they portal.
The final 10 seconds.
They're not gonna portal.
Nice. There you go. I got your MVP. I'm good to go. W. What's up, Doozy? What rank are you at?
I didn't do too bad. GM1.
Oh, damn. Damn.
Yeah, it was GM1 yesterday. We hit it yesterday.
Forgot about that.
Oh, was it yesterday? No, it was the
Day before. Yo, thanks for the 5. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you, man. Of your word. Appreciate it. Thanks. Wait, what number out of 100 or whatever?
I'm 83, so I'm gonna need like 2 games.
Oh, damn. Nice. Oh, you've been cooking.
2 games maybe?
I'll fight it.
Did you win all the games
Is it 2 games?
before you joined her?
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
Yes, I think I won most of them and probably like lost one.
Now,
Damn, you on fire.
finish from this match.
I'm getting like 20 to 23 per match, so I might get like 18 maybe. 15 to 18 here.
I
Who are we
see.
banning?
Gambit and oh shit, we can't ban Cyclops.
Help the enemy team ban Cyclops.
Dino,
Nice.
I guess.
You could do Dino, Phoenix. Oh, Daredevil.
That works. Anything doesn't matter. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Blade finally C. I think he's B. But C or D if you don't play him.
Are you ranking Blade?
Yeah.
For this
someone
season?
asked me what I think he's at right now. I think he's B
Really?
tier.
You don't think he's higher?
I think no. I think he's B tier if you play him. But if you don't play him, he's probably like a C or D. If you don't know what you're doing, like if you're not like a Lord or Champion Blade, I don't think he's gonna be D tier. Or maybe you can. I don't know. He's not that hard of a character, but DD's still a threat. Yeah. Cyclops are that
They
broken.
banned Bean. They're gonna go dive.
Fuck.
Pick your hero. Or
Well.
villain. I'm not judging.
Yeah.
I might go C&D. Perhaps.
Do you know who has the highest win rate right now as a support? Do you guess it?
Rocket.
Yeah. How'd you guess it?
I already heard that Rocket was
His rate's fucking
had
crazy.
high win rates in previous
His rate is
seasons.
ridiculous right now. It's a 60%.
I think you have to be a really good Rocket though, because it's easy to play him,
It's probably the
but like
buffs
be a
though, no?
really good one.
The buffs are crazy.
Well, he had good win rates last season, no?
I don't know.
Didn't he?
Think so. I'm pretty sure he did. There's no way he didn't. Character's solid. That res beacon is too good. And that ult
I found a family.
costs
out
like
here in
nothing
space.
now.
30
He gets
seconds
ult so
before you
fast.
Yeah,
Get ready.
I'm gonna go C&D. I don't want to risk.
Bet.
Is the poster boy for low skill floor, high skill ceiling?
Thought you had me.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
can see
yeah, I could see it. Good rockets are rough. They are.
Because I will shoot the hell out of that beacon if it's not placed properly.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I am a munch. What type of name? Okay. I have a torch. Yeah, watch out. He's gonna. There's a Black Panther coming off the back.
Dude, we're down to support.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
We're down to sub.
Some help would be good.
Capture the mission area.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? What's What's happening?
I don't
I
know.
can't even see.
Oh, Hulk's so low. I have so much dive.
They might just be out diving us, honestly.
Yeah, I'm going hello. I mean, no more. Yeah, hella no more.
God,
is a
I
must
hate his
here.
shield, man.
Denizens of the deep. That is much better.
Us against the world.
Oh, darn it.
Well, that's not good.
Cloak and dagger. What the hell are you doing? You have animated. You're level 70 on the character, or whatever
Bro.
you are, and you
Well, what
are
happened?
ulting from our side.
What are you doing?
We have to touch. What do you mean?
Bro, what are you talking
We
about?
have to
Yeah,
touch.
like,
what? We can't just not
you
use the
doing?
ult. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
My
that's-
bad.
that's
Sorry,
what
you're
I
gonna you're gonna defend your lady. My bad.
Brother, what? we have to touch, and then Hulk ulted. What do you mean?
What do you mean we have to touch, but they're not at 99%? Like, I'm actually
I
curious.
mean,
as to
still,
which
we have to use these support ults. We can't just hold them for 10 years.
I feel like we could have woke up a little bit more before that, no?
I mean, possibly, but
well, we can walk off that much.
kill this white fox. Kill this white fox. Ult.
Hold on me.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Good, Nala.
Oh my god.
BP is 1. That is low. We need 2 tanks. 2 tanks are probably good here.
I'm my battle has only just begun.
We probably should have portal, but it's all good.
Good rockets are who good Jeff
Do we have a
players think
thing?
they are.
Or if no one plays thing, I can go thing.
Dana's banned.
Oh, never mind.
You are in the
That's
presence
not
of
good.
royalty. And wise to show some respect.
Yeah, I'll go second tank with you.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
When mutants are in danger,
30 seconds before you attack. Get
That
ready.
is
the harder
not
the pressure,
good.
the more dazzling the diamond.
Yeah, both of their tanks are
Out of this.
being tough too. I don't think we should be playing dive.
No, we can't. What's up, Giant?
Was a dream of mine since youth.
And moments like this, I wish Dino was open. Dino was good anti-dive, but all the anti-dive tanks are banned.
5, 4,
Hold on, chat. Hold
3, 2, 1.
Is Princess on the other team? Who's that?
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Another team.
Dooms, huh?
A streamer or something?
You know Princess? Yeah.
Didn't we raid her before or something? I don't remember.
I think I rated her before. I don't know if you rated her.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Yeah, we gotta kill this Torch. Torch is getting a lot of value.
Fuck, I can't see that guy.
Capture now.
BP's low, BP's low. BP's 1 if anyone sees him.
Not bad, Fox.
Nice. Good down 2.
Mission area is yours.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stay near you guys. Cause this BP's trying to
Another
dive you
senseless
guys.
battle over. Hooray.
Need some ranged firepower.
But yeah, their Hulk and Venom is carrying them heavily.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Let me know if BP's on you guys. Yeah, he is.
I'm gonna do a full. Shoot, I didn't cover the point.
We're not White Fox all yet.
Where's she at? Where's White Fox at? Okay.
Don't know. Torch is one if anyone sees him. Oh, this guy's so hard to hit. Sheesh. This robot update? Yeah, just like you can do vertical stuff now. Watch a stream vertical.
Can't heal White Fox when she's ulting? Really?
You can? What do you mean?
Well, not unless she does the not unless she applies her thingamajig, right?
Something like that. I don't remember how it works.
Can't you still heal her? And if she doesn't apply whatever she was gonna apply? Oh, goodness gracious.
That's not good.
Nah, if she's in no form, it's voted. Oh, whether she applies that thing on a teammate or not. Okay.
This queen's reign isn't over.
I hate you, bro.
Like TikTok POV, you can change it if you want. There's an option if you want to watch or not.
That's good to know, Abdul. I didn't play White Fox enough to really know that, I guess.
Tremble before fast.
That's BP is so annoying. Sheesh. Can we get a Namor for the BP? I don't think we should be playing Punisher into this.
I think he's doing Punisher for Venom.
Wait,
Wait,
fat fingers too, bro. I hate my fat fucking cut fingers, bro.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good.
Push it forward and I'll ult. Where's my other healer at?
I don't know.
I found her.
So low. What's up, Jiggy? What are you up to? Oh, yeah, I saw your name in that tournament. Congrats.
They're gonna portal.
Oh, Strange is so low.
Oh my god, I don't know what to do. I'm like fucking.
I don't think there's anything we can do. We're just getting dove like crazy. Damn, unfortunate. GG's, unfortunate. Oh my lordy. God, I hate having to get off DPS just for... we didn't have a second tank, so I had to do it, but didn't do anything. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if I played DPS. I don't know though. I feel like I could have done more on DPS.
Darn it.
We didn't have a Namor. Like, I don't know why we just played with no Namor. I should have just stayed on Namor instead of going second tank for that guy. Because you guys were just getting dove over and over and over. Like, they had a Hulk and what? A Venom and then a Black Panther. Like, unfortunate.
I deliver a new kind of justice.
Justice.
Working.
Oh, she's not on right now though.
princess.
That's 3.
It was a fair fight, and you lost.
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
BP was getting diffed. I mean, yeah, but like at that point, just gotta drop the ego and just go no more.
I think we probably should have switched healers too.
What were you guys playing? White Fox?
Because they're doing a lot. Yeah.
It was a fair
Yeah,
fight,
probably.
and you lost.
But there's a healing difference.
Probably.
Battlefront. It's fine.
It's fine. It's not fine. I wanted to win that.
Which
Wanted
hero
to
do you
win
think
that,
you might
man.
be today?
Oh, this is offense, huh?
I'm not a
Yeah.
hero. I'm the Punisher.
Oh no.
Guess I don't know.
Odachi is sharp. My mind.
I'm worried we
is
might
sharper.
have three
Wow.
healers.
Oh.
I'll probably go
Finish
tank.
This match.
We'll see.
Spider-Man?
What the fuck? Okay.
No, that guy must hate Spider-Man, I guess.
Banning Cyclops. Okay,
No,
there's
don't
Thanos.
fucking ban Cyclops.
Why not?
Cause I'm playing Cyclops.
You
Alright.
should have said sooner.
Appreciate it.
I say he's gonna play it. Fine.
I think I'm a ban DD. Oh shit, Gambit. Oh, Gambit's good. Available. Not available.
But you just ban Gambit then, or Star-Lord, doesn't matter. I said Gambit, I'm gonna say Ditto.
I'm already banned.
Oh, yikes. They banned just Cyclops.
Fuckers.
You need to win this one.
Fuckers. Do you want to play DPS or you want me to? Actually, I got it in mind.
Oh, triple heal with Mantis? Could probably do that, yeah.
Yeah, we do that.
We could do triple. I could go tank if we get manhandled.
This place feels so familiar. And yet so strange.
30 seconds before
Which be fine.
get ready.
Hopefully that guy's fine solo tanking.
Your blade.
Yeah, I wouldn't want our other DPS to go tank though if that was the case.
My Odachi is sharp.
They purify whatever they touch.
It'd be better if one of the
These would be
healers
quite
switched.
useful against some of
I
the
might
demons in
switch.
my homeland.
Let's hope they're just as useful here. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Why your screen look like what? Spider-Man took a stay? Ooh, Jesus.
Destination.
Have a blade. Oh, okay.
Just Angela's just flying, bro.
I don't know
She
what
wasn't
she's
doing anything.
Oh my god, I almost killed that guy. Nice. They're down one. We can walk up. They're down 2. White Fox is 1. Got her.
Oh, what am I doing?
The enemy has arrived.
They're staggered. Oh my god, that does so much damage.
Focus on the
Yeah,
battle.
you're not gonna touch. Oh, got her.
You good?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh, I got stuck.
Oh, she used her ult. Unlucky. Yeah, we definitely. 0.13. Damn, that's so sad.
My light cannot be
So
snuffed.
what ults did they use? It was just Luna?
Luna, Wolverine. Yeah, that's it.
The enemy has arrived.
Yes, I agree. And then melt that fucking white.
Yeah, White Fox. Oh, yeah. I got Storm.
Angel's low.
How did she die? Oh, no. I think Wolverine picked her up. I think Wolverine picked her up out of her ult. That's unfortunate. He shifted her out.
Someone on top.
Honestly, I might.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Jesus Christ, so much going on.
Yo, I'm on ult this. I'm on ult her. I'm on ult her.
Nice ult.
Only 60 seconds left. I need assistance. We must get to
They're also triple heroes.
Are they? Oh, wow. That's annoying.
down to 30 seconds.
Lady, you want to ult first and I'll ult after? I'll just ult.
I am ready to
God, Wolverine. They're surrounded.
Wanted Blade's ult.
Oh, I got taunted on my ult. I got charmed out of my ult.
The current score
That's
is
unfortunate.
0-2.
How did we not take the point there? It was
Time to
0.13.
switch things up.
I
Including
know.
which side you're on.
That is, yikes.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, I got charmed out of my ult.
She's sharp. My
6-second
mind
charm,
is
yeah.
Sharper.
What about Sandy? Because she had ult for a minute.
I don't know. I wasn't looking. I think she just got it when she died, but I don't know. Unfortunate. Okay.
Should I go Cap for this?
Cap. Man.
He's good at stalling point, but I don't know if he will.
Cap. I mean, as a wolf. I mean, you could.
Oh, I want Venom.
By my
Shoot.
blade. Just the same.
I don't know if Venom's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh, cool. How are you?
You move with such stealth. You could be an excellent sparring partner.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our combat.
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
You'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle
They're going
starts in
Squirrel
5,
Girl.
4,
That's Squirrel Girl.
3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That's better.
Wow, I got melted.
That's not
Okay,
good.
yeah. Fuck that shit, dude. Wow. Oh, I don't know even who to play.
Just play like Emma or something. I don't know. I mean, this
I'll
game
go
is honestly
Emma.
over. I don't think it matters who you play, but oh my goodness, getting shredded. Bro, I got stunned by Squirrel Girl. Okay.
Thanks. Sayonara.
Is this Squirrel Girl just literally just the best Squirrel Girl player of all time? I guess I don't know. Yeah, it should be game.
Embrace the dock.
Oh, I wish this guy wouldn't be quiet. I'm gonna just go back to triple.
Unlucky.
I've never seen a Blade do good. I don't think he's a good character.
2, 1.
Unlucky.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
What the fuck was she doing? Oh wow, okay. I actually lost the triple. Damn, that's not good. So no, give Squirrel 500 HP and a gun.
Oh no, I lost so much.
I should probably switch accounts so you don't lose a lot. Hold on.
Thank you for the raid,
So for me to play on
AC.
this account for that eye.
Dun, 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 dun.
Give me a second. I'm switching accounts.
Hi, Telefe. How are you? Hold on, let me mute myself.
You're good. Where is the slogan? Oh. Ugh. Is your mag beam and blade? I don't know. I didn't look at it. No sound detected. What? Oh, is he on mag there at all? I don't know. I just feel like playing mag. The issue about Magneto is that if there's nothing to suck up, he doesn't get that much value. Penalty. All right, you can cue us when you're ready. Is that his main? One of his main also play support. What character do you think needs to be buffed or nerfed in this season? Cyclops needs to get nerfed. Gambit needs to get nerfed. Like, this character does way too much damage. Like, I don't know. That damage is outrageous. Like, I don't know how you see that combo and you think that's okay.
That's 3.
Like, even if you get one headshot, it's like, brother, what? You can do just one of them needs that headshot. And you just, it's fucking broken. It's fucking broken, bro. That shit is way too broken. That shit is way too much damage.
Which hero do you
DD
think
needs
you
to
wanna
be buff. Yeah, Yapadoom. Yapadoom.
Is sharp. My mind
Oh my god, we keep getting DPS players, bro. Holy fuck.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
This is actually annoying. We keep getting DPSs and no second tank every match. I don't think we've had a second tank at all tonight. Oh lordy. You're already not buffed but reverted.
I've played with a Bean. Oh, actually, I played with Bean. Against Bean. She was a healer. But she kept dying.
I wish we could get a second tank. Where Kaz at, or freaking Kaz, or freaking what's his name? Hold on a second. Hero, is you're on? I think he's doing MRC. Oh, he's playing with people already.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Okay, fuck it. Dino's open. Let's play Dino. What the fuck? Wait. Are you sure you've played with beans? Bro. A lie?
You know? I have played with Bean.
She said she's DPSing.
Oh, that's probably why they lost
She
the game.
said I'm DPSing, figure it out.
Oh shit.
What the fuck?
No, I played against her and she had a lot of deaths and I was assuming it was because our magic, but
she just typed
unless
in
she was
chat,
DPSing, I'm not quite sure.
Figure it out. What the fuck? What?
Oh no.
So we need a third healer.
Allegedly. Chat, we are GM1 right now. We're very close to selection.
Not for long, I'll tell you that.
Don't you freaking say that.
Bro, we
Don't
have
you
a
say that. We're
Mantis in 222. That's
These
DPSing.
2 games costed me so much. I'm almost in the negative. Almost.
No, that's not good. Have an Ultron. Hopefully that's just 222 Ultron.
BP on the left.
As I can. Keep on the back line.
Okay, let me lock in. What the hell? I saw him and then he dipped.
Yo, is name a ban or something?
Is who? Namor?
Namor. We might need that guy, bro. This PP just came in
I
here.
think we need more healers, honestly.
I love how he rolled that R.
We can just figure it out, I guess.
BP back. There's an insane amount.
Can't even hit, bro. Oh my god. I'm getting shredded so fast. It's not enough healing since it's just Mantis. Yeah, I don't know if I can play.
Oh wait, it's because we have a
here.
Mantis.
I don't know if we can. I don't know if I can play Dino here. I might just go third healer. I'm getting shredded too much because there's not enough healing. BP's down.
Shoot, I looked back once to save our healer.
Yep. I'm dead again.
Not me. Not me, please. Oh, this is bad. It's Diamond. Diamond is tough right now. I'm gonna go, where's my ults at? Oh, I'm at 90.
Bro, she doesn't play
I'm gonna switch to Sandy
actual healers. She plays Mantis, DPS Luna, and support pool. Like, she's not playing actual healers. Like, she just wants to do damage.
No, never mind.
Yeah, we're always down on healer though.
Smiley just keeps getting popped and nobody's helping her.
I mean, I can go no more. I mean, or I can go a third healer. Which one do you want?
Go no more, bro.
Bet.
Oh, that shit almost got me.
Shit got me. I'm close to it all afterwards. I got his ult again.
Dude, these games.
This shit does not matter.
These games are horrible.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Y'all about to have me switch onto my alt account. I can't have this now.
Yeah, this shit is ass.
I grinded so much.
These games are hot ass. Like, we can't ever get a second tank. Every single game. It just ran up and down.
I'm gonna be real. Dino cock block your
So
heels.
what happened there? Was that the Black Panther or what's going on?
Nah, that's on him, bro. I don't know why he's even right there anyway. What? That is not my fault. He just walked up and died for no reason.
I was right next to my dino. Relax, buddy.
Yo, is that true? Was he next to you? Oh, here?
I mean, yeah, but he was kind of in front of me. I can't lie, but that's whatever.
See, I wasn't lying.
Oh, dude,
Technically wasn't.
You were in front of me.
He technically wasn't lying.
I said I was next to you.
In the back off.
I technically wrong.
You tell me he dipped out of that shit.
Oh, fucking god, I got robbed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go third get it, bro.
I'm done.
Fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back. I body block. I'm dead as fuck though. Now I am solo tank Dino. Yeah, life's good.
Wait, you go healer, but you're playing Ultron. Why not like a strong healer?
Bro, we don't have an actual healer player other than you. And we don't have an actual second tank. Shit is fried.
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Sheesh. This is a fun game.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Triple DPS, but just 2 DPS
Yeah,
and a
it's
trench
always,
show
every
as
game
up.
is 3 DPS. I'm not even trolling.
Oh my god.
Every single game is 3 DPS.
So Beans, go something like you're comfortable with, man. Are you the tank player or what? I can actually go and like heal.
Does anyone wait? Okay, so does nobody in this lobby play tank?
I play tank.
Can you play tank?
But you want me to play who?
I mean, I don't play tank, but I'm just doing it because we don't have a second tank, like ever.
I play a little bit of.
I can play tank, but I want Beans to be comfortable.
Okay, I'll play you. I'll play you. You can play tank.
I'm not the type.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Beans is comfortable. I'm pretty sure he's comfortable.
Like what? Cause this isn't working. Like we need to switch it up.
And yet so strange.
Like what the fuck?
No, why'd you make it?
Oh
Why'd you
my god,
make
he
this?
got off tank, bro. Holy
Oh
shit,
my
just
god.
stay on the shit. Yo, he's trolling me.
Oh man.
Okay, let's try this. I'm doing hella no more. Like with Groot. Like this should work. If this doesn't work, it's a GG, bro.
Battle starts in 5.
Like holy fuck.
Go silo.
3, 2.
You gonna solo tank?
Yeah, I got you.
Bet.
I've done it in higher levels. I could do it here.
Cause what the fuck are we cooking?
They're gonna go punish your ass. Oh, wait, they have a punny.
Yeah, that's why I was getting fried on Dino.
I thought they were gonna swap them.
Play left side of the card. Play left side of the card. Left side of the card. Hella, you're not left side.
Left side. I am left side of the card. What the hell is he doing? He gets left and right's wrong?
Play right side or take on right side. Play right side of the card. We have one covered.
Wolverine behind you. Wolverine
in the back.
Nice.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
If you want to play for combo, you more so works. The strong play
Bro, we play bottom, off angle top. I got you.
Oh,
damn, I wasn't
whoa.
thinking to save you. Hella. Sorry. I'm not. Don't know.
It's fine. Kill Ultron. Kill the Ultron. Nice. Kill this guy. Nice. She lost her ult.
Yo, somebody in top, off angle. Bottom, Wolverine.
Come here.
Good old,
Oh,
The
never
fucking
mind.
bullet tracked me. The bullet tracked me. That's so buns, bro.
I have next ult. I want to save it for. Damn. I guess no, they don't have to.
Get back a little, bro. Like his bullet tracked me. I still play also
You're an
sometimes.
aggressive ult, honestly.
You can just all aggressive if you want.
Yeah. yeah. But hold on, no, yeah.
There's a ring.
Oh, I gotta take it.
That shit got me.
Yeah, also still top tier, yeah. I have ults, but I'm just
I
waiting.
think they only have Wolf ult. Wolf and DP.
They have Wolf and they have
Yeah, we can
BBL?
retake our mine. Just kill them. They're gonna pocket mine, but just kill them while they're stacking on mine.
Get that vehicle moving again.
You
No.
might want to ult and not be inside your ult because I like ulting Invises out of the ult and just killing them.
Watch out, watch out.
But what does that have to do with anything, though?
They're down one healer. Oh, you guys are all dead.
We got ring all day.
Oh, damn, unlucky.
Alright, with that they're probably gonna DP ult. I don't know if they have cloak. They probably have
I
cloak.
think I'm gonna just invis all for us to get Sai. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think they have Sandy yet.
I pulled them.
Wolf no passive, Wolf no passive.
Can you good?
BP in the back, watch out. That will
in the back.
fun.
That was a bad ult, but whatever.
Yo, BP's gonna be back here.
Needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Let's keep it rolling.
3 on, 3 on, 3 on.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
We'll take him out. Look for.
Yo, you're taking a lot of damage. We need to play. Good job.
I'll try to call out which old death was one. The gun one doesn't do as much healing as his sword one. Because he doesn't have access to Jack firing that. So we shouldn't be so scared. How the fuck is it not even working?
Man, this guy's getting cooked by this wolf.
I died down the wall and everything.
He's getting cooked by this wolf. God damn. Oh, she's one.
I pulled him.
Brute, you could try to bait out Sandy ult when you get back. Because if I ult, she's just gonna counter ult me.
Good to go.
I could also just try pulling her out.
We gotta use this ult.
I pulled him.
They have a Bucky now?
You got nothing to...
Dude, just ult. Oh my god.
We need to use this root ult.
Oh my god.
That'd be better all.
I never wanted to rage. Wow, I got friggin' solo ulted by Wolf.
That's fine.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Down to 30 seconds.
They're portaling.
Portal. Oh, that was you?
Yeah, but they're portaling. I'm right. I'm blocking off field.
I got it. Oh, I got kidnapped. Oh, guys, I'm not there. He took me out of... Damn. I'm all the way in spawn.
Look for it.
Sweet moves, right?
Y'all can get off guard. I have it. No, they don't.
Kill this Deadpool, please. Nice.
Fucking die.
I was just spinning around.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up
So what higher tier lobbies look like? Yeah, they're annoying. Very annoying lobbies.
I'm not gonna lie, I almost raged.
Why? Because you're old or what happened?
No, I was waiting for him to do the Groot ult for so long.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, he just didn't use it. But whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't get off until the transformation.
Yeah, I kind of want to play on cars so I can keep moving this.
Only
Hold on.
60 seconds left.
Punisher,
Bro,
we gotta play either
what
left or right.
the
We gotta play right side.
I gotta die.
Call out there, Wolver.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Nice drop.
Got 2. Got 3.
That's 3.
Walk up. They're down 3. They have a
Tank
Jeff
is dead, I
now.
think. He's coming back. Look at you. Yo, play right side.
This Punisher is trolling. Damn.
Punch me, TP.
One healer out of battle. Oh shit. Never the fuck mind.
This shit is over, bro.
You gonna TP?
Can't TP, bro. 2 minutes.
Yeah, we got agents today. The agency's finest. Unlucky. Yeah, I don't know why we just can't get a second tank today. Like, not at all. Like, there's no tank players. I wish this game like would stop dropping DPSs for like the next 2 seasons to just make tank and supports. Because everyone's just playing DPS. There's no tanks. There's no supports.
Lie to the king of Wakanda.
Like, nobody wants to play tank, bro. Like, what is this? I mean, why would anyone want to? Because like Wolverine is Wolverine right now, and like it's poke meta again. So if it's poke meta, it just makes tanks not want to play. Oof.
I'm gonna have to avoid this person because.
Oh, I'm surprised when I get alls.
Oh, wow.
That was buns. Like what?
All right, this is my last game. We better win this game.
It's not up to me. I tell you that. Ain't no way up to me. I'll tell you that. Like you can only do so much if you have one tank that's just getting lasered. I don't know what our Punisher. Wait, did you avoid the Punisher?
No, I avoided the tank.
Oh my god, that guy played every single character in the game, bro. What is this? I'm avoiding the whole team. I'm not gonna lie to you. Bro. Our Hawkeye and Magneto didn't know what they wanted to play. I mean, I switched a lot too, but like, that's because I had to play tank and no one wanted to play it.
I'm pretty sure Mag was just playing for fun at the start. I'm pretty sure he was still playing for fun at the end.
I don't know. Be right back.
Oh my lord. Guys, go check out my story. It's not the same as a post, but I'm trying to post more. Thank you for the follow, Shao and Day. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for the follow, Slew guy, Sly guy. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Hope you guys are doing well. CCTTV.
Okay. We got Kissy on our team. Oh, cool.
Oh, really?
Do you think you want to
Should be Kissy. If she's playing off stream, I don't know. She's a lobotomy rat. That's her ult. I don't know. It could be.
Victory
Is this actually CC or no?
I have no clue.
Now,
What if they're just imitating?
Oh, there's like two
Imitating
different
them.
CCs in the Rebels community. Could be the other one. I think the other one plays Mantis or something. I don't remember. I don't remember. I have no clue. CC, I mean, is Kissy streaming? I don't think so. Let me check. Nope, she's not. Unless she's playing off stream.
Yo, Leia.
Oh, no. Why'd you call me?
Leia. Hello?
Oh.
Chat, I kind of don't want to talk.
Here? What you doing here, Kissy?
How's it
Hi.
going? Are you guys cute together?
Yeah. Why are you playing Cap?
Hello.
You play
What's
Cap
up,
now?
guys? Hi, friends.
Are you gonna throw my games?
Oh, I thought she was lobotomy.
Huh? She is. Is she not?
No, she's Luna.
Wait. Oh. Her friend's on lobotomy. Okay, her friend's on the ult. Never mind. That is her account though.
This is 2 E's.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Can't wait to see some fire, Luna.
Are you streaming, Kissy? You're not streaming, right?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to like grind right now. I'm in Gen1. I wanna die. And Zaza Stack is fucking being mean as hell to me. What the hell?
Love you, Zaza. The CC? The CC's gonna rage bait her?
The CC, by the way, is kind of a rage baiter, so don't listen to them. Wait, really?
This is a different CC, right? Not the other one. Because I played with the other one.
What the fuck is...
I'll make them regret it.
So I remember one of them
30 seconds before
is
you
like
attack. Get ready.
a Mantis player or something. I don't remember.
You're my favorite, you know.
What's up,
We
Hood?
have an interesting group of people that we're playing with.
Superhero. As a role model, I mean. Did you really go time traveling with Coca-Cola?
Oh, what am I reading? Oh wow. What the fuck am I reading?
I might go Luna. I mean, not Luna, Sandy instead.
3, 2, 1.
One hell of a boost. Here they come.
Okay, solo. That guy's dead. Oh. Are they solo? No, they're not. I'm about to say. Nice freeze.
Thank you. How long have you been live for? Six?
I just started like an hour-ish ago, kinda.
Your first game on?
Nah, it's like 4th or something like that.
How do you know it was me? I changed my
Because your username is Lobotomy Rat, but you're not on that account right now. I mean, that's like the only way I would know.
What, by my name?
the ult, Lobotomy Rat. That's why I thought that was you, but that's why I said, why are you playing Cap? But then you're not on that account right now.
Keep up the momentum.
I'm not sure what they always have a kind of throw behavior when they get mad. I was scared. I was scared to be honest.
Hi, Leia.
Hi.
Yo, guys, this guy is actually a really nice person. I like this guy. He's so nice.
I'm gonna go up for an early ult, by the way.
Chat, when people call out to me, I freak the fuck out.
Why you freak out? All dead.
Is Gucci angered to get these Eon special forces with you?
Somebody's always trying to ice.
We don't got Eon.
Wait, why you freak out when people call out your name?
Because like they usually want to flame you or like say some weird shit.
Kissy's not gonna
so I
flame
get scared.
you.
But I didn't know that was Kissy because you said Kissy was the lobotomy rat.
I mean, yeah, she is. Just that she's not on that account. Her friend's on that account right now, that's why.
I am ready to put on a show.
Thanks. Actually saved my ass, but I definitely would have died there.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate up here.
Okay, let me get that final hit. Let me get that final hit.
Can't promise that. Missing out. Sorry, buddy.
Really?
The vehicle reached a
Oh
checkpoint.
man.
Keep up the momentum.
Elia, are you live right now?
I am live. Yeah.
Is this your first game on?
No, I've been playing for a while. This is gonna be my last game.
How have your games been going?
They've been going great, honestly.
Great,
Really good. I
huh?
got pretty close to C. Until Infer was throwing my games, man.
A little bit of throwing.
Stop throwing my games.
I gotta keep her humble. She got too cocky.
You gotta keep me humble. Crazy.
You got too cocky. Gotta keep her humble, chat.
Crazy.
I'm dead as fuck. Okay, I'm not dead as fuck.
You didn't believe in my bubble? See, that's what you get for denying my bubble.
Well, where was
Bro,
it?
that's what you get.
Oh, it was in the thing. I didn't know.
Yeah, it was in the corner where you got stuck.
Oh, that's fine. Whoops.
You might want to stay there. Prowling the streets of NYC. Now we're talking.
That the Zaza? Nah, it's not. I've played with the Rozaza. No, it's not the Rozaza.
You know that, right? Back in the game.
The Rozaza with me playing Storm, chat.
Yeah, where's the Widow, man?
I'm gonna die.
Aw, I got Vader.
Slice and dice.
Sheesh. That's a lot of damage. How have you not died yet?
Because I'm freaking OP, man.
Oh, she sacrificed me to die. Okay, that makes sense. She's been sacrificing me. Well, we can combo up through. Whenever you get yours, just whenever you do it, I'll just combo it.
It's like my neck hurts.
Damn, I fucking lit that guy up.
Nice.
Nice. Oh no, he took my ace. Not nice. Not nice,
Use
chat.
a clip first if you need to.
Huh?
I guess we don't. I was gonna say use click ult first.
The current score
Oh.
is 3.
I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking
0.
Damn, that's fucked up, dude. I'm unsubbing.
Including which side
You're on the
you're
wrong chat. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to calm that too.
The right heroes could make
I wasn't on the wrong chat. What do you mean?
You're in squad chat.
Darkness that spawned me.
She heard? Nah, there's no way I was.
Yeah, no. Wait, cause did he hear him? I'm pretty sure she didn't hear you.
You hear what I said? Whoa, yo, what are you doing on that character?
Thank
That's
ya.
not you,
I'm
Kissy.
literally like, I'm like.
You're
right
not.
now.
You're not her,
Am I?
bro. Stop it. Oh hell nah. You can't play that character. We've seen your Ultron, bro. Chill.
I love my job.
Remember that? Remember that tier list your chat made of the characters you play? Yeah. We know the real you, buddy. She better stay on that Luna.
30 seconds.
Apparently she's really bad at cloak is what she said, but she's good at
Glad you're not a
Luna.
more Storm.
I don't know
Yeah,
how,
she's
how does that
really
work.
Luna.
Wouldn't be on your side right
You in
now.
squad chat? No, I'm not in squad chat. Nah,
Yeah, no,
shit.
you're on the squad chat when you said that last thing.
I can smell a hint of Dracula.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
His sin never
Shit
truly
bugs out, I
Okay,
guess.
she could hear you through the spirit
Battle
realm.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One hell of a
Yeah, you
My
guys
vortex
are
ain't
weird.
hit shit.
Sometimes empathy I need assistance.
That group can die. Oh my god, I keep deleting his head. I keep getting a sweet spot on him, chat. Oh! Yo, this gun is going crazy this match, chat. I'm playing gun, not blade.
as good as new.
It's a custom. I mean, it's a custom. No, we just have a really good team. And whoever's on lobotomy rat is definitely smurfing. That's for sure. Because this Groot is really good. I anti the Maul Storm. Aw, unlucky. Oh, nice. You still got him. Anti Bucky. Nice. Yeah, this Groot is crazy. Nah, yeah, this Groot is ridiculous, yeah.
Woo!
Judge, jury, executioner! 1,000 cards!
I'm ready to put on a show!
Armed and dangerous!
I was making out with them, man. Up that close?
I died through that? Yo, this game stinks.
3, 2, 1.
Damn, Kissy, you let me die? That's how you feeling?
Slice and dice.
Oh shit, that's not good. Okay, we all died.
Slice and dice.
What? That's how I'm feeling. What are you talking about?
I'm unsubbing, bro. Don't worry about it.
You can see me?
Yep. Oh lordy. He's anti. Or at least he was. What the hell? Thor can die.
Only 60 seconds left.
Bro, this still keeps escaping at 1 HP. Nice.
Oh my god!
What? What's wrong with you?
How close I was? Dude, I was cornered. I couldn't go anywhere. Oh, I could go here.
Hmm.
No, I was on the edge of the Midnight ult.
I'll save my ult for in case they portal, I guess. What? She played outside of her ult. Oh, okay, they C9'd. What? That was so weird, chat. You see that? None of them came in. GG's.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I had 19 finals down.
I was gonna say hi.
What's up, Kissy?
Let me
Why'd you let me die, dude? I didn't answer
Are
you.
you asking me?
Wait.
Oh, you're
Oh
asking
shit.
her.
She didn't hear anything then. Wait, I probably was in squad chat. I answered you every time.
I fucking told
Bro,
you.
my game bugged out.
I fucking told
My
you.
game bug. No. Chat, you saw it. I was typing it. I was talking in the thing.
I didn't see
You
it.
was talking to yourself? What? Oh yeah, I guess my game bugged out.
Oh,
I answered you
God.
every single time. And then I was like, you're in squad chat. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'd switch the thing and then switch it back to the thing, and then it didn't work.
He did not believe his duo.
No, I believed you. I just kept toggling it and switching back to see if it would fix. It just didn't fix.
It actually, when you were talking after, your mic disappeared, so I couldn't even see after that.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, the thing bugged out though. Nah, I answered you every time,
Yeah.
though. But yeah, GG's, dude. I was literally trolling you half the time, I'm not gonna lie. But still. Still, it's probably best you didn't hear because I was just trolling you. Yeah, that wasn't that bad, I think. At least till I got here. What number you at?
That was a good one. I'm at 31.
Oh god. Whatever.
I know,
Still,
right? It's fine.
Doable.
Yeah, it's fine. At least I'm still in GM1.
Is that random? Oh, I thought I was trolling.
I might be in the positives. I should be in the positive.
Oh.
Random was accusing me of faking my voice. When I'm 26 years old and been streaming 2 times longer than this game has been around. Piss me off.
What game did you stream before you played Rebels then?
Yeah, I'm actually curious about that.
You played Overwatch or what? I didn't play Overwatch. I didn't have money for it. Valorant?
What's today's date? 15th?
That's what's up. GG's,
Okay,
dude.
right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What are you counting?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I had 15 wins.
Today?
And 5 losses. 5 losses? 6 losses. Yeah.
That's all today. What the fuck? How many games did you play? Wait, what? Did I
So
take that long
before
to get
you
on?
threw my games, bro, before you threw my
home.
games, I was insanely positive.
Sorry about
But
that.
no, you're good.
Unfortunate.
It wasn't you. Our matches were just really bad.
Yeah, we didn't get a second take like all the matches. Why didn't you guys queue up?
I was
She's about to get
playing
off.
at like 6 something.
Yeah, I wasn't home. I was at the grocery store.
Dude, we should trio queue, see? That'd be so cool.
No, we do need to play. I haven't played with Kissy yet. Well, we can schedule something. I don't know.
Ricky. Yeah, that would be dope. That would be really dope. On a day that I'm probably off would be prefer, but it doesn't matter what day, cause I'm on like every day. Frick Infernasu.
Frick me.
Why Frick Infernasu?
Bro, he's freaky. He said some crazy feet shit in my ear yesterday. Or some. Oh, what did you
What
say?
you say?
What
did you say,
Does
Ricky?
anyone remember what the freaky shit Ricky was saying yesterday? You didn't say anything, and you said it was AI. Okay, sure, buddy. He was spitting. Oh,
Ricky was spitting the. Oh
God.
my god.
He's talking about girls' toes and shit.
Yo, you guys are funny.
Pretty freaky,
You guys
Ricky.
are funny.
No. Ew.
Right, but thank you for the games.
GG's, dude. Anytime.
I'm
going to go run it down because I'm not done running it down. I gotta donate. Gotta donate my elo.
For sure. There was someone I wanted to read if I remember how to spell their name.
Yep. Good luck with that. All right. See you, dude.
Yeah.
Gotta donate my elo to the less fortunate, chat. So we're not done. We're not done. Wasn't about yeah, it was syrup with fucking toes. This dude's a weirdo. That's exactly what it was. He was gonna put fucking maple syrup on toes. What the fuck was that? Like what? No. Was it Huntress? No, it was both of them. Because Ricky said she was spitting. Cap, huh? Damn, syrup toe enjoyer. You syrup toe enjoyer. This fucker Cam, bro. I'm gonna fucking block this dude. I'm gonna block this kid. Yo. Yo, where's Cam at? I'm actually blocking his ass. I'm blocking his ass, bro. No, Huntress is, you can't save Huntress. We've been through this. Huntress is like too freaky. She's too freaked out.
Victory is in my sight.
You did to yourself? I didn't do shit. What did I do? I'll play Cyclops, get this free win real quick. I'm gonna sell it back real quick for the one
Am I
time.
gonna vanish from this match?
You already knew what was gonna happen posting that? Bro, I didn't say I bought it. The tweet just says son. ... That's all it says. What's the point where Huntress would autocorrect to Goontress on my phone? I mean, are you surprised? Oh wait, let me check out the slam. The slam is today. The Sajam slam for... Oh, is it over? No, it's not over.
Yo, the throw.
No, the myth crash out the other day was insane. Sheesh, this is a big spreadsheet. Holy fuck. They actually cooked with us. Emily and the team went crazy. The spreadsheet is mad. Yeah, Myth crashed out. He has a 25% win rate day one. He was getting cooked day one.
What a parry. Yo,
Deffy.
going down.
Deffy's going
Okay,
crazy. W Coach Deffy. Myth crashed out. You didn't hear it, bro? Oh my god, that shit. I played it yesterday, no? Why you acting like you didn't buy it though? Ricky, I'm blocking you too. Y'all didn't hear it yesterday?
Her buttons definitely got huge gaps on them.
Wait, Cyclops is actually open. That's hilarious.
And I'm pretty sure that was like the 6H. Whoa.
Cam said you acting like you not finna eat that next stream.
The life of Akali. Hold on. Using a double jump. Could have been so much worse. Senna on the backup is crazy annoying with.
I fucking hate this dude, Cam.
Okay.
I didn't say I bought it, but I didn't say I didn't buy it.
Get dunked on.
You assuming things because my
A
race.
little early, actually hits the get up attack. Headless.
He doesn't know if I bought it or not. He's assuming things because of my race.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
He doesn't know if I bought it or not.
No better way to solve a problem.
We all buying it. Let's be real though. Who's we all?
What am I? Invisible? I'm hurt.
That should make a difference.
Oh, I should go show what's my brother. Wait, is my brother still here? Jug, are you still here? Are you still here? I don't think he's still here. Fuck. I should have showed him it. I'm gonna text him a picture.
Only DD on point.
Oh, it's only him? Oh shit, I was on HP.
So much for us, brother.
Oh shit, wait, why do we not have a second healer?
That's portal.
Both things I'm gonna actually go in there.
Someone stop support.
I mean, I could play support, but like, not playing Cyclops is kind of troll. I can't lie.
I had to portal. It doesn't matter.
To be honest, I don't even know how we lost that when we got like an early pick on their healers.
BD. Just keep hitting captures kill. Backline, there's no one here.
Nah, I wasn't playing with the actual Zaza.
You can go back
there. Their names are just trolls for jokes. I think.
I'm right here.
Oh, chat. Did you guys do you guys like the vertical thingy? Or theater mode thingy or whatever? Is anyone actually using it? I heard there's like an audience for it. I mean, there has to be an actual audience for it because literally TikTok exists. I didn't like it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't watch in it, but like it's the option for like the TikTok watchers, I guess. The TikTok enjoyers. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a feature on Purple app where you can like same stream key, but you can like put an actual like vertical layout now. I mean, it was always a thing, just only a few people had it, but everybody has it now. God, we're getting shredded.
Yep. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm on. Stop this.
Yo, chat, anyone gonna go see the Spider-Man movie?
I am ready to put on a show.
Me? That's what's up. Heard it comes out what, July 29th or something like that. I'm gonna go see it.
Cap one.
Summer 2. That is super game. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh wait, I did see that. I just zoned out while looking at it. I did see that though. It's pretty cool. I hate the fact that I gotta stream to TikTok through my gaming computer because they can't hear music. But whatever, I suppose.
Yo, you fucking dick.
Thank you. This character is so broken. I wish I got to play this character when I was playing for live. It would have been an easy one. So we could have actually just got her to Celestial.
Point is still not to do
Like, I could just get my eternity if I just play poke, but like I dive too much, man.
You're gonna free engage.
Like this roll is so broken and so easy, but like dive is so
right
fun.
now. You guys need to heal.
Yeah,
Is that actually Pred? Fighting game player, legendary Pred? Probably is. Got Luna. Probably is actually Pred. I have ult. Walk up, walk up. Oh, Deadpool's 1 HP over there. This character's so broken, bro.
Maximum impact. Hey, Dad! Someone clip this! Armed and dangerous! Again! Again!
I wonder if that's actually him. I think I fought him in 2x. I think he got mad at me though. Because I was playing Yasuo, I think. I don't remember though. It might actually be him. Oh, what's up, VODs? How you doing?
Yeah.
You can curve Cyclops. If you move your camera. Really? Can you actually? That's disgusting tech. Why do you guys know that?
I am ready to put on a show.
That Cyclops is gross. That's gross tech. Oh man. Oh, so mediocre. But when it hits though, shit is like fucking. Oh shit. I gotta get out of here. Oh man.
You get brought up for sure.
That shit is like heaven on earth, bro. When that shit hits. That shit is so satisfying.
Hey. RD will jump that.
I'm not gonna lie, I think we just let them have that, man.
But I think so.
Holy fuck.
Going to overtime.
I'm dead as fuck. Yo, Pred, chill, bro. We play DBFZ, bro, chill.
They hit a checkpoint.
On 31st, you can go get free tickets. Wait, on the 31st, you can get free tickets. On the 29th, you got Prime. To the Spider-Man movie? You get free tickets? That's pretty cool. Wonder where the tickets go to, because I don't want to go to like the little plain movie theater. I want to go to like the good ones. Like the Alamo movie theater. Because I never went to like the Alamo Draft House. That one's really good. That one's a really good movie theater. It's like one of the quality ones. It's not like just like they have like actual like when you sit down, like you can actually like order food from your seat and shit. Those are like the actual good movie theaters. You don't want to go to like little plain ones. That might have been extra. I don't think I need to do that. Whatever. That's cool. Yeah, you can like.
You're gonna have both support.
They'll
cap,
order.
so
They have like actual
I might just
waiters
drop
that will
first
like
fight.
come bring you food and
Then
stuff. Like you just sit down and like the seats are like actually like good movie theater seats. Not that that matters that much, but I mean it matters to some people. Oh my god, almost killed her. Yo, can we get 2B X season 2 already, bro? They need to move that up.
TP right now.
Movies, man, anime is goated. Son, I have crazy mobility. You're not catching me.
Save point. 5 seconds. 3. Over.
Oh, let me lock on this match. Oh shit. Who he think he is? Who he think he is? What the fuck is that? Brother. Bro, Alton alone thought he was like the god's gift or some shit. What the hell? Oh hell no, get out of here. But yeah, the Alamo Draft House movie, yeah, the movie theater is really good.
You'll need a top-notch
2BRX was on Jason Run for his first season. Yeah, but the second season's not out yet. I'm saying that because the opening is in my ear right now. You can't hear it if you're watching on a red app, though. But nah, fucking what's his name? X. Nah, that shit. That dude was crazy, bro. You know the episode where X was fighting all of them?
Round 2, go!
What is this? Oh yeah, I talked to TikTok.
30 seconds before you get ready.
There's a bunch of people right now getting falsely restricted on their streams and stuff, which obviously yeah, that's what happened to me. But yeah, it's not just me. It's happening to a lot of people right now. Their moderation system is way too strict right now. Because there's been like so many people joining that Discord complaining about the same exact thing.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Top 3 Roblox anime games? Why ask me that? I don't care about that game.
Hey, money.
Brick bronze. Ain't nothing better than brick bronze, bro. There is no top 3, bro. Brick bronze is all you need, bro. That game was goated. And no other game will ever on that platform be as good as brick bronze to me. I don't care what no one says. No game is stopping that for me. If you can bring back brick bronze, I'll come back to Roblox. On everything I love, you can somehow bring back brick bronze, like the official version. I'll come back. Stamped.
They far up there.
But you can't. That shit is gone. Nintendo said hell no. That shit is gone. I will come back now if that shit reopened, bro. That shit will never come back though. No game on that website will ever be as better as Brick Bronze. That shit was ahead of its time, bro. That shit was peak. That game was fucking peak, bro. That is the only way you will ever get me back. No, it cannot be a Brick Bronze copy. No, it has to be the official game back. I want you to go talk to Nintendo. Tell them bring that shit back. If you can do that, I'll be right there.
Cool.
But you can't.
We gotta. We stay together so we can like heal.
I am ready to put
They're
on
down
a show.
one.
That's huge. That's huge.
Inside of us.
All right, just reset. They wasted Luna.
What's up, Tyranno Star? You doing? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I have ult. I'm about to use it. Oh, they dodged it. Kill this Bucky.
Free kill.
Unlucky.
All things struggle.
Oh, we gotta walk with that. We double split all
We
too.
spit both ult.
Oh, we gotta pick with it. We got Luna. We got Luna.
Lucky one.
Alright, you guys got that? I'm gonna stop the PvP here.
Showing off again, Emma. Right on target.
Oh, we got to play Robert Bronze. Oh, you missed out, bro. No other game on that website had that motion. The amount of motion that game had was ridiculous. It was bringing people to the platform. That shit was crazy, bro. That shit was ridiculous, bro. No game had that pull, bro. At that time, of course. There's probably more now. Like, what y'all playing? Still a brain rot, whatever. But like, at the time, what was it? 2017 or whatever. No game was pulling people to Roblox like that game was, bro. That shit was crazy.
Bucky low.
No contingency plan. Propulsion beam.
Double kill.
Oh my god, I killed him with the shift.
Be your best self.
Maximum impact. That should make a difference.
YBA was peak. It was alright. It was alright. No game is stopping Rick Bronze from me ever. No, nothing good. I've never had more fun on that website to Brick Bronze.
Guys, we can't let them stop it.
Thanks for the boost.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Jesus Christ, what is that damage, yo? Son. See what I just did to that girl's brain? Like, how is that okay? Like, what's balanced about what I just did to that girl? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? And then people wonder why Necros crashed out.
There's one over here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Aw. 2017 was on Jailbreak. Jailbreak was popular, yeah. Remember Jailbreak? That was a big one too. But for me personally, Brick Bronze, that shit was crazy. That shit was ahead of its time. Even though they just ripped the sprites from Pokemon and stuff, obviously, it was ahead of its time. The only thing I could say that could be better was probably the story. The story wasn't that good, but like no one was really playing for story.
Trying to die.
Everybody was playing PvP. It was really a free Pokemon game. You can take with you to go on your phone, and you could play it from your bed. Like, and it didn't take nothing to run because it's just Roblox. So you could just play it on your bed, on your phone, like anything. You can take it anywhere. Play that shit in the car. We used to play Bronze if we got data wipe.
They're going right side, right side, right side.
Official one, yeah. If it's the official one, yeah. If it's not the official one, no. I'm not playing the copies.
90.
Come on, man. You gotta heal me, man. Ah, she sold me so hard, bro. Whatever, I think they win this. Oh, man. I don't think we need a portal. Yeah, they're down like 3 or 4.
Maximum impact.
Double KO. The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
God, this character is so busted. I have 52 kills? I'm sitting here yapping about fucking Pokemon and Roblox, and I got 52 kills. Son, this character is Thanos, bro. Yo, this character is so broken. So you see my problem with this character, bro? This character is ridiculous. My brain is off. I'm not even fucking paying attention to the match. My aim is ass, man. Oh my god, this kelp shake is on me. Isn't kelp the thing from SpongeBob? Kelp shakes are from SpongeBob, right?
No TP.
Nice.
We're just trying to.
What you play the past few days? Well, hold on. I'll read that in a second.
No.
Fucking kelp shake on the point. There's all again.
Step for one. Go point.
Oh, come on, bro. I keep down before I loot all. It's just so sad.
And dangerous.
It's so sad, man. Wow.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Lucky point, please.
By the
Straight through the Final score 3-2.
Okay.
2.
After watching you play Cycles for the past few days, one small problem with him is that basically his escape tool is too fast, so healers can't heal you. Yeah, that is true. Yep. That should be, you should be zooming. Unless you're like Cloak or something that can track them. This guy has MVP though. I had 25 finals, bro. This character is so busted, man. Brother, I have 43k damage. 25 finals. Wait, how did he get healer? MVP? Oh, he has 52k healing. Damn. What's he doing? He's going crazy. Can't use the aura. It's crazy. Okay. Excuse me. Rank is this? This is GM1. I'm C2. You don't need a carry? Nah, I don't need a carry. I can get out of this rank. If I really wanted to, I can get out of this rank. I'm just playing for the vibes, bro. I'm just playing for the vibes, bro. I'm waiting for the summer skins. How about that? Moxie's on. Is he one above all? Yep. How the fuck is he one above all playing barely any matches? There's 6 matches played this season. He's one above all. Oh wait, because the half season, the season reset. I'm tripping. I'm like, wait, what? How does that work? Why did Splash? We did care about skins? We dead or don't? I care about skins. What you mean? Skins can make or break a character for me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about you guys, but if my character has trash skins, I'll drop the character.
Which hero do you think you
Unless their base is just that good. Skins can make or break a character for me, personally. I can't play a character with trash skins. Yo, LRB, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it, dude.
Now, who am I gonna
Also, I think I have some stream streaks there I gotta read out. Batman, appreciate it. K-Dog, appreciate it. Wait, what is this, K-Dog? What did you say? Let's make a sub goal. Baddest rivals character tier list. What in the hell? That's easy though, no? Yo, Gospel, thanks for the 10. Lurker, thanks for the 10. Lee, thanks for the 225. Zero, thanks for the 230 as well. Appreciate the stream streaks, guys. I need an alert for stream streaks, bro. It's so easy to miss those, but I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much because you can just send it again the next day. But feel bad if I miss a stream streak. Long got a beach skin on planet. Rogue first. Rogue first is crazy. Nah, that skin is crazy though. The damn gifting is down on TikTok right now. Oh, it is down. Oh no, it's back up. You gotta restart the app. They said restart the app. I literally just got added in the TikTok Discord.
The right heroes could make
Do you want
all
a
the
gift? Reset the app. Yo, oh my lordy, how much is that? Oh, I read that wrong. Yo, that's just still crazy though. 205. Oh my lord. Thanks for the stream streak. I appreciate it. Kikyo. Holy shit, you can actually get streaks that long. What do they cap out at? I'm looking this up. There has to be a limit to stream streaks. No, there's no way there's no cap. What do stream streaks on Twitch cap out at?
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You get a channel point bonus if you have a stream streak? What the hell? There's a multiplier or something? 5 streak or more, you get 450 channel points. Whoa. Yo, I gotta raise some prices then, no? Hold on, wait, what? I didn't know it gave you like channel points. What the what? You get 450? The highest a stream streak can be right now is 230? Nah, I saw somewhere like 300 in Feisty stream, I think. Unless I'm tripping. Look, my place else. That's what's up, dude. Appreciate you stopping by. Broke his dash. Oh man. Oh lordy. Cameo 246. Yeah, it's higher than that. It's probably like 500. Maybe there's no cap. I mean, I doubt anyone would ever go to like. I don't know. Some people have been streaming on Twitch for like a decade plus. For decades, my bad. Because this website used to be Justin TV. I think the oldest Twitch streamer I know is fucking Maximilian. I don't know a Twitch streamer older than him. Unless you count like, at least that I watch at least. There's like really old people like Summit and stuff, but like.
Going to lose this game, and I'm okay with that.
Spider-Man, can you swap the DPS with more burst damage?
Might be a good time to stop them.
Eyes on the prize. Hell yeah.
Oh wait, Cyclops is open? Maybe I should just play Cyclops again. Oh no, he's playing it. Oh, someone asked me a Twix KO question earlier. I didn't get to read it though. I think one of you guys in TikTok chat asked me a Twix KO question. What was it? If the person is still here. Yo, JR, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I appreciate all the follows today, guys. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Ow. Hit my arm. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, guys. I gotta find a vertical stream enjoyer. There's no way I put that vertical stream thing in and no one's using it. There's gotta be someone using it. In the vertical scene. Is there anyone? You're using it? Thank you. Someone's using it. I mean, you don't have to. I just want to know someone's using it. Is it on? Yeah, it's on Purple app. Yeah. I'm using it. Thank you. I'm like, dude, I know there's an audience for it because there's no way there isn't because people on TikTok like watching in vertical instead of horizontal because they're on their phones. And majority of my viewer base is on their phones, so like, there's definitely an audience for it. I could all hear, but it's not worth it. Oh, I should put the Lord icon on it. I should add the Lord icon because right now it just shows kill feed, like abilities.
I'm gonna ult.
I'll put my Lord icon on it. Yo, somebody should make me a Lord icon.
I had you covered. Hell yeah.
Somebody should make me a Lord icon, bro. You on my TV?
Hell yeah. Slice and dice. You know I saw trouble.
That new vertical twitch that was ass. That's ridiculous, bro. Bro's actually playing Scarlet Witch. Bro's actually on Scarlet Witch. I think I won that match so hard that the fucking Z-Young is taking his anger out on me.
You know, deadass, I don't even think we need 2 tanks.
The current score is 0.
I only play tank.
2, 3.
He only
Let
plays
other guys
tank
play
anyway.
something else, bro.
He only plays tank. He plays Storm. Okay.
How is 2 tanks ever bad?
You'll need a top-notch team.
Nah, 2
Because
tanks
we're
is
getting
fine. 2
ran
tanks is
down by
fine.
the
2 tanks is
damage
fine.
that they're doing.
2 tanks is fine.
Those who oppose
Don't
me
switch it
shall
up.
be
2
left.
tanks is
I tear
fine.
through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I mean, they did a lot of.
I need to practice more Akali.
running
I
Ultron
might play
second
some
support
2x later.
while I'm staying.
Or maybe I'll play some off stream. I don't know. It's gonna be boring for you guys to watch me just lab. I'm literally gonna sit there just trying to, I don't know, play Akali properly so that when I go into ranked, I don't embarrass myself. By doing a 1v2 with Yasuo versus like whoever else is playing.
If we win this battle, maybe we can finally start to set things right in the universe.
Must be nice, always looking at the world through rose-colored glasses.
I watch you on my TV. Computer's a vertical screen, ain't it for me? Oh no, yeah, that's fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm talking about the layout. There's like a new feature where we can like put vertical layouts. So for if you watch on mobile through vertical, if you want. I wouldn't use it because I don't. I mean, if I was watching on my phone, maybe I might just fool around with it. But like, I'd rather obviously watch it in horizontal than vertical. YouTube doesn't have the feature yet, sadly. Well, it does have it on YouTube. Only like people with like millions of subs have it. Holy shit, I'm not hitting anyone. I feel like I'm yapping so much that I'm just autopiloting. Well, I definitely am autopiloting. I'm yapping a shitload, but I'm not aiming at shit. I'm just throwing stuff. But I mean, that is Moon Knight. That's how you play Moon Knight, though, no? Not gonna lie, you go wild already down stuff. Got him. I almost one-shot that guy. No. Okay. Not gonna lie, you can just read. Chat, yep. While pricing. Not shooting it. I guess. You're right, you're right.
Still not dead.
What time is it? 11? Maybe I'll play like a few more, then I'll get on to it. So it's not fucking now, bro. I've definitely gotten rusty when it comes to fighting games. Well, I mean 2x, not fighting games, but definitely rusty when it comes to 2x. Senses aren't that sharp no more. My routes are outdated. No Blade gameplay? I played Blade. Wait, no, did I? I played Cyclops last match. I'll play Blade next match. Why is there Scarlet? Why are you on Scarlet Witch? You like lock in? So you about to carry my foot? No, hell no. All I play now is fighting games or rivals. That's it. That's all I play. I care about fighting games. I'm gonna play a shitload of Tokon. Tokon's gonna be one of my mainstream games. I'm literally about to become a Marvel streamer. I'm about to play Tokon. I'm about to play rivals. Yo, chat. We're playing Marvel today. Which one? Both. We're playing Marvel today. Which one? We're playing both, and we're gonna play Snap. It's another Marvel game we can add to it. We're a Marvel streamer. We're from being an anime streamer to a Marvel streamer. Oh, I'm dead. All I play is Marvel games. John Marvel.
Guess Gonshu's got my back after
Today we're playing Marvel.
We don't stop for no one.
Would get you addicted to Tekken again? I played Tekken yesterday. What do you mean? Addicted to Tekken? Damn, I low-key sniped that guy. Addicted? You can get me on Tekken anytime for the right price. Hold on. You know what I mean. I mean, we're about to do long streams because I'm going to do a subathon next month, so we're going to play a lot of Tekken War. For the right price, you can get me on any game, especially if it's one of the games I play. Oh man. Nah, I don't watch soccer. I don't watch the World Cup. My cousin does. Help. Bro, why are you guys just not healing me? This Akali is lasering me. He shot me 3 times and no one healed me. Well, I'm obviously a brokey. Brokey is crazy. Nah, bro. I don't think I could ever just not have a job. I gotta be doing something, bro. I gotta be doing something, bro. But I don't know. I'm a grinder, so I have to have money. There's no way. Too much shit in this economy, bro. Too much shit needs money, bro. You gotta have money, bro.
Never miss.
Gotta have money, man. Congrats, dude. Putting the game music on so that it's not just empty for TikTok and YouTube. Unless y'all want me to mute it. Some of you guys might be playing your own music. So I have music in my ear, but like only purple after hear it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, I should probably continue the let's go on the Blade account. I need some YouTube footage. Let's go on the Blade account after this match. I need some YouTube footage. Okay. I need another Blade to max. We can see that. And Blade to Celestial. But the matches on that account are hilarious though, I can't lie. But sometimes it drives me insane. Because some people just act so stupid in plat or diamond. It drives me mad. He got someone? That's not good.
This is why I hate technology.
Nah, I did reactions yesterday at the start of the last stream. If you're on TikTok or Red App, you guys didn't get to watch it, but yeah, I did reactions at the start of last stream, but the VOD's only on the VOD channel or Purple App. I didn't go live on Red App when I was doing that part. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Okay, so you can get more value out of Blade ult than Moon ult. I mean, sometimes you can. It's all sucks out, right? Let me switch characters. This character is Buns. He's not Buns. I don't like his ult. I like Moon Knight. I don't like his ult though. Why does he say you want to lose? I'm over here like, what is this ocean music I'm hearing? This Hawkeye is just killing me over and over.
Yo, Blade, what has our Blade done all game, bro?
Oh, that's Dicky. That's Dicky, bro. What's... I only had more kills than you done majority of the match. So you can't say
Sure,
that.
bud. Sure, bud. Sure, bud.
Did you not see your Spider-Man? Why are we lying?
Hey, man, it's all right, bro.
You're playing the most broken character in the game now, and now he's talking crazy. What? No, that's insane, bro. What? Bro said, what our Blade duo match? Like, what are you talking about? Did we not, like, we saw his Spider-Man performance. Like, what? One of those? Son, what? He was 0 like 4 or something on Spider-Man. Hey, let's switch to the Blade account. Bro gets on the best DPS character in the game, and he starts putting out numbers, and he's talking crazy. What? Like they weren't talking crazy to him at the start of the match. Nah, that's insane. Let me switch accounts. Give me a second. Nah, that's mad, bro. I can't believe you did that. He knows he's wrong too. So like doing that is just ridiculous. Oops, what did I just do? Tensa. What rank is Tensa's on Getsu? Diamond 1. Most Valorant players have to have chat muted. Now that's ridiculous that he just does that though. Like what? Because when he was going bad, I didn't flame him or nothing. And we have both damn near the same number. It's just that he has a little bit more finals. That's it. Like we literally just got steamrolled. We couldn't close out the match. Nah, that new character is sick on Street Fighter. Hi for that. Oh, that Persona stream is tomorrow. Yes. It's at 7 p.m. EST for me. Yes, we will be watching that. 100%. The Persona stream they're showing tomorrow? Yes. I set the reminder for that actually. They're doing a Persona broadcast for Persona 4 or something like that. I need water. I feel dehydrated. Damn creatine. That shit makes you thirsty as hell. I don't lower the music. Cut it in half. It's overlapping the music in my ear. What time? 7 p.m. Here, I'll pull it up. Excuse me. Here it is. 7 p.m. tomorrow. Persona 4 Revival broadcast. Why is the chat box open? This is tomorrow. Oh, it's weird on TikTok. There you go. I switched the scene and it only shows Emma Frost. What happened to my mom? Yo, I switched the scene and it just shows Emma Frost. Oh, it fixed. Nah, TikTok. Nah, I know you saw that. I switched it. All this showed was Beach Emma Frost. The thing froze when I was showing Beach Emma Frost earlier. What the fuck? How did it do that? Okay, I don't know how that happened, but whatever. Yeah, this is tomorrow though. That's fucking crazy. That just randomly fixed itself before I can show y'all. I need to go grab water or a drink, anything. Cause all I've been drinking is this fucking protein shake. Be right back. Hey, let me pick my K before I go AFK. So I'm not about to get forced to play support, bruh. This is Blade Road to Max day 4? What was the last one uploaded on YouTube? Oh no, this is probably day 3. I don't know.
I'll fight to
What? It's something. I don't know. Bear back.
Spawn me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? The right heroes could make all the difference.
Blade on the tank top skin is crazy. Wait, what the?
Vance gave me my powers. I'll make them regret
They'll
it.
be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Sorry about that whole thing back in Central Park. We kind of blew it the first time.
You and the Torch tried your best. Dracula was just too strong.
But those lousy vampires got exactly what they deserved in the end. Oh, sorry.
The battle starts in 5,
Not all of us.
4, 3,
Those that are.
2,
They sure
1.
ain't coming.
Let's go. I need to change the title of the stream. We're doing Blade to Max or Blade to Celestial day 4. Do the voice. Gourmet King is voicing Yosuke. Ooh. I already got Cyclops Lord animated icon. Lord Farmer of Doom. All right. I know that 18v18 was boring as fuck. I don't know why you guys do that, because like if you guys play bad in a match, it's gonna be very awkward. Maybe like this guy is animated. What the fuck? What is happening this match? You're like, this guy's an animated. It happened again. This guy's an animated. Oh, I'm gonna get cucked by the bubble. Oh no, I'm not. Blade buff's go crazy. I'm dead, GG's. You want me to change the title for you? Can you actually even do that?
The stakes just got raised.
Yeah, they're gonna call you a fake lord. Damn, this shit is good. It's pineapple coconut water. Peanut coconut. Wait, what is it called? Puna coconut pineapple. It's pretty good. Yeah, they're gonna call you a fake lord. Maybe like, you're Lord Fake. Snatch your chain off. They're gonna say your lord fake snatch your fucking chain off, bro. Change the title from getting my daily. I'm an editor. I'm not an editor mod. Wait, what? You're not? Damn. Yikes. You gotta be editor to do that? I know Ryzen and Jesper have it. I don't know if they're here right now though. Did it just send me back? How the fuck that happened? Did you guys see that? How'd that work? It's like the grounding effect canceled my TP.
Judge, jury, executioner. You might want to stay down.
You ever try to do Wolverine team up? I don't know when I usually am the person playing Cyclops, so I don't ever get to try it. Or Cyclops is banned. I don't think I could ever get to try that. It'd be fun to do a video of doing that.
You stop them in their tracks. Help, friends. A nice deep freeze.
Yeah, that shit's pretty good. I'm glad about that. I went grocery shopping before starting stream. That's why I was late. Also, I was working on some stuff earlier. I didn't even get to upload a video today.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. It's the grand finale.
Yo, just Alexander from the farm. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. I'll adjust the stream title in a second. Oh my god, a fucking Punisher, bro. Wait, their comp is actually so corny. If I go solid, I gotta show this comp. It's just Punisher, Moon Knight, just poke slap. No, can anyone confirm Blade kill through all sports? He can. I've been doing that. He can do that ages ago. No. You can't just use the ult. No. You have to stack the anti. You have to use your shift, your sword shift as well. I covered that on the Blade guide. You can't just use your ult. That's not enough. That's not enough. No, Blade ult does not kill through. Why is this guy right here? Blade ult does not kill through support ults. You have to stack the anti-heal. If you don't stack the anti-heal, you'll only be using 40% anti-heal. That's not enough. It needs to be 72. It needs to be 72.
I'm back in the game.
I mean, 52 is cutting it close, but I don't even think 52 is enough. It has to be 72.
Judge, jury, execute.
Oh, this comp is so annoying.
I'm cutting in.
$32. Wait, what? No, 40 plus 32. No. No. What the fuck? 64? I think 64 can kill, but depends on whose ult it is. That spin just hitting her when she's jumping is so hilarious, bro. Disgusting tech. It just hits her out of her invis when she's jumping. Am I going to Shimmer University? I don't know. If I get in, sure. It's gonna be awkward though, because I don't do IRL, but I do something. I'm about to be streaming in the fucking room all day. They're gonna be like, why you come to Shimmer University to play Rivals? I'm a desktop shooter, bro. They about to hold that shit too. Nah, I do some IRL stuff. I'll just do both, but I'm mainly gonna do desktop. If I get into Shimmer University, I'm not gonna only be a IRL streamer. That's just not happening. That's just not happening. No!
The current score is 0 2, 1.
I'm adjusting the title of the stream.
Switch things up, including which side
I don't know what day we're on. Go to the VOD channel.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
Blade only. Trying to blade buffs. What day are we on? Blade only associate 1.5. First light. Oh, Shovern. Did I not put in the fucking title? I might have trolled. Oh no. I didn't put it in the title. Okay, I'm just gonna go off videos.
Round 2, go.
Day 2. Okay, this gotta be day 3. So I only have 2 videos up. This was day 3. It has to be. Blade only 2. I stopped because I was doing test server stuff. And Cyclops and all the other stuff. Day 3. Or I was playing with friends. Speaking of friends, I was supposed to play with Joy yesterday. But she was on live and Pete the whole day, I think. Gun sucks so bad. It's not that bad.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
What are you drinking? Shit, can I show it real quick? I'll show it real quick. Fuck it. I don't think we're gonna lose this match. The show? My camera focusing is trash. Oh, there we go. Ah, pretty good. I just wanted to try it. I usually get the coconut one or the pineapple one, but this one's like a mix of both. It's pretty good. Oh, I was gonna kill that guy. But don't some of y'all not like coconut? Is it better than hint? What is hint? Nah, this has 10 calories and 0 grams of sugar. It has no sugar in it. It has no. It's literally healthy. Like, it has nothing in it.
The stakes just got raised.
It's basically water. It's just like pineapple and coconut. Now I want to kill that guy, but I can't. Ooh. This character is so fun, bro. Man, okay, we maybe drop this character, bro. Goodness, bro. Your shift is all cool. Now you're dead. Should have anti-hitter. Whoops. I keep forgetting that the blade got buffed. I can actually use my shift there.
The hunt's not over.
I keep forgetting. Blade needs a team up. He has a team up. His team up just ass. He has a team up with Moon Knight. Moon Knight's not one of his best partners too, so it makes no sense. They don't even do anything together. The team makes no sense. It's just like a Midnight Suns thing, I guess. I don't know. Speaking of Midnight Suns, did you guys see that Tokon issue? Comic issue? It might be a hint at the last team in Tokon. It had Daredevil on it. It had Ghost Rider. It had Moon Knight on it. And it had Storm on it for some reason. Who else did it have on it? I think I'm forgetting somebody. It had 5 people on it though. So it was like, wait, what the fuck? Well, Storm is already in the game, so like, did you guys just leak the last team? Like, did you guys just spoil us? Cause like, this team ain't in the, this guy is playing bodyguard. Yo, this guy's a bodyguard with fucking Wolverine. Are you dead ass? I'll have to check. I'm already sitting up. I think.
You're lucky I was here.
Hey, I'm literally sitting up already. Yeah, use that terror cape. Moon Knight, Blade, DD, Blade. Yeah, it was Daredevil, Blade, Moon Knight, Ghost Rider. That shit was crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? Moon Knight's design looks sick too. I'll show it after this match.
Judge, jury, executioner!
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
They not relying behind them. Guess they didn't. Yeah, you missed your shift. I love anti-heals. It's my favorite status effect in the game, bro. No healing. There will be no healing. Oh. That Punisher is blind. What is he doing? I don't waste my shifts.
I'm cutting in.
Did Necro stream today? Did he play Blade? Does anyone know? Is he still playing Blade? Or he didn't stream today? He probably didn't stream today. Damn, I can actually kill him when he's down there now because my shift does damage. She probably like, what the fuck?
Bury the light.
Bury the light.
It's the grand finale.
Bury the light.
Final score 2-2-1.
I'm changing the title of the YouTube stream. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to say YouTube, huh? Whoops. The red app stream.
Epic victory.
Change the thumbnail as well. Fun fact, today's video was supposed to be a wait, let me not spoil that. It'll be tomorrow's video. Why can't you? Why can't you what? The ult should do more damage depending on how many stacks you have. For Blade? Yeah, that'd be crazy. That'd be pretty sick though. That'd be sick. Let me show you the comic thing. Yo, look at this. This is the official Tokon cover for Moon Knight, issue number 8. Is that not Storm? Wait, that's not Storm. What the fuck? I was sleepy looking at this. That is not Storm. That's Blade. That's Daredevil. This is Ghost Rider, and this is
Yo,
Moon
does anyone
Knight.
have a mic? Does anyone have a mic?
Yeah, how about I really wish I didn't right now.
What the fuck? What's the mic?
To end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who
He
am I
looks sick,
gonna
though.
finish from this match?
Blade is on the team, bro. There's just no way Blade isn't part of the team. In Tokon. Blade will be in Tokon. Bro. Blade will be in Tokon, bro. He will be there. There's just no way. Like, I wrote down some combinations. What was my predictions? I said Ghost Rider, Blade, Deadpool, Elsa. Or Ghost Rider, Blade, Daredevil, Moon Knight, which is this. Or Ghost Rider, Blade, Moon Knight. Instead of Deadpool, it's probably gonna be Gwenpool. Those are my predictions. Those are my 3 predictions. Those are my 3 predictions. Wait a second. Oh shit, I left something in my car. I gotta, oh crap.
The right heroes
Give me a
can make
second.
all the
I left
difference.
something in my car.
Damn, I was gonna play no more.
is the hunt.
You know what I need to duo with?
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
I need to duo with
Stay
Chris.
strong.
I have not played with Chris yet, which is kind of crazy.
Blade,
I feel like I should have been played with Chris. KPX Chris, I feel like I should have been played with him.
a shining beacon like
I don't know how we haven't played yet.
Funny story, but I was actually turned into a
Ain't that stranger girl in the back? Wait, who is that? Who is this again? Who'd you guys say this is? Blade, Doctor Strange's girl. Wait, who the fuck is that?
2, 1.
I forgot her name, but that's probably one of the girls in Midnight Suns.
Securing the mission area.
Game 3 with the dark magic powers. I think her name is Nico Minoru. Huda, what? Nico Huda, huh?
Slice and dice. Lock in on this end. Back in the game.
Please don't grab me. Ooh, she missed. What's that, 30-second grab? Cool down, good luck with that. I'm already at 50% overcharge. We like that.
Some things you just can't control, boss.
I did triple heals, so
Hold your breath. Hunt is on.
Fuck, bro. How do you miss that shit? That shit's unmissable, I swear. Yo, Deadpool, turn around, heal me. Deadpool, please, stop missing, please. You're good. Don't panic.
Oh no.
Don't panic. Need a Blade plushie in the back? Blade plushie, that'd be cool. There's a voice changer on.
alright.
White man.
Do we think triple DPS is it?
I mean, they're on triple healer. It's not bad. It's just you gotta lock in.
That's what we need to do. That.
That sucks. Got nobody. Classic Blade ult. Got absolutely nobody. That sound like I probably killed like 2 or 3 there though.
This is real firepower!
Silver bullet. Hope you've got another combat for you. Not bad.
Well, I want to test something. Some blade stuff I want to test out. What if I do gunshot? Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
I was born ready.
Is my TikTok stream lagging?
Okay, so their Luna's diving us, so can we get someone that just like watches for Luna in the back? Because she's gotta be diving us every time.
What? Well, I can't switch off blade, so
I mentioned I said it every time.
I'm ready to put on a show.
I'm cutting in. What are you aiming at?
oh, it's an Animal Crossing backline. Okay. God, bro.
Go up front, bro.
I've always walked the line between
Mike and Cheesy, thanks for the follows.
back in the game.
I'm shooting nothing. Absolutely shooting nothing. Okay.
Slice and dice.
She is taking no damage.
Hey, let into the back leg again. Ah! Like it just takes one look, guys.
Like, how am I supposed to kill this blade, bro? Like,
yeah, he was trying to work, I did. This is what I do.
How am I supposed to kill them? Is Blade like they're playing both the supports that are so easy.
I'm
to
literally
dodge with.
nicknamed the Pinger.
I mean, that are so hard to kill.
You
Like,
even
both
have
those
a cool
supports are so
nickname?
hard to kill.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
They just climb on walls and shit. Like, holy fuck. What a freeze. What a freeze indeed. They're playing both those supports. Like, I hate playing Blade into those two. The Animal Crossing backline, because both those supports are not easy to kill. They're just going to climb on walls and you have to just shoot them.
I hear her in the backline.
I have like 3 people on my team doing voice changes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the point. He's jumping off the map.
Yeah, that's why we shoot at wreckage shit.
Oh my god, this girl always freezes me. Every time I try to kill someone.
That's it. Show them how the
Takes a lot more than that. I was born ready.
Wow, okay. Every time I'm about to do something crazy or just kill someone, I just get frozen. And they're triple healers, so it's kind of like, ugh. I might have to just kill their tanks. If I can't kill the back line, I might have to just kill their front line by answering them. And I died to Luna. I need to change the TikTok stream title. Hong Kong's little girl versus Blade. Hong Kong's daughter is crazy. I literally cannot. Oh, I thought my game closed for a second. Oh, really cannot kill them. Like I don't know. Where the fuck? Oh, they're dead.
3. With 3 ults were just holding. 3 ults.
I'm trying to get those guys again. Their supports are so far back. I can't go kill them, bro. They're on triple healer too, so it's like, oh.
I am ready to put on a show. The current score is 0-2-3. Time
Very frustrating, I'll tell you that. Did they buff Deadpool? No. They didn't buff Deadpool, no. They didn't die by Luna, apparently. Yeah, I gotta peel them. I gotta peel for them. I can't kill the back line, so I have to just stay in the front line. I have to switch up my approach. I have to just brawl, get my ult, and then kill a tank. Just anti was my way to kill them. I can't dive the back
Turn
line.
back to bubble, but I don't have like enough bubbles to like go around for everyone, obviously. So, y'all think I should play?
Yo, Cell is crazy. What is this cosplay? I'm not showing this on my TikTok stream. I'm gonna get my shit shot. She did a Summer Black Cat cosplay.
Get ready.
Jesus Christ. Let me see. Nope. You can go to her Twitter. No, we don't. I'm not surrendering, bro. What? Lock in? Link it? I am not linking it.
I can totally heal from that.
An Arxis Direct? Yickety! Is Toke on here or what?
Battle starts in 5, 4.
Yeah, last Arxis Direct. Yeah, Damon and Baby. Last Arxis Direct I watched, I wanted to literally claw my eyeballs out. And, I mean it. What's your philosophy to live by? Fair
Left
philosophy.
side. I think she's on the left side. Someone's on the left side.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm not really a philosophy guy. I have weird words. Can never be a writer. I barely type for grammar as is. I rarely type for grammar. So you know if I'm hacked. If the person's typing for grammar, I'm hacked. fucking god. Why the fuck does she damage? What? Squirrel daughter Wanda? I pick a Wanda daughter any day. What? Wanda the goat. Wanda get the job done. Just put that dress on real quick. Shit, I put the dress on sometimes too. Wanda the goat. I pick a Wanda daughter over a Squirrel daughter any day. What?
Not like amazing, but I can do it.
We can hold this for now and then switch to working.
Alright.
Taste cold steel.
Executed him. Walk him down, Blade. Walk him down. You trying to 1v1? Don't miss your grab. Yeah, anti it, bro. Jeff's ulting.
Yeah, Jeff.
Bro, she's gonna fucking freeze me.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate up here.
Yikes.
Damn. Back in the game.
Yeah, damn. I don't think I've ever done that to somebody with Blade. I swear to God, I've never done that to someone before. Yeah, damn. Yo, that gun? No, I've never done that. Yo, God, that girl's head got torn off. Literally blasted off by the damn shotgun. Now that's how the shotgun should be every time. That's how the shotgun should be every time, bruh.
Taste cold steel.
Oh, that's cool. Nah, this is crazy. Jeff, heal me. Jeff, please heal me. Jeff, please heal me. Jeff, please heal me. Please fucking heal me.
The moon. What are you aiming at? Between the living and undead.
Fucking hell, bro.
Hell yeah. Slice and dice.
The fuck?
Back in the game.
Oh my God, I'm in a trap. What's Scarlet Witch doing over there?
I am ready to put on a show.
That guy's dead.
Sorry, they're also just like ran up and blocked it.
Brother, why are you guys like this? Oh my God.
You ticked off the wrong slave.
Thank you.
Slice and dice.
Yo, bro. She does percent damage, bro. Oh my God, what?
The stakes.
Damage is OD. Blade's gun? Maybe it doesn't need buffs. Bro, can we get the ult buff? Oh fuck. That's all I want. Just buff the ult a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Like play card a little bit more.
Yeah, every single shot of the
yeah, I just
shotgun
like,
connected.
Trying to get space.
Yeah, she had every shot on me.
And I just was stuck trying to get space.
Oh my God, I can't shoot my shotgun that close. Like, why the fuck is this damage inverted? That's so ass. That's so weird. Oh, who we going on? Hold on. Did you even hit anyone? What? Oh my God, this also just peeling every time. Wow. Okay, this also is not playing around. Why does it stun for that long? What? Oh my god, this triple healer shit is so boring. Sure, Luna has 35 kills. Why is DPS Luna a better DPS than Blade? I don't get that. Alright, I genuinely mean that. Oh my goodness, man. Oh, I'm putting out really fast, so it's not that bad.
Double KO.
Nice. If you guys came back and play with the card, we can get really far. I mean, if you get like the point over there, third point.
Oh my god, she's shredding me, bro. Like her primary does more than mine. Like what is that? So silly. Oh my god, they're all playing so far back, bro. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, so frustrating, bro. Just triple healer. Every match. Not every match, but. It's my head spin.
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm dead.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
You can't find me. Oh my fucking god, bro. Yeah, they take no damage because of rocket beacon, bro.
Oh, GG's. It was a nice try on offense.
1, 2, 3.
So sad.
Well,
Oh,
you
man.
can't expect to win them all.
Oh yeah, I didn't put my border on the camera. My border is not on my camera. I'll put it on it right now. Does it even work right here? That's frustrating, bro. Even if I'm on an alt, that's still frustrating. Matches like that, it's like, bro, why do we lose that? Like, this dude's running DPS Luna and he gets 23 kills and 42 like 23 finals and 42 kills. Like, why is DPS Luna better than my character? It's like how could that not make me frustrated? Like, why is DPS Luna better than my character? That doesn't. Is that not silly? Like, what? Like, what the fuck is that? Did she do more damage than me? Bro! Oh, no, she didn't. But only by 800, though. Like, what? Put the fries in the bag. Like, why can't she do that? It's so dumb. Like, I understand she needs to be able to defend herself when she freezes, but, like, just rework her freeze or something. She shouldn't have that crazy of damage.
You want to be today?
Like, I don't know. That shit is silly to me. She does more damage than me. Like, what is the... Oh, hell no. She has not taken my blade. Why does she do more damage than me, bro? What?
Vanish from this match.
They can think of something more creative than her just doing more damage than actual DPSs. While also self-healing from the damage she's doing. Like, what? There's more creative routes about this you guys can go, I feel. I mean, yeah, she needs to hit a skill shot, but like the thing is, if she hits the skill shot, you're guaranteed dead if you're diving her. But like anyone diving her is usually a squishy. I wish your diving her was like tank, I guess, or venom, but I don't know, bro. That shit is weird. Yeah, she basically has better lifesteal than me because if she uses her shift, she heals more. It's crazy. Oh, but I have to anti-heal myself to heal. I was like, okay. Bands, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Banning Gambit, bro. I'm not playing a Gambit match. It's just not happening, bro. That shit is not happening. Yo, ADHD Mikey, thanks for the follow, bro. Yeah, I appreciate all the follows today. You guys are going crazy with the follows. I don't know where y'all are coming from, but I appreciate it.
The right heroes could make
Maybe one of
all
the
difference.
platforms I post shorts on blessing me. I don't know. Maybe one of my clips popped off somewhere. I don't know. I have to check off the stream. Excuse me.
Yes, lock group, bro. No lock groups, please. Or whatever, bro.
Sheesh.
Fine, I just want a second tank.
Holy dive incoming. Oh, fuck.
Play any tank, bro.
I just realized the bans. Oh, God.
Round one.
Vance gave me my powers.
They'll be
I'll
coming
make
in
them
30
regret it.
seconds. Stay strong.
Where were you when vampires were taking over New York, Blade?
Well, it's complicated, but I'm sure as hell ain't happy that I missed that party.
Well, I'm not sure wooden stakes and
Blade, are
holy
you good,
water
bro?
are going to cut it against symbiotes.
Maybe not, but this sword I stole off Dracula got some
Blade?
tricks.
The battle starts in 5,
Blade?
4, 3,
Blade?
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
The Master Weaver
Nice, we
is
have an AFK
not
and
going to
Wanda.
be thrilled with me for jumping around realities.
Hell yeah.
They dropped Jason in Dead by Daylight. That's pretty cool.
Slice and dice.
Phone's in the way.
The hunt is on. As good as new.
Where the fuck did she go? You get to 100 from the tank, slowly make your way to the back line. Never fails. It never fails. I love that that game plan. You get to 10 off the tanks, and then the tanks are ignoring you, so you just walk to the back line while you're at 10, and you just kill their supports. It's so funny. I was supposed to say that in the Glade guy, but I forgot. I do that shit a lot.
The hunt is on.
And it works every fucking time. Oh, you fell.
That was too easy. I'm cutting in.
Anyone willing to help?
Saying Blade frying me? Where the guy was talking about my Blade or what? What's the game name? Are you serious? Son. Are you serious or like? Oh, okay, I just rubber bandage. Now I'm back here, I guess.
That was too easy.
Forgive me someday, Father.
Nah, you don't want to anti-heal them when you're doing the thing to 10. Where you're farming off the tanks going to 10, you don't want to anti-heal them. So you anti them, they're gonna fall back to the supports. So like I usually just slash them till I'm at 10 and I walk to the back line because they're ignoring me. Because I don't want to anti them, they're gonna be scared and fall back to the supports to go save them. I don't want that. Bro used both his dashes. This guy's grippable. That's a free grip. Oh, that's awkward. If you lose to me, I'm not gonna lie, you might just have to quit that character. Okay, yeah, you have to quit that character. I don't know how he lost. Like he had the whole like upper ground and everything. Gambit, such an old bot. They cooked my goat, man. I hope they nerf his ult and just make his base kit a little stronger, but I mean his base kit's already pretty strong. I would be okay with giving him 275 back if his ult got nerfed. That shit's a nano boost for the whole team. Like I don't know how that's balanced. Very creative ult, but it's way too broken. That shit's way too broken. That's so squishy. I'm just they are ignoring me. I have never gotten ignored this much in the backline before. I have never got ignored this much in the backline before. Nobody is peeling, bro. Not a single soul is peeling for these guys. I feel so bad, bro, because the supports are probably going through it. They're probably getting blamed too. I shifted him again. He's gonna die.
2-0. Time to
What does Gambit ult do? It does 7 things: attack boost, movement speed, a jump boost, a burst heal. When it first pops on you, it cleanses, and healing over time. What's the last one? I always forget the last one. Hold on, let me count that again. Jump boost, movement speed boost, healing over time, it cleanses, ult gain, damage. I always forget the last one. Ult charge, right? Yeah, that's 7. Unless I said ult charge already. That's 7 things. That shit is busted. It used to last 11 seconds. It got nerfed to 7 seconds, but it's still crazy. That's way too much shit. That's way too much. That is way too much. Like I don't know. Oh, it explodes at the end of the ult as well. Like the cards are on everyone's body explodes at the end of the ult and can kill people. I've died to that thing so many times and I've gotten so many kills with it. Because like if you're next to someone that has the Gambit on them, when it runs out, it explodes. The cards around the person explodes. And that shit will kill you. It actually does good damage too.
The battle starts in 5.
Shit is bonkers, bro. Like what? What are we cooking?
2, 1.
That shit is bonkers. Yeah, the damage, you basically get a damage boost because it detonates the damage every time you do damage. Shit is silly, like I don't know. Like it's literally a nano boost for Overwatch, but for a whole team. Like how do you think that's fair? Like what? How's the guy's name? Real Cozy. That guy's not the Real Cozy. Oh, they were all on Rogue. God damn it, my whole team was looking at Rogue. The whole team was looking at Rogue. That's unfortunate. I'm just sad because a lot of people love Gambit and want to play him. Yeah, but you're not gonna get to play him. That guy's been broken for so long. I'm permanent. They do this every patch. They're like, so is Gambit not a ban? No, he's still a ban. Like the nerfs are always a slap on the wrist. They've only gutted like tanks and DPS. They never do a gut to a support. Never. They never do it. I remember when they gutted tank pool and now they just gutted Black Cat. They don't gut tank supports. I've never seen a support get gutted. With the ult bonus, it can keep the ult bonus, but like the cost of the ult needs to be higher. And also, holy shit. Also, I want the jump boost gone, bro. I hate the jump boost. It's so hard to kill people when they're jumping like that. Unless you're like, oh fuck, that's not good. I'm dead. Unless you're like a literal, oh my god, he does so much damage. Unless you're hit scan, it's extremely hard to kill people that are jumping like crazy. And even then, it's hard to shoot people that are just like this. Oh my god, can I play the game?
Can we please walk with it? Can we stop moving off in
Oh no, I stacked anti, you're dead. See? I stacked anti, you're dead. You know, not today. You are hella dead. What? I saw that. I saw she was purple. I shifted at her. That shit was freeze. There will be no support ult. This is Blade we're talking. She was at 72.
Another epic victory. Big win.
One thing that was removed was the card reset. It used to reset your cards? I don't even remember that. That's fucking stupid. I know it does when you turn to Loki because that makes sense because, I mean, it's Loki. It makes sense on Loki because, I mean, you need the cards when you turn to Loki. It'd be stupid if Loki transformed into him when he was at 0. Had 5 on release? 5 what? Cards? Thingies or whatever? They used to have 5? I don't remember that.
Which hero do
When
you
they
think
nerfed the
you wanna be
cards, I don't remember that.
I'll fight to end the
I don't remember that. I don't remember having 5. Because when you always had 4. Or like they never touched the cards. You always had 4? Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't think he ever had it increase. Because I read every patch notes. I've never seen his cards decrease.
Yo, what up, dude?
Stop. Play the Film Red. Play the One Piece Film Red soundtrack. One Piece Film Red. Soundtrack for that movie is fire. I still need to watch Film Red. I still haven't watched Film Red. Crazy username on enemy team. That's funny.
Pick your hero.
Gay for J3 is
Villain,
crazy.
I'm not judging.
That's pretty funny. Oh lordy. I need to change my mic to open mic, but put it toggle. Because when we were talking to Kissy earlier, it didn't fucking work. Push to talk. Hmm.
30 seconds.
Oh,
before
that's
you
the button.
attack. Get ready.
Oh, you just do alt and the comma? Oh, that works. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. Because when I was talking to Kissy earlier, she didn't hear a word I said.
You rock. Travel tip. With the right credit.
Y'all ready, team?
Dimensional trips get crazy extra miles.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Starts in 5.
Yeah, because the other one is clearly buggy. When I was talking to Kissy, that shit just kept bugging out.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Follow my lead. Or don't.
What time is it? I want to play 2x scale. It's 12. Okay, let's play a few more.
Sure those are bad guys.
I started pretty late, so I don't know if this will be an 8-hour stream, but you never know. Because I want to get better at Akali. I can't keep hopping on 2xKO and then like I only have one character to play because I'm not good at any of the new characters. So I need a lab Akali. I'm just gonna play Akali. I don't think I'm gonna play center Thresh. I'm not fucking caging my Thresh. Hey, you just ditched me. That's crazy. Can you like talk to me real quick, bro? You gave for J3, but what about me? There you go. Nice. John Post making Senna look smexy. Yeah, I saw some Senna combos earlier today. Her shit looks sick. But I don't like her playstyle. I'm not like with the... I didn't answer. I'm stupid. I should have shifted at him. Oh my god. Oh, he killed me too. Yeah, if I shifted at this guy, he would have died. Oh wait, no, this is my teammate. I would have killed him if I shifted. I keep forgetting that the blade buff, you gotta shift at them. What was I gonna say? I keep forgetting that wait, why's my ping so high? What the fuck? That's crazy. I don't like her playstyle. She's like Abba kinda. I don't like her normals at all in base. I like her assist though. Her assists are kind of crazy. But...
You're not in this alone.
Shoot my shield. Thank you. Oh man. Some question or not, but what's the best way to learn to a skill? I feel like I can't find information. I did a guide, a starter guide that could help you. I did a starter guide a while ago. Wait, are you new to tag fighters? Because if you're new to tag fighters, that guide will help. I don't remember what else I put in. Oh shit, my monitor is black. I don't remember what else I put in it, so I don't know if it'll help if you're not new. But it should help.
A shortcut through space. Hell yeah.
Okay, that is an odd portal.
He's one. He's one hit.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my god, I couldn't shoot him. Yeah? Oh yeah, watch my guide if you're new to tech players. First find out. Well, I'm about to say exactly what I said in the guide. I'm remembering what's in the guide. Literally just watch the guide. First auto song I heard was One Piece Film Red. Shuna makes bangers. Yeah, I'm playing One Piece Film Red soundtrack in my ear, but I mean obviously I can't play it on YouTube. I can't believe she's in Stranger in Red. That's crazy.
Whoa, that was too close.
Hair tutorial. What the hell? I changed my hair like a lot, is what you guys always tell me. What did y'all say? Y'all said I have a different hairstyle every stream? Bro, what? I can do a lot of shit with my hair, but like every stream is crazy. Like sometimes I come in here with my hair curly, sometimes I come in here with twists. Sometimes I come in here with braids. Sometimes I have a do-rag on. I rose no, bro. Bro got a GTA. I actually had cornrows the other time. You guys just didn't know because I had a do-rag on. I took it out though because I didn't like it. That's the blade buff right there. I didn't know my parry was still on. The parry window is huge. That's the blade buff right there. That's a 4K example of it. I was holding shift for so long and I still parried it. Because if this was pre-buff, yeah, that all would have hit me.
No winner yet. Going to
Did he try to solo me? Yes, he did. That's exactly what that guy did. Actually, I'm clipping that. That's a short right there. People keep saying, am I sure? Talking you don't show the parry buff. It's not really easy to get an example with that parry one. Because usually when I parry a move, I usually parry it on the perfect timing. I mean, with the old window.
No one's coming back from the grave on my
So I'm so used to the old parry window. But since the window is gigantic now, it's a whole second instead of, what was it, half a second before or 25 or 0.25? I don't remember what it was. Yeah, it's one whole second now. That's a long time.
Get ready.
It may not sound like a long time, but that's a long ass time in a game. Especially like a fighting game or something. That's huge.
Everything will be all right.
Whoa, that's a lot of pressure.
I don't mean it that way. You just
That's
mean
huge.
a lot to a lot of people.
Rage is on Rivals right now. The fuck is he doing on Rivals?
5, 4, 3.
Holy shit, he has 12k people watching. That's a fuckload of people.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is he doing? Oh, he did. Playing Star-Lord. I be forgetting Rage plays this game. I don't think he's doing a sponsor. He's just playing. He actually like plays, but apparently they say he only plays on like when. Usually he's playing when he's on his Patreon. When he streams on his Patreon. Yeah, he doesn't play on Twitch. Sometimes. I feel like I haven't heard this song before, but I have. I'm about to get a fat ult here, probably. If this thing will get off my balls, I'll get a fat ult. There are the lights. This character is so oppressive.
I'm trying to help.
I need to change this account's name from 19-inch blade. I think it messed up my thing on TikTok. I think so my name was 19-inch blade in one of my shorts, and I think someone reported the short. I think someone reported it. So yeah. Bro, grow some balls. Come through the. Oh, damn it. 6 hours sensitive. It is. It's super sensitive. It's either that or like, I can't believe that whoever reported. I don't know if they reported. Someone probably did though. But my name got triggered by the moderation system, and then the video got flagged or whatever. I got a warning, but I don't know how much warnings I even have anymore. I have some of the warnings on that app. I mean, but the rest of the ones are false. But, like, getting triggered because my name is 19-inch blade is crazy. This name is great though. I don't want to change. How the fuck I get back here?
No winner yet. Going to overtime. That's 3.
That guy wins with style.
W 19-inch. Sheesh. Big. Oh fuck, wrong button. 19-inch blade. I'm not changing my name. Fuck that. His name is too funny. Nice. Can I buy a skin on this account? I might get the Lakers skin. Is this all I can buy? I might get the Lakers. That's all I can afford. I'm bringing Boar on this account. How much is this? Oh yeah, there's no way I'm affording it on this. Am I champion on this account? I'm close. 16. I said champion. Lord 19-inch. Lord 19-inch. This here brand name staple at this point. Yeah, no, I can't let somebody get this name. I'm keeping the 19 inches. I mean 19-inch blade. I'm keeping that shit. No one's taking it from me. I'd be damned if somebody took my 19-inch. I'd be damned if someone took my 19-inch.
I'll fight to end the
Oh, I didn't put my
darkness
border
that
on, brother.
spawned
See?
me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Wait a sec, I'm doing something for TikTok, but my scenes are linked. So like, I switched the intermission stream for TikTok. It'll switch it for Twitch as well. What is it called? Media number what? Media number. Oh fuck! Remember the name of it? 11. Or not for TikTok. This is for the short format.
They have a Spidey and a MVP. But we also didn't pick Gabnet, so.
I can go thing. I can, if y'all want, we can ban the the Spider-Man. I'll just run thing. 50-50, 50-50.
Okay.
I put that on the scene. I put it under it though.
Oh.
Well, no. Yeah.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Where's my camera? There we go. Nice.
We didn't ban Devil.
Play normal? No. If you were looking at it from the vertical format, you would have saw what I was doing. I just finished
I
up.
guess Blade as well.
What was wrong with my blade?
Yeah, I think we might be good.
You got something wrong with my blade?
Oh, and Emma.
Something wrong with my blade?
Alright, let's get this win, y'all.
Bet. How you doing today?
Round 1, go!
You don't want to get yoinked?
Wait, what?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Emma, she
Stay
said
strong.
she's not risking getting yoinked.
Oh.
You don't want to get yoinked?
Scott.
What she said.
I'm glad that was just about.
What's wrong with 19 inches? Yeah, what's wrong? I'm scared of my 19-inch blade. Oh, this shit is purple. Hold on, the purple 19? That's kind of sick, no? I didn't know the sword on the skin was purple. The sword of Dracula? Look at this purple.
Securing the mission area.
This shit is sick.
Okay, already. Less talking, more fight.
Is that a DD?
I suck.
As good as new.
Get over in the back.
No, I'm killing her. I don't care. I died for it though. I'm sorry. Just dashed out. Lakers blade. I got the Lakers skin like that. I forgot about this song.
Look at Emma. Look at Emma. Oh,
Yeah, she really did do the soundtrack for the anime.
Oh, she's right here. She's right here. Killable, nice.
And this is a One Piece ass song.
Oh, yeah, pushing. All right, down.
What? Did he teleport to her and die? I mean, did she teleport him and die?
All right, I'm coming back.
Where'd he go?
I'm doing too much. I'm doing too much.
Where did she go? Oh no, she did die. I think punched the crap out of her.
DD right here.
The banger? It's a miss?
Okay,
I mean,
not
it
running a
fits
second
it's the
tank,
Brooks
so
song, no?
We actually might run this game.
Isn't it Brooks song?
Linda, you go first.
Oh, damn.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go.
Oh, I don't think he needs to do that, but alright.
Holy. Who's next? Nice.
That was a no reg. Alright.
Okay, they're running. They got a champion Iron Man.
Champion
and a
Iron
Punisher.
Man.
They're probably just trying to run shotgun Punisher. And a C&D.
I still need more power.
This champ Iron Man is lighting my ass up. I'm running through his team though. Hold on.
Back in the cave. Slice and dice.
Why does it sound like that? Yeah, because it's Brooke's song. That's why it sounds like that.
Enemy located.
Oh, that's not a lot of ults.
Oh damn.
Somebody pulled him.
I got portal.
Maximum pulse.
Double KO.
Okay. I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess. Like, what?
Ooh, get in. Dash in.
What the fuck am I gonna dash in? Look at this girl punching on me. There's a girl wailing on me.
Good stuff. I'm blocking out.
Bro, there's no way I can shoot him when he's doing that, bro.
Good stuff.
They're portaling.
They're portaling and they're running triple heals.
They're portaling. Yeah.
I'm holding the line down. I'm holding it down, fellas. I'm holding it down.
No winner yet.
Hold the line. Oh my god. W.O. Blade. Get whipped. Nice.
You said get whipped?
W. We won.
That should be game, yeah.
Oh,
GG's.
good stuff. Wait. It ain't over yet.
Nah, it's over, trust.
0. Time to
Yo, y'all
switch things up,
alright, I'm gonna run
which
Captain
side
America.
you're on.
Wait, the same song play again?
And then we just
You'll
go.
need a
I guess
top-notch
y'all just
team
do
to
y'all
win
thing.
this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Y'all can push. Yeah, y'all can push from front, and then I can just go in the back.
Wait, what the fuck happened to the thingy?
Round 2, go!
Oh, my playlist is
30 seconds before you attack.
shuffling. I'm like, what the hell? Why is the song not? It wasn't going in order. So I was like, what the fuck? How is the album over already?
To save the world. I love my job.
All right, y'all ready?
It just like bugged out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
She said, can I just pay to win this one? That was so hilarious, bro. Can I just pay to win this one? I have the funds. She do got the funds though, hold on. She definitely do got the funds.
Yeah, everybody looking at me.
I'm gonna go to that back line. I want that cloak. Holy shit. I have never seen a white lady want me this badly.
All of them is low in there. All of them is 1 in there. Back up, go. I'm coming in there with you.
Coming in there with me. Who the fuck is doing that much damage? What? Is that really Invis? Damn, I was slow like crazy. God damn, that self-shield slowing is so annoying. Optic Fury.
Against the world.
I got Invis. Invis dead.
I'm getting so much all charge. I was just at 30%. I'm at 70 now. I'm about to be at 80. I'm at 80. I'm at 100. Let me. Oh, damn it! I'm silenced by Emma.
I got They don't know me, son.
The fact that Blade used to get ult faster than us before the ult nerf is crazy, bro.
GG.
W, GG's, GG's.
Final score 1-2-0.
W19 inch.
Another epic victory.
11 finals, not bad, not bad. Oh, promo time. Hold on. Almost promo time. Sheesh. Oh my God, look at the 19. Look at the 19 go. Oh, TikTok can't see it. Hold on. Look at the 19 go. Look at the 19 go. W19.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Fuck, I don't have a blade. Whoops.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
I was responding to a text. My bad. Yeah, there's 27 duelists in this game. Sheesh. 27 duelists. That's kind of crazy. Why are we banning Emma Frost? 27 duelists, 12 strategists, and 14 vanguards. That is interesting. 27 is mad, bro. Now I understand there's more duelists than duelist players, but like holy, it's kind of crazy, you know. Oh, I want to look at the scores for the Sajam Slam. Sajam Slam 2xKO. Let's see, what are the scores today? Ooh, who has the highest win rate today? Is it Frodan and ZY? Yes, Frodan and ZY. 85% win rate. Damn. That's fucking crazy. The SK and Myth go crazy today? Oh, Myth's win rate today is 50% instead of 25. SK 25. Lotus 45. Okay. Found to 45. Interesting. Which team is in first still? Is it still Diaphone's team? Yep, Diaphone's team is still in first. 210 points. Damn. It's pretty crazy. Damn, 210 points is kind of crazy. Is this team that stacked? Oh, it's because of ZY and Frodan. They are just, I guess, above their division. They're like cooking the rest of their division. A 90% win rate is ridiculous. And on day 2, they had a 85% win rate. Oh my God. Yeah, they probably are pretty too good for the division if I had to guess.
30 seconds before you attack.
See, Dazia, 35% win rate. Oh snap, she been getting cooked. What about Lily? 20%. Oh no, Lily didn't have a good day. Poor Lily. I'm locking that blade in.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
We are not gonna get a second tank. I am playing that blade, and nobody can stop me.
Battle starts in 5, 4,
And nobody can stop me.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Whatever Hydra is doing here, it needs to be shut down.
What DPS do I play? I main Psylocke and Blade, but I can play like everyone except like a few that I refuse to play because they're boring or ass. But then again, I play Blade, so who am I to say that? What type of dunk was that? What? Where the fuck are the rest of the supports at? Oh, it's Luna and support pool. Oh, I'm like, where are the supports at? I didn't know it was support pool. I thought it was sync pool. Goon bait.
shot. I was born ready.
Jesus. I'm dead as hell though. That strange want me. Whew. You can't have me though. Hold on. Oh no, you about to die for this. If you're not dying, you give me free all charge. Go ahead and blow up. Wow, I got ulted. No! Ooh. Oh, this wolf has passive still. Fuck him. I'm not fighting that guy. I'm fighting somebody else. Somebody else. I don't feel like fighting that guy's passive. It's gonna take too long to go. I don't know if my dash. Yep. Figured he'd do that. No! Spider-Man art. 9 million gifted. 90 gifted. Wait, no. Do not do that. 900 gifted. I'm saying said 90. No. That's not what I meant to say. 900 gifted. 1,000 gifted. 1 million gifted. 1 trillion gifted. 10, take it or leave it. How about 10 million doubloons? 10 billion doubloons. Yeah.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Did that guy just kill our entire team? I'm still in their backline, don't even realize it. I'm about to kill this whole team. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm him. No! Luna, god damn it! God damn it, bro. I was killing everybody. Luna ruined my clip, bro. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, you ruined my clip. God damn it, bro. That was a clip of doom, bro. She actually just ruined my clip. I'm actually so salty. She actually just ruined my clip. Do you fall? Oh my god. Wait, what is his name? Indian lover? That's funny. Where? Bro, I can live this. I can actually live this. I'm slashing so many people that this is too much lifesteal. No. Wait, did I rubber band? How did I get over there? Wait, oh wait, I rubber banded. I don't even know how the fuck I got that far in. Because I wasn't at that part. I probably did rubber band, I don't know. I think I did, because I don't remember getting right there. Maybe I did, I'm just schizo. I don't know. Where are those sports at? Oh my god. Like, it's impossible to miss that freeze on Blade, bro. My hitbox is too big, bro. I'm cutting in. You backpedal a little bit? Oh, I think I backpedaled the wrong way then. I backpedaled the wrong way. The gameplay is beautiful. Thanks, dude.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of me.
No monsters getting the best of me. No monsters getting the best of me.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm too scared to watch that Arxis direct. When is it? The 25th? Oh boy. Right before Evo? What could they possibly be showing?
The world needs you.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
You haven't seen what you can do to reshape a world yet.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Once I saved lives with a scalpel. Now I do it with a spell.
P4A All-Star. Oh, that'd be fire, no? That'd be fire. Like a remaster of P4. Bro, if they remaster P4AU, oh my god, it'd be sick. Or like if they do like a new one, oh shit, I'm there. I can't believe I fucking missed out on playing a Persona fighting game, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking pissed about that. I'm still on peak. I don't know who. I mean, if I played, I would have probably made you Narukami, though. Kind of basic, but. My truths. Oh shit. Hit you with the truths. I think a new BlazBlue is possible. I think that's definitely possible. But I wish Arxis would just stick to what they're good at. But I mean, I don't know if that's crazy to say, but like, I mean, it's because they want to be like, that's why that last direct was so. Can I get a heal? Damn. They want to be like Bondi and stuff. But like the issue is that you can branch out, but like you guys have to have some new fighting game shit that's also popping out. But I mean, I guess that's Tokon, but it's just not out yet. Oh no, this Phoenix has to die. Nah, I don't know if Phoenix is today. Oh no, that girl will light me up. Make sure to kill her first. I'm about to have ult again, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm about to have ult again, keep walking with me. I dashed forward, that's kind of crazy. Oh my god, he didn't kill me, he didn't kill me, he didn't kill me, he didn't kill me!
Go back, go back.
I have ult, walk with me, walk with me, walk with me. No! God, bro. Nice. Well, just keep walking on me. Whoever's on that point, kill that guy. Okay, I got you. Oh, you guys all died. Oh, that's not good. Oh, unfortunate. It's all good. Oh. That's it. Nah, you're good. You're good. Nah, they want to be like Bondi, so they want to have games in like all different divisions, not just fighting games, which is perfectly fine. But like, how can you guys only be working on one fighting game though? That's kind of crazy. Well, I guess there's two if you count Grand Blue, but like that game is already out. And then there clearly is some falling out of some sort because Grand Blue just announced their own like division or something for fighting games or some shit or something like that. And they're not even part of the Arc World Tour anymore. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say this next part. Basically, Arxis, I don't think they're working with side games anymore. That's all I can say. The next part, I don't know if I'm allowed to say because I'm art creator. But I don't know. So it's like, I don't know. It's weird. How can they only be working on one fighting game though when they're still making fighting games? Like if they're gonna branch out and make like, and they want to be like a bigger company, I feel like they have to like. Did this guy just try to ult me? Are you serious? Fuck. Why is switching? Why is vertical? Because there's an option for vertical now. You can switch it if you want. You don't have to watch it vertical. You can switch it. Just an option. I'm gonna go to bed. You see a mug. What's up, Deku? How you doing? Yo, when we playing Overwatch? When we playing? Holy balls! I got shredded. When we playing? I need to play. I'm not trying that new character. Wait, they didn't nerf Emre? Whenever you want. I keep saying this every time to you. As long as I'm awake. I feel like always awake though. I swear, every time I'm not streaming, you're always on. Or even when I am streaming, you're always on. Your sleep schedule is as bad as mine. Your thing is just as bad as mine. Lord Tubby. Are we gonna actually lose this match or what? Yeah, can we lock into?
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
Yeah, let's lock in. We got this, bro. Oh, lordy. Wait, so did Emery get nerfed? I hope he didn't. If he got nerfed, I'll probably just go back to playing Genji. My Genji is like stupid rusty. I don't know if I can play Genji. I'm too much of a tourist.
We both show up to the same point.
Not really? Okay, bet. That character is too damn fun. I'm too much of a tourist to play Genji consistently, I think. We get off your Genji? We get off your weak ass Andre, bro. What are you talking about? I'm manning the new chick? Oh shit, really? Shit, I gotta. Wait, did you play her today? When I stopped by earlier, you weren't in the match yet, so I didn't get to see her. She's fun? Bet. I'll catch the VOD. I need to look at this gameplay. I carried you? You didn't carry shit, bro. If I MVP'd at least one of the matches, you didn't carry me. Which I did do. Wait, no, I kept up with you. What? In kills. Except for like 2 matches that I tried Genji.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I got good. Holy shit, that guy got bodied. Are you serious? I parried that. He got nobody, his poor Jeff. This poor Jeff. This guy is super dead.
As good as new. Taste cold steel.
Yeah, super dead. I don't lose any matches on her? Damn. Ooh, a single match is crazy. Yo, if he didn't block that, I think I would have killed like at least one of them. Check my Lakers skin. My Lakers blades. I'm a LARPer. I don't even watch basketball. No way. That guy would have died. What? These fucking squids, bro. Yo, YG, thanks for the 140, bro. Got 37 kills. I can probably 50 bomb there. No, I can definitely 50 bomb this. What? So what?
Can I get the snowflake?
I got it though. You can have it though. You can give it to him.
Thank you.
Yeah, he needed more than me. No, I'm joking.
As good as new.
Wait, Dust needed more than me. He died. Instantly.
Yo, the more got popped.
Bro, you gotta tell me where you're diving so I can go in with you.
No, I was just trying to get him more up.
Oh. He instantly died. Go in. I'm about to go in there and ult team. Never mind. Can't let the other blade win. Bro, he's 24 and 8. I'm 37 and 8. What? I bet you I probably have more double his kills.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Bro, I'm winning double his finals, dude. Oh shit, my mic was on. Alright, walk with me. I'm at ult. Oh, this guy's so weird. He just keeps trying to ult me.
They're just low.
Next time.
Yeah, help me. Yeah, just keep walking with me.
That's 3.
I'm cutting in.
Alright, just fall back.
As good as new.
They get close, I'll like cap ult, and we can walk with it.
The area's almost
Keep pressing the party chat button. Mistake. Goes to ult again. I'm with you. We'll get it, Jeff. Oh, he got bubbled. I'm gonna go for the Namor. Never mind, Namor uses shield. They're making their way to the point. They have to walk. They have to walk. Kill people walking the point.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh, I killed him for it. What? It was invisible. That's crazy. I don't think they can portal. Yeah, they can't. GG, everybody. 45. I like that. Just shredding tanks. Just check the stats. I carried MVP because I'm the GOAT. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. Oh, why is my stream vertical? How do I change this? You just press the vertical or the theater button. Wait, you haven't added that to your stream yet, Feisty? You should add that. It's actually pretty good. Because some people like watching a vertical. You press the button. There's like a button at the bottom right or something. The Daily Show is on again. The Daily Show is crazy. Wait, I was right. I have double his finals. I was literally right. I have 29 finals. He only has 13. I told you guys I have more than double his finals. He has 26. I have 29. Oh, this song is playing again? Let me switch the song in the playlist. I hated that. I just add it to your stream though. Some people like it. I mean, there's no way people don't like it because that's how people watch TikTok streams. Funny enough. You gotta get the TikTok watchers. You gotta get the TikTok watchers first. Think about the TikTokers. Too old for that? You're not even that old. You're not even that old. Let's see. 50-50. Ooh, these scores are crazy. Yeah, Diaphone's team is pretty crazy. I think they're gonna win this. Bro, this Frodan and ZY are just cooking everybody. 90% win rate and 85 is ridiculous. Shine losing? Nah, he went 50-50 this time. Yesterday, Shine's the best on his team. He's doing the best on his team. Even he's doing better than his coach. He has the highest win rate on his team. The issue is his teammates are getting cooked. Nah, he's doing the best on his team. Even day one, he had the highest win rate on his team. Second day, he has the highest win rate on his team. Oh, I guess Myth had a 50 as well, but yeah, he's doing fine. Day one he was cooking though. You ain't see what he did to Inzum? He kind of did his ass dirty. He posted on Twitter. It was a funny clip. Day 2 scores. There's a lot of fucking people. Damn. Where's the bracket at? Like, who's gonna play what? I mean, these are just round robin, so they don't mean nothing like that. But like, the final day is soon. I didn't watch because it's 2xKO. You played Persona? Of course I played Persona. You can do X-Men games lists. You wanna look at the thingy. Where's Persona? Where's Persona? I need to update this because I gotta put a Cuphead and other shit. Am I blind? Persona 3 reloads right here, and I did DLC for Dancer. Where's Persona 4? It's not in alphabetical order because it's in order of what I've played recently. What I've played recently is at the bottom. Here it is. Persona 4 Golden Revisit is right here. I have not played Persona 5 on stream. I'm probably gonna play Persona 5 right next to 6 being right before 6 drops. Before 6 drops, I'll play 5 on stream. But until then, no. Long ass lists. That's because these are all the games I've played on stream. I don't know which one's my favorite though, because I played so many of these. I need to finish Stellar Blade though. It says hiatus. I still need to finish Stellar Blade. SMTV, that shit is never getting finished. I'm not gonna lie to you. Library and Kazan, yeah, GG. Yeah, GG. You're supposed to be like 5 games. That's because I usually play. Because I used to just play like fighting games or something like throughout the day, and then like at 12 or at midnight I would play a story game just to relax. But the issue is that sometimes a story game would be a hard ass game. I'd go crazy and lose my damn mind. Following you since 2022, used to go to. I appreciate it, dude. Kazan is not. I feel like I'm gonna finish Kazan. I just can't promise library. Library is a sub goal. There's just no way. Like someone's gonna have to give some crazy amount if they want library finished. You want library finished? You want, because that game is way too long and that game is so much reading. I would have been finished it if it wasn't so long. How much hours do I have on? Oh, I can't check it on this account. I think I have like 30 hours on the game. I'm still nowhere. I'm not even halfway through. Like, brother, what? Like, I mean, if I skip all the dialogue, yeah, it wouldn't be that long. But like, that game is long as fuck. And it's not like long and it's like Persona, where I wouldn't mind how long Persona is. But like that game is just endless reading. And then like you can get stuck at stages because there's a gimmick some NPC has that you have to just learn, or you have to read, and then you have to like adapt or whatever. Like shit is so like, I don't know. Shit's all over the place. My favorite level is more fun to watch. Play than watch. I mean, it's fun to play. It's just like, it's so much work. It's just so much work. Because you have to learn whatever the NPC's gimmick is. It's like, brother, what? But having done a different gimmick for every NPC is like, brother. You can just bum rush the game and playing whatever you like. That you can do in like Persona and stuff. Because you just flat out won't be able to beat it. You just can't.
To win this one.
And I have motherfuckers in my chat backseating like crazy saying, why are you not using X, Y, and Z and whatever broken something chungus? I don't want to fucking use that shit. I want to play what I want to play. So why are you not using so-and-so broken deck that would just one-shot whatever the fuck? It's like, I don't know. What's up, Nick? How you doing? Blah, 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 blah.
Round one.
Every slice of cold steel.
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Are you liking the season? I don't mind this season. It's not bad. It's poke slop, but I'm so used to it at this point that like it's whatever. Now, if you Necros though, hold on, or if you are a Metamancer, you probably, if you're a Metamance dive enjoyer, you probably hate this season. You probably hate this season, but like, I mean, my character Blade is what has been. This is the best Blade it's ever been, so I'm having a blast. This is the best Blade it's ever been, so I'm having a blast. So hey, I played Blade at his lowest, so I mean, it can't get worse than that. It literally can't. What was that rubber band? What? This character is so fucking buggy. Because tell me why I just teleported like that. Feels strange. Strange can die. Strange can die. Strange can die as well. Never mind. Holy crap, you just blew up. I answered him. I answered him. I killed him. I killed him. Oh my god, I'm life stealing like crazy. Help, 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 help. Never mind, I'm him. What? Hell is low, hell is low. I'm one. Okay, I'm dead. It's all good. Well played. Thanks. Why is this guy? Oh, he DC'd. I think I'm Wolverine DC. He's like walking into a wall. Oh, no, you were just hiding. Okay, never mind. Like, it literally looked like DC, but alright. I fucking hate board players, bro. Yeah, group up more. I'll heal more. Assholes. Holy shit, I missed both my shots. Holy indeed. hell is he doing? He put out Thing? Thing doesn't counter me. This guy's a troll. Thing doesn't counter Blade. This guy is a troll, bro. What? You gotta get on that poke slot. You want me to die? This Thing does not counter Blade. I'm missing every shot. Yo, this gun does not work. Cosmetic. It's got a cosmetic shotgun. Yo, I'm actually missing every shot. Yo, will I ever... What's my accuracy? 31%.
As usual.
Oh, I stacked Nancy. She's dead. Oh, what?
Never stood a chance.
I'm running these guys down.
Something doesn't feel right here.
I'm cutting in.
He put out the flyers. Oh my god. Okay, he actually knows how to counter me. No, he knows how to counter me. He put out the flyers. Oh no. They put out the flyers. That's not gonna hit me. They put out the flyers. Oh no. But that guy is super dead.
Jury, executioner. Behold the god of thunder.
Why did he ult? What's the Thor ult? Steamroller type of game. I mean, not the Thor. What did the Hulk ult? Yo, my gun does not work this match. I swear to God, it's not me. I literally cannot hit a shot this match. Well, I'm definitely not going to hit one on a flyer, though. That's for sure. This gun shoots too slow. I literally have to predict the direction he's going and then shooting it. Never mind, the gun worked. I went the wrong way.
That was too easy.
Oh, that Iron Man's ignoring me. Nice. Are they on triple? You went into the spawn room? You guys are so corny. Where's our Captain America? What in the fuck? Yeah, you're sweet. He's one of those.
Maximum pulse.
Okay, that almost killed me. Please don't freeze me. Please don't freeze me. Please don't freeze me. Oh my god, he's literally shooting me.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Slice and dice.
Slice and dice.
Score is
What a crazy Blade game.
2-0.
Yeah, something like that. Last Blade player is trying to show G2 why he need to join the BP&D tier.
The right heroes can make all the difference.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned
Blah,
me.
excuse me. Dude gets ult so fast. I mean, yeah, I'm just slicing him up. They can't handle the 19 inches. The 19-inch blade is too much. W19 inch. W19 inch. W19 inch.
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
Yo, that new Feisty, you still here? Did you see that new Street Fighter character? That character's crazy. I don't know if Feisty's still here though.
You're mine.
That character looks sick.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay
That is a punk, the god ass character, bro. I don't know if she's still here, but that is the most punk character I've ever fucking seen, bro. That is some shit punk would play for sure.
I remember.
Hopefully there's less time travel this go around. Always makes my head hurt.
No BS, literally.
And you'll get used to it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my, his wrong almost killed him. Wow, okay. Hey, we had a haircut. We got a haircut tomorrow. No stream tomorrow, chat. I'm gonna go bold. I'm going bold tomorrow. Gotta hibernate. I'm going bold tomorrow. Oh, that guy almost got pushed off the map. Oh shit. Okay. Yo, that would have been embarrassing. Yeah, that would have been embarrassing. Yo, Swift, thanks for Prime. Oh shit. We're good.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Shields up.
What the fuck? Fucking Thor players, bro. You guys are fucking annoying. I fucking hate Thors. Oh my god, I'm just getting pushed over and over. It's so annoying. I fucking hate Thor. Most fake DPS I've ever fucking seen. Like if you want, oh my fucking god, he does so much damage. Like just play a DPS, stop being weird. I hate this character, bro. Cause ain't no way that character should be doing that much damage. And I especially hate him because I should be playing Thor, because Thor is one of my mains in Smite. But he's an assassin in that game. So I don't know why the hell he's a tank here. It makes me so mad. I actually love Thor in that game. Dude, the sickest shit in that game. But in this game, he's a fuck ass tank, bro. Like, what? That dude does crazy damage in that game, too. And he does crazy damage here. But for some odd reason, he's a tank. So I was like, wait, what? Why is he a tank? That was so sad. Because I remember, because Thor wasn't in the beta. I was hyped. I was like, oh shit, we're getting Thor? Let's go. Dude drops, he's a tank. I'm like, what? And his ult was lame as hell. And his ult didn't use to stun. He was lame as hell. I was so mad, bro. Ball Sogo returning for Summer Subathon? No. No. That sub goal is never coming back. No, that sub goal is literally, you guys had your chance. I told you that was the only chance you're ever gonna get this. If it does come back, that shit's gonna be like 100k or something. And that shit will never get hit too. I ain't cussing that. That shit will never get hit. Better hope Drake spawned in the stream or something. That sub was never coming back. You never know. I can put it next subathon. The subathon is next month. I can put it, sure. But like, it's not gonna be 10k. It's gonna be way over 10k. I'm telling you that. 10k, no. Y'all ain't getting no screenshot of me being bold. Arrow cooking stream in August? No. Are you actually going? No, if I hit the sub goal, I would actually go bold, yes. I don't mind cutting my hair off. But it's not happening. It's not happening. I've never been bald before. I've never had my hair that low before. The last time I had it that low was when I cut last year. No, 2 years ago when I cut it. My hair used to be way longer than this. My hair used to go down to my chin. Well, my hair already does go down to my chin, but like, it used to go down to my shoulders. But I would just shrink it. I remember I never cut my hair since start of high school. Throughout high school, I never cut my hair. I didn't cut my hair till 2 years ago. But now I'm about to grow my hair back out again. Realize. I didn't even realize you're on a smart. No, I'm on the night. Look at the title of the stream. This is the Blade account. This is the Blade account. I want to play 2XKO today. Can I get this to GM in time before I get off? How much am I getting? 30? I could probably do Diamond 1. I don't know if I can do well, maybe I could. I don't know. Maybe I just keep going until I lose or something. I don't know. Yeah, that new Emma skin is crazy, bro. Crazy. 2XK once. I'm labbing the whole stream. If I get on 2X, it's gonna be boring as hell. I'm telling you. I am labbing. I'm labbing Akali. Actually, speaking of labbing Akali, I need to look up some combos. That's why I said I should probably just do it off stream, but you guys insist that you guys don't care if I do it on stream.
A fight to end the darkness.
I need Akali combos. Akali 2XK combos. When did Akali come out? She came out like 4 months ago, right? Or something like that. She came out 2 months ago.
Akali is a stylish, sharp ninja who rushes down opponents with
April? She came out in April? When did this video come out? This video is from April 7th.
overwhelming speed and undeniable mix-ups. She's a rebellious
Nah, her
assassin
trailer was
who
sick.
left the Kinku Order.
Wait, so
An
this game gets
ancient-
characters every 2 months? Am I tripping? This game gets characters every 2 months. So we're getting 7 characters this month. I mean, this year. I said month. God damn, they're on a roll. They do not want this game to not be successful. They're on a roll. Nah, they didn't show any teasers. We have no clues next, but I'm assuming they're gonna show whoever's next at Evo. They're working on so many fucking characters since the game is finally out.
Pick your hero.
I mean, that's what they said. They're trying to get the game out so they can just work on characters. That game mode is sick. That they added the climb. That shit is fun. I love it. It's a fun game mode. They did a really good job with that game mode. Zed. If I had to guess who's next, it's probably gonna be
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
who would it be? Let me look at the league
30
thing.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Many of your ancient brethren have sworn their allegiance to me. Will you do the same?
I have no clue. There's so many damn characters in the league.
Watch your tongue, brute, or I will turn them against you next.
Oh my god, there's so many characters in here. Some characters I ain't never even heard of. It's probably gonna be Riven next though, if I had to guess.
4, 3,
Yo, Set would go stupid in that game.
Oh,
Set would go stupid on that game, by the way. Oh my god, a Set trailer would go crazy. Yo, this motherfucker's gonna be beating ass. A Set trailer would go crazy. A Set trailer would go insane. That dude's gonna toss. It's gonna be like Grappler from DNF, but on crack. And I think that character's already juiced up as is. Boom, one shot. You expect that Gambit to throw some beads? Oh, the game's so bad. My friend really wants Tom Kench. Who the fuck is that? Yo, is that a real character? I know Viego. Who knows Tam Kench? Is that a real character? Fuck that character. What does that character do? That doesn't even sound like a real character. Where did my health go? What? I got Terra Cake, I think, or something made me vulnerable, but... Oh, maybe vulnerable. Wait, what? Wait, I actually don't know what I died to. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know what killed me.
I'm hurt.
Hell yeah. As good as new.
Getting hurt.
Wow, I have never seen someone do that. Wait, what the fuck? Ambit's not down. Come on, don't fail me now, shotgun. Oh, it failed me. Okay. Dr. Mundo? Dr. Mundo. I fought that character before. I don't remember what he does though. Really, bro? Oh my god, I cannot play Blade in this comp. The charming is so much. I'm just getting loop charmed. No, I'm not getting charmed by Luna, I'm getting charmed by White Fox. This is like one of my least favorite comps to play this character into. It's just loop charm while you're trying to brawl. It's just charm on charm. I have to dodge Luna freeze and I have to dodge the charms. Fucking lucky charms, bro. This shit is cancer. Literally a lucky charm comp, bro. Lucky charm backline. Most Looney Tunes shit I've ever heard. Thresh is my main league, but I'm not good at fighting games to play 2x scale. Bro, you can start. You can start with 2x. That has no motion inputs. It's like Smash. It's harder than Smash in some degrees. But like, it's like Smash.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
6 and 2. Best way to learn low key is to get shit on. That is true. That is true.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I hear that your friend Moon Girl makes some epic mixtapes.
Moon Girl.
Think that I could ever make it onto one of her?
Bro, did you guys see the Call of Duty's Black Ops 2 is getting ported to PlayStation 5? Black Ops and Black Ops 2 are being ported to PlayStation in July. Yo, I'm playing that shit. I'm playing that shit. I can't lie. I'm actually about to buy a COD Black Ops 2, bro. I'm buying Black Ops 2. Oh, that's crack, bro. I'm buying COD. I'm buying COD in July, bro. We're playing COD. Oh, the slop. I'm going back. But this is good slop. This is good slop. It's Black Ops 2, bro. Or regular Black. I'm playing 2, but like, it's good slop, bro. It's not just your yearly COD slop. Let me cook. It's good slop.
As good as new.
When was the last time you had some good slop? And I don't mean sloppy joes either.
Capture the mission area.
Cold steel.
Oh my god, this Gambit is rushing me down. Okay. Yeah, alright, bro. That's the support.
I was born ready.
Bro just literally ran me down. If top lane can't do their job, right, Dr. Mundo can get stacked. They take the whole team on. Oh wow, he's one of those. Okay. Where's she ult? Okay, I mean, I guess. Is that 3 here? Oh, that's 2. It looked like 3 from an angle. Oh, man. That's Aquas. Trying to listen to Do This. I don't know what the fuck you just said, bro. I have no clue what you just said, dude. Enjoy my gacha slap, enjoy mobile slap.
1,000 gods! Only thing colder than steam.
The down one healer. The down one healer if you guys want to walk.
Diamond and snow!
The hunt's not over. The hunt is on.
Hit the ground!
Taste cold steel.
Come on, bud. Come on, bud.
Taste cold steel.
Oh, I can't get no stacks.
I am ready to put on a show! Their team's captured
Hell yeah. I've seen scarier things. Oh, taste cold steel.
No, instantly hit feet.
I had you covered. Stop. You might want to stay down.
Control seized! You've captured more than half of the mission area.
I gotta change my push talk button. Having to hold Alt and the little thingy, tilde thingy or whatever is annoying.
Back in the game. Smack time already. Time to squash some squigs. I was full hard.
I suck. Glory is almost yours.
Hey, Yummy.
Control lost. Double KO.
Can I get some help, please?
Slice and dice.
Oh my god, where the fuck is he at? He has no health, man!
They've almost got it. Control seized.
Son, he had no health! That is crazy!
I'm hurt.
Use that gun? I didn't know where he went.
1,000 gods!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
That's just 2 dashes down.
Double KO.
Taste cold steel.
Oh my god, he's 1 HP again. Die! Jesus Christ! You keep doing this to me. If you need a rank team, I got you on top 5 rank roll. What? Son. What? What are you talking about? Son, what are you talking about? Oh my god, she took my ace. Okay, whatever. Look me up. So I still don't know what you're talking about. Bless you, Blades finally arrived. $28? Oh, I didn't get 30. Oh man. No 30 is crazy. Push the mute open mic. Oops. Communication. But I have to be an audio now. There's no way it's not. Push the open mic. Can I change it to something else? Do I just press right here? I can't just put it thingy? Edit hotkey. Advanced? Oh, here it is. Why did it not put me at the tab? Yeah, that's it, right? Blows my blade. On this account? Oh, my main is champion. This account is all 16. I don't know what level it is on my main. I mean, nothing really matters past champion, so that's what I'm checking it. Seraphine. What the hell does she do? What does her ult do? Encore. Seraphine deals damage and charms enemies on hit, refreshing the range. Every allied or champion hit Interesting. Shen. Shaco. Oh fuck, I have to blade.
Fight to end the
Learning League? No, I'm just looking at the characters.
Who am I gonna banish
Two
from this
XL.
match?
Sona, who are you? This is a character? This is a real character? I thought it was a fake character. What does she do? Just support? Oh, just support. What does her ult do? Crescendo. Plays their ultimate chord, stunning enemies and forcing them to dance and deal magic damage to them. Forcing them to dance is crazy. Why is the ult so small? It's probably like a low cooldown ult, maybe. You play League? No, I'm looking at this for 2xl. Not playing League, no. Wait, what is Thresh's ult in this game? His passive, he harvests souls of enemies, permanently getting armor. Well, that's just not in 2xl. The box. How his box is his S2 super in that game. Wow. So if you touch the edge, oh my god, you're slowed like crazy.
Top-notch team to win this one.
No, that's an insane slow. Oh my god, you're literally not even able to move. Flay. Oh, he has that move in that game. Dark Passage. Oh, you can tell their teammates. Oh yeah, he has that in 2xl. Death Sentence. Wait, he pulls you? Oh, he has that, but he doesn't pull you on block. Vayne. Viga. Oh my god, this character drove me insane. Which one's the dumb cage move? Is it him? Yes, this move is so stupid, bro. Oh, bro, when you touch the edge of the circle, you get stunned for like 3 seconds or something. That shit is bonkers, bro. I hate this character. I fight him mid when I was playing Yone, and then like I would touch the edge and I would just be stunned for 10 years. Diego. Diego's for sure gonna come to the game. This character's too sick. He's gonna be hard as hell though.
The battle starts in 5.
King Viego.
4, 3, 2,
This skin is sick.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What a cool character. We'll look at Tom Kench. I'll look at it afterwards. Boogie Bomb, basically, yeah. Briar. Isn't that the feet girl? Nah, I don't think he's not. I think it's too soon, probably. Might be too soon. Not that it really matters to fighting game. I mean, the sooner they add him, the better, honestly. He's gonna be harder. He's gonna be hard as hell if there's a lot of characters in the game. He's really just taking Blue's kit.
I'm cutting in. As good as new.
I'm dead as fuck. Oh, I'm dead as fuck. That was a fat no more.
I know, what are you doing? You're just like standing there. I'm just joking.
Damn. Spun through all of us. It's gonna be a loss. First
You gotta
loss
switch
of
my
all,
ult.
probably.
Invisible?
Yeah, walk with us, walk with us. Did it really have nothing for this cloak ult? I was worried they have nothing for the cloak ult.
Tremble before fast.
No, she took too long to do it. Yeah, just kill her.
Help get that vehicle to its
Nice.
destination.
Oh my god, I almost died. I'm very tempted to ult this guy. I know I shouldn't though. Y'all want to ult here? Can you guys walk with me if I ult? Well, after we kill this BP. Alright, walk with me, I'm gonna ult. Or not, never mind, you can ult instead. Fuck did he go? He juked my ass.
Is that it? Really? Takes cold steel. 1,000 gods!
Can I heal? Just keep walking me. If you can. Alright, I'm falling back. Nice. Nice. Whoa. No, sir. Okay, man. Yo, he was weaving his melee with it. Hold on, that's the actual Namor player. He was attack canceling the melee into the M1. It's pretty sick. I mean, it's basic, but I didn't expect him to be doing that.
That's good as new.
So actually plays Namor. Oh, they're the bug. Oh, it's unfortunate.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I pressed Q right when the cloak pressed all.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Unlucky.
Hell yeah.
How unlucky, bro. I could have killed the cloak with my ult, but I can't hold it for that long. I was like literally predict where she's gonna land at or something. But she obviously is not gonna land next to me. Bro, oh my god, TikTok is trolling me, bro. I got the little verification thing. Thinks I'm AFK. Goodness, bro. Like, why do I have to do this for my own stream? Is that not mad? Is that not crazy?
I've always walked the line. I was born ready.
Thinks I'm AFK. Like what? Or I'm not I'm a bot or something. Like what? What does that even mean?
Back in the game.
If you don't do that verification, it ends your live stream. Like it's so stupid. What the hell is that guy doing over there? He tried to snipe him out the air.
1,000 gods! Slice and dice. I had you covered.
I don't even care if you come back. I'm just kill you again.
Back in the game.
You are not walking the spawn room. No! Iron Fist kick. God damn it.
I hear you all the way over there, bro.
No, you're good. I was just playing aggressive. Iron Fist kick, bro. It does more damage the lower you are. That Iron Fist shift killed me. Then lifesteal. Basically just executes you basically if you're low. Oh my god, what? That no more lasered me. Damn. Okay. Damn, no more. Damn, pesky, no more players.
Down to 30 seconds.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Portal.
Oh my god, I got Terror Capes. Yo, Curry, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yo, Starlock, you touch? Okay, well, I mean, I don't know why he's not touching. He stood still for some reason.
2-2.
I don't even just go in. He has to just go touch. Die on
Time
point.
to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Okay. Still winnable.
The right heroes could make all
That Namor is a problem, though. He's actually hitting his shots.
That spawned me.
Dino kept ulting with dead supports. Is Viego's ult still the same? Heartbreaker. Yep. Teleports to a nearby location, executes an enemy, pierces their heart, and then yeah, he takes their kit.
Round 2.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
That is passive. They takes their kit or something like that. Yep. Enemies who fall before Viego become wraiths. By attacking a wraith, Viego temporarily seizes control of the dead enemy's body, and he heals for a percentage of the target's max health.
You and
And
me
just
are both
access
one
to
of a
their
kind.
abilities and items.
The Dino.
He replaces their ultimate with a free cast of his own.
Don't worry, big fella.
Damn.
I ain't about to let either of us go extinct.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Space, I can protect, but at
Oh,
times
he actually got to one. Nice.
things get tricky.
He said no shot.
One shot. As good as new.
Okay, I mean, I guess. I don't even know who I'm shooting. I'm just shooting. Yo, we should do customs next stream, chat. Never done customs in a while. We do customs next stream, maybe?
I already pissed behind. I'm just.
Oh, wow, that's unfortunate.
I'm back, baby. Hell yeah.
Got me at the right place at the right time. What's customs again? What's customs is crazy.
One shot.
Brother, oh my god. Son, why is he able to do that? Like, what is that? Shit is so Looney Tunes, bro. He does more damage than me close range. He unironically does. Like, even when I'm at 10, he literally does.
Girl, can we regroup?
That shit is Looney Tunes, man.
Back in the game.
I'm not tech savvy. Oh, you talking about the verification thing earlier? It's just dumb. What that has nothing to do with the tech savvy. I'm just talking about something else. Oh, I couldn't stop my spin. I don't know why I did that. So stupid of me to do.
Bro, it's like you guys keep getting picked.
I was so far in, I had to commit. I'm not gonna lie. What's his name? Nah, I had Batman. That's hilarious. Yo, Cloud, thanks for the follow.
Back in the game. Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness. You shot my Punisher while this guy's fisting the fuck out of me.
That's 3.
Ready. It seems we have company.
We're gonna win this. Damn, that guy's 9 and 8. Damn. Nope. Nope. Oh my goodness. Dang indeed. I mean, they double support all three, so that's good for us. But we still lost the team fight. Are you serious?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
We still lost the team fight and double support all three. Are you serious? Damn, bro. Sheesh. I don't even know what to fucking do. This team is kind of cooked. Oh boy. A stressful match. Slam. Alright, bro. Rank is this account? This is Diamond too. Oh, I forgot to put the rank thing on the screen. I think this is my promo game. Did I lose the last one? I don't even remember, bro. Am I already Diamond? I have no clue. Mindlessly queuing.
Chef, bro, how are you gonna still have 9 kills only?
The voice changer going crazy. They have a Wolverine. Okay. Even though I thought I couldn't get worse for that guy. They have a Wolverine. They double support ulted again, bro, and we still lose. Oh my god. They double support ulted like 3 times, and we still lose. Oh. Please cloak, don't go to her ult anymore. I mean, she gets it fast, pretty fast now because of the buff.
You can't expect to win them all.
I have 14 finals. Oh my god. I got 20 kills, but only 7 finals. He wasn't doing nothing. Oh my god, that was my promo game. All right, that's enough. That's enough, man. That's enough. Jeez, bro. That's enough. That's enough of this account. I ranked up today, though. So it's W. Where did I start at? 618. Oh, wait, 17. Started right here today. We started right here today. It's not bad. Don't understand why Hook ulted when C&D did. I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore, man. Tekken time? Tekken time? I'm about to do 2x, but Tekken? I was gonna do 2x. I mean, I could do Tekken. It doesn't really matter which one I do. I need to get better at both characters, whether it's 2x or Tekken. I want to get better at Kunimitsu, and I also want to get better at whatever. Akali, bro. Akali fucking sucks, bro. All right. That is enough rivals. That's 5 hours of rivals. Let's do some fighting games. Wait, why am I doing this on Steam as if 2X is a Steam game? I'm stupid. Give me a second. I'm autopiloting. 2X is not a Steam game. I gotta open the Riot launcher. I'm over here switching Steam accounts. There we go. Yeah, the new Street Fighter character is sick. We will be playing her. Gotta give her a try. She looks too cool. Controller's not plugged in. Wait, I didn't look up the combos though. I didn't finish looking up the combos. I am not playing Thresh. I'm playing Akali. I don't like how slow Thresh is. I don't like slow characters. Run to ones? Bro said run to ones like I didn't just open the game.
Select your fighters.
Where is Akali?
Akali.
Oh, this one's cool.
Yasuo.
They're purple color. Ooh, this one's cool.
Select your fuse.
Okay, let me see this video. Let me get the bombos. I need the bombos. Give me the bombos. Pausing music. Is that Naruto music? That's funny. Oh, that's not a bad route.
Done already?
That one's pretty cool. That's 4-5. I think I should learn that starter. Let me see that starter again. Charged heavy one. Charge heavy. Okay, so it's the charge heavy. Okay. Is that a light starter? Oh, that's her medium. I keep thinking her medium's a light starter because it's so stubby. Such a stubby looking normal. What's up, Cross? How you doing? Yeah, it's the charge heavy one. Yeah, it's like that. Cool. Oh, I didn't do 2H. And then I do 5M, right? Or am I supposed to do JH? Yep, 5M. Light, heavy? Light, heavy, 2H. That's not the right starter. At least I'm getting that part. So I do 5H. Do jump light? I just said that, bro. 5H. Light, heavy. There we go. Okay. Oops. I keep thinking I'm supposed to do 5H. I mean, not 5H. Well, no, another one. No, you don't have to do another one. What? Light, heavy, 2H, yeah. Why is the light part not connecting? Oh, I think I'm doing it too low. Canceling in the medium too slow. What's it, Walla? Oops. Went to here with a friend, that's what's up. That's whiffed. There we go. Yeah, I keep messing with my light part because they're not high enough. That was high enough, I think. There we go. So then I do actually works, wow. Yeah. And then I do 5M again. Okay. And then what do I do after the 5M? Oh, I guess it's the non-copyright playlist. I can play this on YouTube. Wonder View, what? What the hell are you talking about? Maybe pull him down, 5M, and then 2H, right? Oh no, 5H, 2H, Ender, okay. Doing it wrong. Forgetting the inputs. I didn't do light. I did it wrong. Game name? I should ban you. The hell? Do you just loop the same thing? Light, heavy. You just loop the same thing. You do this. This guy is just a loop specialist. Did I do it right? I think I did. Oops. I think I did it right? Loop specialist like Alex. What makes Alex a loop specialist? Girl loops? Everyone was a loop specialist in that game. Oops. I kind of like this combo more though. I like that combo more, kinda. It's more satisfying to do. But one's hard though. That one's hard as fuck. This combo is so hard. I hate doing this one though. It's fun, but like it's hard as shit. I don't think it's practical. This one? It's way harder for me. Yeah, I hate this route. It's fun though, but it's hard. Damn it. Akali's hard? Yeah, she is. Well, unfortunately, I like this character. Fuck. Ah. God, this route is so annoying. That last part is so annoying because if this 2H has to connect, you do this. This shit is so hard. Kid is a loop specialist, bro. Fuck. A lot of rejumps? Yeah, she has a shitload of rejumps. They're fun though. Oh, come on. Why does that always whiff, bro? Yeah, she has shitloads of rejumps, yes. Wait, what? How many rejumps is it? Isn't it 2? I think I'm only doing 1. Oh my goodness. What? Oh, I didn't 2H. Fuck me, man. Almost every input's a heavy. Bro, all our things are just heavy, heavy, heavy. Like, especially this one. Hold on. I mean, I can literally just fucking show you it. What inputs Instagram. It's just heavy, 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 looping heavies. I mean, it's good though because that's a lot of damage though. What inputs say? Better, right? Oh, that's the other one. There you go. That fucking combo is so annoying. I fucking keep messing up that part. It's so annoying. Like trying to get this 2H to connect is so annoying because you have to do a delay. If you don't delay enough, they're not gonna be low enough to the ground. Ugh. That combo is so hard though. Definitely an offline character. Oh man. God damn it. I didn't do it right. I didn't 2H. What do you think about? What do you think you about to do in game versus what you actually do? I mean, this happened with Yasuo, and I got it down. So I mean, when it comes to learning characters in this game, this is what it's like to learn characters in this game. I keep doing it wrong. I keep not doing 2H after doing this. Supposed to do that, but I keep messing it up. Oh, I had it. But I keep dropping that. Why does that part keep dropping? You should like retired. Yeah. You should like when a tired also go for retired to say someone got it. The combo off the end of the stream. Next day you can do the combo floss. Yeah, that happened. Yeah. And I mean that combo doesn't work anymore. Yes, that did happen though. All right, there we go. I did it right. Oh, too far. Okay. But how do you get 25? I'm getting 24. What? I got 27, he gets 28. What? It does 2M, 5M, 5H? Wait, no, 2M, 5M, H? Oh. Oops. Okay. I wonder if that does more damage than the other one. Wait, I still did it wrong. What the fuck? I'm still getting one less. Hey, wait, what? I did it right, no? Oh, he does 5M, 2M. Oh my god, that's why. I'm just doing 5M, 5H. There we go. Okay, last one combo down. 434. Does that do more damage than my other route? I don't know. Let's find out, I guess. Wait, no. I'm trying to think of which one I want to do. Oh wait, no, that was the end of the combo. I did it right. I was trying to remember how the combo went. Oh, that didn't get you to the corner though. You play any Pokemon Infinite Fusions? What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? God damn it. I'm not low enough. Oh crap. Is that the one that Sakura was playing? God damn it. I hate that route. I'm not doing that anymore. That shit is too hard, bro. I'm gonna just do this. I'm gonna do that route. Okay, well we got a mid screen. I promised the corner. For corner combos, oh my god, that's a different beast. For corner combos are a different beast though. That might be a problem. Let me see if I can do that combo mid screen. Oh, it still works in the corner or mid screen. Division smoke. How do you cross up people? Oh wait, you can't cross people in the corner, right? Oh, you can't. All right, I need a corner combo now, and we can go play. I don't want to overload my brain, so I'm just gonna do these two, and then I'm done. Oh, you can do that? Does that do more damage? I think it does. Oops. I'll do it from this screen. That doesn't do a lot of damage. It's pretty good. Can't I do Oh, I can. Nice. I got level 3 alpha as well. Pretty cool. Okay, corner loop combo. $478. Advance corner to corner. Oh yeah, I'm good off that. Let me see this again. Hold on. Oh, it's that one. I never learned that yet. Wait, actually, it doesn't look that bad. Never mind. Why are they playing Storm? That's exactly what I said when I started the video. I'm like, wait, isn't this Storm music? $422? What are we doing now when I can just do the other one? Advance. The smoke bomb one does more damage. This looks cooler though. Wait, you didn't give me a corner combo. I guess I just do the loops one? Only 478 in the corner is kind of ass though, no? It's kind of buns, what? This corner combo sucks. Not even breaking 500 in the corner is cheeks, what? Do you at least get the smoke bomb, Oki? Yeah, you do. I don't know if I want to learn those. Nah, that combo's ass. I need a different corner combo. Give me a second. I need a corner bombo. This guy is, holy shit, thanks for a 210, damn. Appreciate it, man. I came out of nowhere. Yeah, I never do channel points. You got channel points from streaks. Well, I mean, I know you did, but I didn't know it was 450. That's actually really good.
Ladies and gentlemen and boys
wait, what was the combo? I didn't look at it. This combo is basic, what? Oh no, I'm not learning that.
A long time.
What a Twitter. I need a corner combo. I look up Akali corner combo and I see Ingrid. What the fuck? How does this even? This chick is a hacker, bro. What? Cause why is she pop up for Akali? That doesn't even correlate. Oh, this is the hard routes. Oh, no. The wall jump ones. Wasn't I in the process of learning them, but I stopped because I don't remember why I stopped actually. These ones are so hard. What is this? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. What is this? Oh, what is a tag launcher combo? Charge heavy. Bring him down. Shurikens. Oh, that's actually a really good one. Are we doing cut bet today? No. We might do it tomorrow. Might. When I was on YouTube. Sure, hold on, give me a second. I need the tag launcher out. Let me get the tag launcher out of this. Tag launcher charge heavy. Wait, so you do charge heavy. Oops. Yeah, okay. Something like that. Wait, what do you do on the floor? Oh, you do the shurikens really low to the ground. I'm holding it for too long. Okay, or I can do this. God damn, that part is weird. Oh, wait, no, it's too slow. I gotta do normal. God, dude.
Let's end this. Here.
Oh, that's too slow as well.
Let's end this. Miss me. Let's end this. Let's end this. Here. Fear your shadow.
I guess I could do that, I think. That's gonna take some getting used to.
End this. Here.
Oops. I mean, or I could just do the spin, literally.
End this. Miss me. Miss me. Let's end this. Let's end this. Let's end this.
What the?
Let's end this. Here. Fear your shadow. Let's end this.
Well, you can do charge heavy and the charge heavy.
Let's end this. Here.
That's funny.
Miss. Let's end this. Here. Let's end this. Let's end this. Here.
I do medium and then, or I could do. That's probably too much hits on the guy.
Let's end this. Here. Let's end this. Let's end this. Let's end this. Let's end this. Here.
What the? Bro. What the hell? Why are you still awake? Wait, why was she still awake? Wait, what? Hasn't she been up since like? Oh no. Oh nah. Oh nah. Nah, she's crazy for that. What? Brother, what? Thanks for the raid, SK. Oh, my chat is follower only. I forgot to turn that off. Wait, give me a second. I was getting botted, so I turned it off. I mean, I turned that on. There we go. I appreciate the raid. Wow. Wasn't expecting that. I'm playing right now because well, I'm just playing for fun. I want to learn Akali. I tried Thresh and Senna. It's not for me. Not at all. Not my type. I can't. I can't play slow characters. Akali gaming is not fun. I mean, I'm labbing. I told my chat this was gonna be a boring part, so I was saying I should probably just end, but my chat insisted, so. Wait, what? Why is this not? Right now I'm labbing her corner thingy. Her tag launcher combo. I need a wall combo as well. I didn't get to that part though. What? Okay, that works. Both the new characters are pretty particular. Darius keeps SK up at night. Oh, you guys are, oh yeah, Darius will do that. Oh, thank goodness you guys never, oh my god, if Darius was still like Alpha Lab 1. Oh, Alpha Lab 1? The most brain dead character in the damn game, bro. His normals were gigantic, bro. DP was like, wasn't it damn near safe or something? Oh my god, bro, that character was egregious as hell. He would bleed you and then do 1,000,000 damage. Spam DP, yep, you know. Super in the DP and it would do like 70% of your health, especially if you're playing Ari or something. Oh my god. Whew. I mean, it could be worse. Remember last slam? The Teemo slam? I ain't signed up for this slam. I was in the last one though. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good off that. I think we're Roblox. Nice. Yeah, I've been lavender stuff though. That's all I've been doing. I was gonna get one more corner combo before going into ranks, but I don't think I haven't found one I like yet. Let's see his voice. Don't get bored. You know. That is Super Noon. Alright, let's go play. That is Super Noon. Don't get bored. Don't get bored no matter what. Don't get bored. That is Super Noon. But yeah, appreciate you guys coming from SKs. If you guys need to go to sleep, I mean, it's pretty late, at least for me, because I'm East Coast. It's 2 a.m. But yeah, I usually stream at least 8 hours a day. That's kind of a big quota, but yeah, at least that's how I get down. I do a minimum 7 to 8 hours daily. I usually play Rivals though.
Akali.
Rivals in fighting game. Yeah, East Coast. Yeah, I'm East Coast. Yeah. I just got off Rivals though. Games are fun. Now I'm on 2x. I can't wait for Tokon to drop. I'm literally just gonna be a Marvel streamer. That's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna play Tokon and Rivals. I'm literally just gonna be a Marvel streamer. That's gonna be cursed. I want this stage so badly, but I don't want to spend $40. It's important advice against Darius. You should see the way Diaphone taught Defi. Play him is filthy. Oh my god, he's on Defi's team? I mean, Diaphone's team? Oh yeah. Yo, Diaphone can hit the gold mine. I saw the scores. I was looking at the scores earlier of the slam. Yeah, Diaphone hit the gold mine. He got someone that's playing Darius. Yeah. I saw Myths crash out and everything. I've seen it all. Yep. He hit the gold mine. He got a Darius player. He hit the gold mine. They look at us. The iPhone's team is still in first place, if I'm correct. I looked at this earlier. Oops. Yeah, his team's in first. Shadow Owls, that's Diaphone's team. Yeah, they're still in first. 210 points. Don't they have like 2 Darius players? Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a rough team to fight. That'll definitely do it to you. They'll definitely do it to you. But yeah, I mean, anyone can. These are round robins though. Anyone can still run on Friday. Just gotta lock in. Speaking of lock in, I have to lock in because I am stupid rusty at this game. I'm in Emerald, which is yeah, that's not my rank. When's Marvel? When isn't Marvel? That is true. And this crash out the day before. Yeah, I saw it. I was there when he was doing that. He was crashing out saying put the fries in the bag, and then he started crashing out about Darius. That shit was hilarious. That shit was hilarious, bro. Oh, I can training mode while doing this, right? Oops. 2 Darius players sounds like hell. Yep. Yep. I'm literally just sitting here missing 3 stages and it tilts me. It actually tilts me to a different degree because I shouldn't have any stages missing. It was like when I was playing Grand Blue. Why's my screen black? Oh. There we go. Find a match. I don't know if I'm gonna find the match this late. I better find a match though. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep doing this route because the other one is way too hard. The one where you do this. Oops. I fucking hate this route. Yep, they have to be really low, so you have to do it like a lot of delays. That shit's not worth it. It's not. It's just not. It's fun though, because you're just looping H and H and while doing a rejump. It's fun as hell. But like, why would you do it? It's not even worth it. It's way too hard. It's not worth it. It's like, it's too impractical in my opinion, especially and you're gonna be playing on ping. Is that guy Diamond? Is Diamond above Emerald? I don't know. I don't remember the ranks in this game. A wild dog. Oh, it's a warrior. Oh. I'm like, what are you talking about, wild dog? Oh, wrong button. Oh, you cannot do that on him. He's too fucking tiny. I forgot. See, that's how you know I'm rusty. I'm over here trying to do Yasuo Hisagi onto a Teemo. Like what? I'd have to do a deep Kara. Like a deep Kara cancel. What is this? Oh, he's double down. The hell? Are you serious? Okay, I switched, but alright. I haven't practiced coming from left side. Okay, I was cursed. Oh no, I switched last second, but it was too late. I didn't practice the combo left side, I forgot. So I tried to do it left side, that shit did not work. I mean, I just need to do it like once or twice left side, and I'll get it. Oh, fuck. Nice. I'm practicing Asagi Kara for the last week. How many started? I've been through that. I used to do full-on streams. Just sitting there. Practicing it. You can ask anyone. I've been there. I think he's dead. I used to do like 5-hour streams just practicing Karas. You're not dead? What? I was about to say. I forgot. No one was gonna kill in this game. He's specialists to do. You gotta be shitting me. What the? Can't I cancel that? What the? Does that not work on Teemo? God, I hate this dude. I don't know if it works on Teemo. I mean, I haven't practiced it or tried it on Teemo, so I wouldn't know. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, I appreciate all the follows, guys. I'm alive. I didn't call assist. Brother did overhead. I forgot. I forgot his overhead is like that. Oh, God. Boss character time. I need Fury. Ooh. I'm dead. What? How the fuck did I hit him? Did y'all see that? I'm dead as fuck, but what that shit was. Oh, I'm not dead. Oh, you're kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. What is this round? Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Yo, this game, I forgot how scrambly this stupid game is. You're fucking kidding me, bro. You're fucking kidding me, dog. Oh, brother. I forgot he can do that. Oh my god, I didn't go deep enough. Genuine bullshit. Oh, you're so corny. Oh, he always wakes up attacks. Gotta stop jumping. What? You could have killed me. What? Okay, I mean, I guess. What the? God, this character is a rat. They're gonna take me out the corner. Okay, whatever. I'll take it. Oh my god, I forgot he's double down. I forgot that fuse is in the game, bro. Okay, bro. Okay. You're kidding me. He jumped my throw? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Oh. Oh, my 2H was too stubby. Oh my god, bro. This stupid character. I'm actually dead because he's just gonna double down me. Yeah. Oh my god, he's not even doing the hard routes either. He's doing the basic Teemo shit, but it's just annoying me. Everybody clutch this. Oh my god, I can't hit this guy. He's so tiny. Okay, I'm convinced he only knows one combo. What? Why the hell do you do that? What? Oh, it's you annoying? He is annoying. What the fuck? That was cursed. That was cursed. He just tried to raw super me, I guess. I don't know. Ugh, I gotta learn Akali neutral. My Akali neutral's terrible. I don't know if that works on him. I gotta actually practice that combo against Teemo because I'm whiffing the charge heavy. Oh my god, it's the same combo over and over again. It just does a lot of damage to these double down. It works? I guess it's just probably harder. I gotta practice it. He's gonna jump. Wow. Damn, that shit go far. Wow. Front page, no. Damn, that 5M go far. Go ahead and use it overhead. Relent. How's it going? What's up, interest? Wow. Okay, well, I gotta practice that combo against Teemo, and also I gotta practice it left side because I keep messing it up. Akali, fun. Wait, what? I put that the wrong character. Where's Teemo? Oh no, wrong one. Nah, it still works on him. This Ninja Girl number 5 for you? Ninja Girl number 5 is crazy. That was 4. Wait, was it not 4? Oops. Oh, I keep messing it up. Lost count? I need to learn hard combo routes. This guy hates him. Kim, you're funny. Say, Kim, I'm crying. Oh, what the fuck? After the nerfs, the heroes aren't even worth it? Really? The overall was worth it then. The hero looks so sick though, no? How did it go again? Oh, it's like that, right? Something like that. I don't remember the rest. Oh, it's cute. Yo, a busy witch. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. To be fair, he hates all black Street Fighter characters. That's not true. They just have yet to add one that's killing me. That's just not true. Goose quack. A duck on quack. Have you guys ever met a duck on quack?
Would have been a lot easier if we got the drop on.
Have you guys ever met a duck on quack? I like we did the same thing, but hers works because she has this damn assist. God damn it. What the? No! You low parried that? What? Huh? Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? Oh yeah, you're mad. Oh fuck, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I can't believe he low parried. I don't even know if that was intentional. Okay. Ooh, mix. 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 No, that was mix. This mix is disgusting, bro. I'm still rusty, bro. If I get this team going, I'm gonna actually cook. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I made it, guys. Oh fuck. Hmm. This is the wrong combo. They're gonna waste your fury? Oh yeah, nerf Ari. Okay. Okay, buddy. All right, man. Like, all right. Bro, just okay, whatever, man. It doesn't matter. Cut above. This has to be the most annoying player of all time. What do you mean annoying player? What do you mean by that? My man doesn't know what he want to do. Oop, I did the fucking setup wrong. Yikes. I can't even do that setup anymore. Oh my god, I'm so rusty at it. I did it wrong. I haven't did that shit since the slam. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That was, okay. What the fuck? Wait, that works? Son, when was the last time I played this game? That works? Yo, are you serious? I didn't even know you could do that. What is that? Wow. Akali with lipstick looks so awful. What's wrong with her wearing lipstick, dude? You don't like her lipstick? There's no way you get hit by it third time, right? Wow. You gonna step to the Rivals update? That's today? Wait, what? I didn't, what? No, sir. Hold on, I'm gonna be back. Wait, bro, why do I keep messing up the setup? I didn't dash. I 2-inched? No! Nah, that is just busted. Nah, this character is OD, bro. What? Wait, I woke up attack. Huh? I did wake up attack and it come out. Huh? Yeah, nerf Ari. Yeah, nerf Ari, alright. My wake up attack deadass did not come out. I mean, I mean, I probably said it would have died anyway. I don't think she pressed anything, but. Oh fuck. I bet I can clutch this. Oh, there's no way. Dude, what is this? Oh my gosh, she stalled in the air. No, I'm so mad. That would have worked too, but she sat in the air, bro. Fuck. Okay. What game is this? This is 2x scale. That literally would have worked too, but she sat in the damn air. Fuck. Oh my lordy, okay. Am I dead? That doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh man. I tried to switch, but I took too long, I think. Bro, I gotta stop jumping. Wow. Okay. Oh, you kidding me? Okay. I'm dead. I messed up. Oh, I'm not dead. I jabbed, but I was stuck in block stun. Fuck, bro. I jabbed too, but I was stuck. Okay. Wait, that doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore. That's that tech chase. I gotta do the actual one though. Oh, well, okay. Where are you going? Where are you going? Blade guide? Let me blade guide. Oh. Son, this game is booty. Oh my goodness, bro. I got happy birthday. That's not good. Damn, that killed me. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I could have killed her. I had a jump jab. I don't know why I did that twice. I should have dash canceled it. I mean, not dash canceled it. I should have ran up overheaded or load or something. Oh, you're kidding me. Okay. Oh my God, she delayed it. You see what Slush said about Blade? What'd he say? Better than DD? That's rage bait. That's rage bait. That's rage bait. I keep doing a combo wrong. Brother, oh my lordy. Why do you still bother with some balanced ass game? This shit generally infuriates me. That's a skill issue. That's what we call a skill issue. Thanks for the raid. No problem, dude. That's what we call a skill issue, bro. What the fuck? Oh my God, I messed up. That's what we call a skill issue, though. You can call it. You can call this game unbalanced all you want, but yeah, I don't know. You can call it unbalanced all you want, but I don't know, man. You just gotta lock in, bro. Does that get me? Oh my God, this guy just keeps raw supering me. I don't know how to do block super Akali yet. I didn't love that part. All I did was combos. I needed a basic combo. I don't have a single block stream with this character yet. How was this game? Seems fun. What the fuck? Why are happy birthdays still so inconsistent? Lock in while getting spammed from across the map by Caitlyn or Timo. Oh, that's a skill issue, yeah. Oh my God, it still works. Oh Oh my god, my setup still works. What the hell? Oh, you got those? You got those? Fuck no, you don't. You got those? Oh, you went low? Okay. I was about to say, you got those on you? What is this, bro? Oh my god, her nobles are so stubby. Are you kidding me? Ah, this air stole is getting me. This one of the game should I start with? Just start with 3. Start with 3 reload. I didn't do 4. Well, the new one when it drops. It's not out yet. Oh my goodness, you've got to be kidding me. I didn't even hit him. Heed my word. In peace. Heed my word. Only a fool stands between a man and his redemption. Nah, but reload the music. It's kind of loud. Start with 3 reload, and then do I would say if you don't want to wait, just do 4 golden. 4 golden is phenomenal. Fun, phenomenal game. I low-key feel like replaying 4 golden. That game is fun as hell. I would not mind replaying that game. That game is hella fun. Wait, so Rivals is down right now is what you guys said? Oh, for the update. Oh, yeah, it is. I see. That's just interesting. Yeah, I can wait for Persona 6 as well. Here, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'm gonna run ads. Oh wait, ads just ran. Okay, regardless, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I need a drink, and then no, but the Akali is going well. I need to watch some Akali footage. I don't know what to do in block strings. I think I'm probably gonna do something like. I definitely use this kunai step back more. I definitely gotta use this kunai step back. So this kunai step back is really good. Yeah, I made diamond arrivals. Yo, congrats, bro. Is there anything I'm not using? This? No, I'm using that now. That's that. I'm trying to think of something I'm not using. Oh, the teleport.
Ready? 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 It's personal. It's personal.
But the teleport's not that good with her. With Yasuo assist, right? Because since Yasuo assist crosses up already anyway. I mean, I can fake it out.
Ready? Ready? It's personal. Ready? Ready? Ready?
I guess that would be good. I gotta look at some Akali footage. Here, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'm gonna come back. Let's look at some Akali footage. I need to look at some footage and steal tech. Stealing is always nice, chat. Make sure you steal some tech. Took scale Akali. Is anyone playing my team? Akali Yasuo? There is, but this stuff is old. I want something from this patch. Trash fighting game is only good at Smash. No, this game doesn't have any command inputs. You don't have to do command inputs at all. So, if you would like to start, I mean, you can start with this game. I gotta find one though. Yasuo. Wait, no, Akali Yasuo, because Akali would be first. Hello, Daisy. What the fuck? Someone got Akali wrong. How was the slam? How was that? You excited for Friday? Wait, did you guys clip the mix I did? That shit was disgusting. Wait, no one clipped it? Oh, wait, somebody did clip it. Wait, this is the wrong VOD. What the fuck? I had the 1v2? Oof. Wait, why'd you have the 1v2? You're like teammate, like DC or something? Wait, why can I not see today's VOD? What the hell happened? Yo, that's weird. Oh, there we go. Not popped up. That's funky. I played solo. My duo's internet went down. Oh no. When I was playing last slam, I had Lily and I had. Wait, was Lily my duo? I remember I played with Stans. I played with Lily. I know Super New was my coach. Brawl Pro. I don't remember who I played with because I played with all of them. All I remember is that I was highest seed. That's all I remember, and I played with Stans. I remember Stans was my teammate. I think it was Stans and Brawl Pro or Stans and Lily. I don't remember. I remember which one I was playing with. Where's the mix I did? I didn't even know you could do that. What is that? I gotta find it. Where was the mix? I hit it on that guy. That shit was disgusting. Wait, press it. Fuck. Is the one where I lost? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear your teammate's internet went down. That's a fat yikes. Wait, how are you still awake? Shouldn't you be like sleeping after like today or something? Or I don't know. This shit generated all this game up. It was combos. Oh my god, it's. That's why I hit him with the setup, right? Dude, I should have clipped it. That guy hit by a disgusting mix. Fuck, this is too far forward. Was it in round 2? Low-key want to play more too. Oh, you're addicted. You are addicted. Oh no. You might be more addicted than I was during like Alpha Lab 1 or launch. This was my mainstream game before Rivals. And then Teemo occurred. Teemo happened. But now though, before Alpha in Alpha Lab what? 2? Oh fuck. Public enemy was Darius. Darius's normals used to be stupid. This dude would spam DP 24/7. That thing was safe. And then when he did the DP, he would do his headless afterwards, and it would do like 70% of your health. It was so fucking broken, bro. Wait, where's that one clip where yo, chat, remember the clip from launch where oh my god, bro, the double down on launch, bro. Bro, double down was so broken on launch, bro. Oh my god, I found it. I found it, bro. Nah. This clip was stupid. This game used to be fucking Looney Tunes. I have the same jacket on. This game used to be Looney Tunes. Okay. So double down didn't scale like at all back then. Bro, okay, so the combo starts. Which one am I? I'm Echo Yasuo. She starts the combo to crouch jab on Vi, by the way. Oh, you went the wrong way? Hold on. Echo went the wrong way because... Oh, why did he go the wrong way? Oh, she crossed me up. Oh, you went the wrong way, Look at Echo. This. Look at the damage. Uh-oh. Oh my god, bro. Yo, okay, man. See, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, double down used to be so fucking broken, bro. That shit was not sick, bro. That shit was not hype. Everybody was using double down because that was when Jinx was meta too. Why can you do that? I'm dead, bro. That shit was so Looney Tunes, bro. And then there was this part as well. This one, you could do this with Ari. What did he do? I think he did a cross-up combo. It was, the starter was a light jab. Because if you don't know things about fighting games, if you do a light starter light starters are faster, so they do less damage. The whole combo scales more if it's a light starter compared to like a medium starter or a heavy starter, because those are harder to hit. But like double down just did not care, bro. Like, brother. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, bro. Dude, that
Is
shit,
double down just gonna stay like this?
it
Or,
didn't.
like,
Thankfully, it didn't stay like this. This shit was what the fuck is wrong with his hair? But this shit was overtuned back then. Jinx is meta again. Right now, it really? Is she really meta again? I don't know. This game used to be Looney Tunes, bro. So damn Looney Tunes, man. Thresh in the corner? No, Thresh. No. I ran into Fumi yesterday, funny enough. And I saw what Thresh damage is. Nope. That character is not okay. Nope. Not at all. Because why does that dude hit me with, like, from full screen and get a hit and then proceed to do like all my health? Nope. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. That character is not okay. That character is not okay. I think Thirst Spray is the best character, bro. There's no way. That does limit strike. That's just so tilting. Yes, because he will literally hit you from full screen or like some random stray hit, and it will convert to like 50+% of your health, and you just gotta sit there taking that shit. Like, what? I can do this? Oh, I didn't know I can do that. You have to just sit there taking that shit like a good boy or girl. Like, brother, what? Transfer to a new lobby? Are they kicking me out? Love his combo game. Character is nasty, bro. I wonder if my Vi is still good. I doubt it. I used to play Vi after I switched off, like when this game first came out, or before it even came out. I was playing Ari Yasuo, and then from Ari Yasuo I went to Yasuo Echo, and then to Yasuo Vi, and now I do Yasuo Akali. I can never stick with a secondary, I suppose. I was laughing about top rank right now. He's so fun. Oh, that's the clip. Hold on, let me see it. Give me a second.
Akali.
I have to go to a different lobby for some reason.
Select your fuse. Choose your destination.
Dude, I need this Blood Moon stage. I don't want to pay money though. Bruh. Let me see this clip.
Let's see what you got.
Oh, that guy is evil, bro. Yeah, hell no, get him out of here. And he pinballs you. You can definitely do more than this. This combo is baby mode. You can do more than this. You can angle the lantern. If you angle the lantern after you do what is it? Forward 6H in the air, it slams them down. 6H gives a floor bounce, and if you throw the lantern at that, it'll pull them back. It's the best combo that yeah, you're supposed to be doing that one, and that one's not even that hard. Do that one instead. Is it? But yeah, Shu Mimi's been cooking in the slam. This is a corner out. Oh nah. I gonna do so much damage, bro. It even finished. There's one more thing that's gonna. God damn. You can do more than that one too, though. I've seen higher damage combo routes in the corner, unless they're just so hard they're unpractical. I don't know.
The battle for the ages is about to begin.
What are they playing?
This would have
I was
been
looking
a
at
lot
Slam
easier
chat.
if we got the drop on them.
They're playing. They're playing ARAM or something. I don't know. Let's say doing them. Oh my fucking god, this boss character. Lurk? Alright, see you, dude. Oh, brother. Wow. Oh, that hits both sides. I forgot. I forgot. What? What? I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that. Brain farted. Kama Fumi does the most optimal. It probably is. She did it to me yesterday. I should have supered. Oh no, I'm dead. What is this? Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. I'm not even joking. I'm dead. Oh, he dropped it. Let's go. And I killed his character. You shit. No. I'm not dying. Fuck that. Oh yeah. What? What's so weird? What? I'm messing up my combos, so I'm looking at chat. I gotta stop looking at chat mid-match. This is not Rivals. Oh, let's try that again. Why was he so high? Oh no! Yeah, fuck your light. Oops, all drops. Whoa. Yo, that. Okay. What the fuck? That floor, is that a low? No, I gotta actually check that. I'm actually checking it. I'm checking it. I'm done. Is that move a low? That move is so BS. Oh. Yes? Why? Oh my fucking god. Why? That's a full screen low? Oh my goodness, bro. I stopped playing this game for like almost a year and I come back to that? That's not a year? Okay, probably not a year, but I did the wrong button. Oh, where did you come from? Oh, hell no. Atone. Because he's Thresh? Man, fuck Thresh. Oh, my homies hate. Oh, it was a prank. Oh, what? Bruh. Yo, VOD, thanks for the follow. I was about to say that. What is this? Am I dead? I'm dead. Please drop it, drop it, drop it. Please, please, I beg. Oh my. I'm not dead. Wait, oh, the last part does 1 billion damage. Okay, never mind. I know who I'm gonna pick up as my second is crazy. Oh, oh yeah. What? My 2H didn't? Huh? Wait, I 2H'd him and went through his body. Nah, this game stinks. This is a fucking Thresh simulator, bro. That sounds disgusting, but this is a Thresh simulator ass game, bro. What? My 2H just went through his body. Where's his hurt box? Next stream, we're learning the corner combo. Oops. Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. Next stream, we're learning the corner combo with Akali. My corner combos with her are... Oh my... What is this dumb character? Okay. Yeah, when they adding bans? When they adding bans, how about that? Oh, why do I not move after that? Oh my god, I forgot to full screen low. Bro, I keep forgetting. It's so stupid. When we had them bans, bro. There's bans in League, no? Is there even any Yasuos in the slam? I don't think there even is. Okay, buddy. Oh, what? This character's Looney Tunes. Yo, you need to die, bro. You need to be put down. Yo, this character needs to be put down, bro. What? Empty jump low. This game is literally Looney Tunes, bro. Nah, you gotta play the new characters, bro. Like whatever the newest shit that drops. Oh fuck, I didn't call my assist. Brother's just letting me hit him. Yeah, why everybody ending and I still won? Why everybody ending? Oh yeah. Yo, Kayo, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it, dude. I actually tried to raid you back yesterday, but sheesh. What happened yesterday? I don't remember what happened. Something happened. I appreciate it, dude. I got hit by an ad again. Damn, unlucky. 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 Yeah, I need to get out of Emerald, bruh. What's my profile say? Oh my god. 1,000 Yasuo matches. 400 buy. Is it the same people up here as I remember? Soul Demon? Yeah, I remember him. Jakey the Snake. Yeah, it's the same people, bro. This leaderboard used to be top 500, but they changed it to top 100. Or is it back to top 500? I don't remember. I think like the lowest I've been was like 70 something. That was when I was playing Yasuo Echo. That team is so damn good, bro. They synergize so well together. Oh, Diaphone's up here. Iceberg is still on this game, bro. Oh my god. It's the same people up here, yeah. I doubt I can even take a game off these because they kept playing. I stopped. Ona Bay. Yo, Daisy, are you excited for Evo? Oh, and Caillou, are you back out of the ad or what? Should be a small.
I have enough to atone for as
Yes, sir. That's what's up. That's what's up. First Evo. There's actually not a lot of people going this time because Vegas being expensive. Vegas prices. So I'm back. I was saying thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yo, that skin is wow. Wow. Like no comment. Oh crap. Oops.
Oh, you're using both the characters? Oh. You have fun. Make sure you visit Artist Alley. I did a baby combo. Whoops. Okay. Artist Alley is goated. Yeah, I bought some cool stuff from Artist Alley last time. I think the last time I went to Artist Alley, I bought Shine and I think I bought Shine. Oh fuck. I bought Shine and Huntress fucking Strive soap. They were literally selling Strive soap. It was hilarious. I bought both of them Strive soap. I don't remember if I bought some for Seratine as well. I don't remember. Fucking Strive soap. What is this combo? What? Does it work? Fuck no, that doesn't work. What the? Oh, that does not. Bro, I don't know what to use. I don't know what the conversion is for that move yet. Son. What is this? Oh no. Wait, it was a prank, bro. Oh hell no, that combo is not working. Oh what? Wow, you actually got hit by that. I didn't expect him to get hit by that. What? I didn't do a deep enough Kara. Oh my god, I forgot the Yasuo nerf. It pushes you back 10 years. Brother, it pushed me back so far. I forgot you gotta compensate for that now. Even on hit, like, it just... Oh my god, what is that move? Oh yeah. I worked for that. I worked for that. Hold on. All right, boss character time. You're... Bro, this raw supered me. Okay. I tried to overhead him, but he just raw supered me. Okay, man. Sometimes I just feel like putting Echo in and just calling it a day, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Just putting the fries in the bag. Oops. Brother, what? Oh, man. Okay. I didn't expect him to jump. Oh my god, that assist is broken. Yo, why the game lag when I combo him, but it don't lag when he comboing me? Yo, Daisy, he got internet like you. Did you fix that, by the way? Oh, that didn't kill. Whoops. Did you fix your internet, Daisy? You wired the whole thing to your house. Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm not dead. Oh, I didn't do the setup. Whoops. Actually, I don't even know if the setup still works. Heed my word. He's lag switching during all her matches. Oh damn. She still got that lag switch on deck. She's still cheesing?
Fool stands between a man and his
Yo, I need to lab the new Yasuo combos if there is new ones. There probably are new ones. I doubt it though. I looked at every patch. I don't think so. All I saw was nerfs. Brother. Sonyan ring. Sonyan ring. Oh. I don't like doing that route. That's why I don't do it. Oh, what? You mashed? Okay. Oh, is that OCGs? What the hell? Damn. Wait, that... What is this combo? Can I play the game or... What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, he just swung his damn chungus. Oh, the game's been good. I'm on a 4-win streak right now, but I'm about to lose it at this rate. Oh my god. Yep. Bro, you can't jump it. You're in too much hit stun. You're in too much hit stun. You literally can't even jump it. Oh, wow. Okay. What a time to drop the combo. Yo, I'm the king of dropping combos. Holy shit with this character. I like killed her, but I dropped my combo twice. Holy shit, bro. That's an overhead or what is that? I don't know. I think it's an overhead. I have no clue. Oh my god, this is a freaking character. I didn't mean to do the... Whoa. Oh my god, he can convert from that far? What is this character? I'm so serious though. This character needs to be stopped. Okay. Will I drop it a second time? Hell yes, I will. Yeah, I can't combo with Akali just saved my life, bro. What the fuck? Yo, who made this shit? Whoever made that character, like, actually, though, you... Does that work? Oh, it works. Okay, I press super full screen. Does that kill me? I don't think so. I have Fury on. I'm alive. Oh, there's no way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No! You're kidding me!
Knockout. No need for redemption here.
Fucking hell, bro. You're fucking kidding me, bro. I should have just supered when I had the chance. Oh my lordy, bro. Why does that anti-air? What? That was a medium. Oops, I did the wrong button. What the fuck? Wait, is that it? What? Is she not I'm so confused. Wait, what? She's not minus after that? What? I don't know how this character works. I don't even know what the hell she just did. Was that like, it was like an install, but so it was still her turn. Yo, this is actually my worst matchup. No wonder I lost to this guy. This guy's playing all the new characters, bro. I don't know any of the new characters. That makes sense while I'm losing. So I don't know what these guys do. Oh, man. They got Unk fighting the new character. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know if I can clutch this, but... Oh my god, I messed up. I didn't delay, I forgot. Okay. Oh, she can convert from that? Oh man. What the fuck? That was weird, but okay. How's it going? What's the new update of this? For Rivals. What the hell was that lag? The most baby combo I've ever done. Oh, I blocked. Oh my fucking god, that move is annoying. That move is annoying. Wow. Darius and Ari are public menaces in alpha. I mean, Ari is still a menace, so it's really changing that department, I guess. Okay. Oh, I didn't move forward. Brother, why does that stay if you hit her? Mashed. So this thing I hit is something I used to get. Shit is Looney Tunes, bro. Like that, there's a full screen low coming for me, even after I hit her. Oh, she can convert from that? So wait, so that move is not minus? That move is a minus? Wait, what? I gotta actually check the frame data on that. I don't get it. I mean, I know that's her install move, but shouldn't that be minus then? I'm actually so lost. I'm checking. I don't know a thing about these damn new characters. It's actually tilting me. It's actually tilting me because it's getting me killed. Like I shouldn't have lost. I literally lost my win streak just because this guy did a full screen low, or I don't even know what he did. 7 hours and 18 minutes. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, what is it? Is it this super? Yeah, it is that super. I need to see frame data. I haven't used this training mode in so long. Block always. Well, let's go. Wait, what? That's not the frame. That's the frame meter, but not the data. Display. There we go. Now we're talking. I don't know what number corresponds to what. Wait, I'm plus. Wait, how the fuck did... Wait, no, I jabbed and I still lost. What? He's minus 14. That's super cool. Oh my god, I have the stupid TikTok verification thing again. Nah, I don't know why it didn't work. I tried to punish it earlier, it didn't let me. Or something, I don't know, maybe my game lagged. So I definitely punished that. So I'm like, what? She just raw supered me, what the fuck? So I tried to punish it, I got my ass whooped, like what? It was so weird. Huh, weird. Whatever. We got it now though. Can I cancel this? There we go. Alright. We continue. I'm actually low-key kind of scared to do the combos next stream. The corner combo. I gotta find one though. I don't know which corner combo to do. There's so many that she can do. I don't know which one I want to learn. I'll find it before next stream. Oops. I'll find it before next stream now. We can lab it. Because I don't have a corner combo with this character. Mid-screen to corner or corner, whatever. Same thing. Well, not same thing, but you get my point. Oh, what the? Yo, give my promo, bro. Why are you leaving? I'm getting trolled. Are there any slammers still streaming? Let's see. Nope. Nope. They all got off. I'm not surprised. I mean, she's been up since like how long? 6 p.m. EST. Yeah, just when they had to start. If it's the same as last time. I think one day we did 3 p.m. or something, or 4 or something. You getting off? No, I'm not getting off. I'm trying to get a match. I'll stay on for like 40 more minutes or something. And after I'm out of here. Unless. No, I'm joking. Nah, I'm after that I'm out of here. Because I wanna edit. Actually no, I need to go work out. Or both. I don't fucking know. I'm probably not gonna go to sleep till like 10 a.m. I got shit I gotta do. Go to sleep at 10 a.m. Wake up at like 3 p.m. I usually do that. Like today I woke up at 3 p.m. Okay, I think I went to sleep at 7 or 8 a.m. yesterday though, but so I was like 7 hours of sleep. I get a minimum 6 hours. I wouldn't. Oh my god, that's the first Yasuo of the day. No one's been playing this character. Must be nice. You saying this like I don't. I'm not slacking off. I'm working. Like I'm editing and shit. I didn't even get to upload a video today because I was doing something. Oh fuck. Oh, you kidding me? Oh yeah, she has an air throw. Wait, no, everybody has an air throw. I forgot. Holy shit, how long has it been since I played this game? I said, oh wow, I forgot she has an air throw. Everyone has one. This is a Street Fighter 6. Everyone has one. You can take breaks. Breaks? Hey, you must not know me. Vacation days. You must not know me. We got work to do, bruh. Lock in. Vacation days. You're funny. Oh my god, this Yasuo nerf. No, why did you do that? You should have done the full thing and no, we don't do those. We don't do vacations. What? We lock in. Last vacation I took was, I mean, you could say Evo Japan and Portugal, but that doesn't count because I was going to a wedding. Doesn't count because I was going to a wedding, and it was only for like, I was literally in Portugal for like 3 days or 2. No, it was 2. It was literally 2 because I remember. Ooh. That's good damage, no? Ah, I should have called it earlier. That shit is not echo assist. Oh, I didn't do medium. Starting to get used to it though. Yo, none of y'all saw that. Nobody saw that. Oh man, we love y'all so. Nobody saw that, bro. Nah, y'all ain't see shit. We take those. We take those, bro. Need my damn RR or whatever it's called in this game. Wait, is plat afterwards? I mean, not plat. Oh, nice. Oh, I thought. Okay, that's not the right conversion for that. I don't know the conversion for that because I'm not used to playing her yet. Is Darius still corny? I like how you said, is Darius still corny? Bro, you know how Darius gets work. You know how Darius get down, bro. Come on, you don't. I don't need to answer that. But you know how Darius get down, bro. Because Darius still corny is crazy. You know how he get down. Why he not switch? He should have switched and stomped on me. You know how he get down, bro. Come on, bro. That shouldn't even be a question. That's big Darius. That's big Darius. To you, sir. So yes. It depends on your definition of corny. Motherfucker do crazy damage, bro. That shit is not going nowhere. What? I didn't 2H, I 2M'd. Whoops. What is this combo? Oh no! Oh fuck. What? You're crazy. He's mashing crouch jab. What the fuck? What the? I ain't never seen somebody do that. He got good air throws, but where you get that from? Where you get that from? You play like Strive or something? Or? He has really good air throws. Wait, what the fuck? You guys are using the same Akali promo? But you can't do that? Cut above all the rest. Wait, can I get one more rank up before I get off? Emerald 3. Oh, I thought it goes down, not up. Whoops.
Match ready.
Nocturnal Warriors Arise. Good morning. Good morning, Ro. What did? Well, wait. Hold on. The name isn't showing me. Oh, Rhodesia. Good morning, dude.
This would have been a lot easier if we got the drop on them.
A little bit of nocturnalness. Just a little bit. I've never seen that. What the f? Oh, big dice. Okay. Headless? Okay, no headless. Whoa, her normals are stubby. Oh. Oh, red. Oh, wait. I could have killed. Oh, my God. I'm a bot. I could have killed. That was a happy birthday. Yo, am I that rusty? That was a happy birthday and I didn't just kill him. Legendary, good night, dude. Appreciate you coming to the stream. Yo, big shout out to anyone here at 4 a.m. Probably a lot of people sleeping, but oh god. You're not. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to the lurkers too. W lurkers, we love lurkers. Oh shit. Wait, why'd I do that? I delayed it for some dumb reason. Oh my goodness. Okay, bro, I keep mashing at the wrong time. Can I clutch this with Akali? Hell no. Is this gonna kill me? Oh my god. My bad, Big Darius. My bad, Chief. My bad, gang. I thought I could challenge that. I don't know why I did, but I just thought I was like him, I guess. Playing Smash Bros. I don't know. When do you want to play Smash Bros? Oh man. Nice. That was actually a really good block. I should have done crouch jab probably, huh? That's whatever. Ooh. I feel like he did that so low. I didn't know you could do that like that. Alright, now I gotta fight a boss character. That's my now onto my switching. Oh my god, the fucking damage. Good thing I practiced that. Yeah. Brother, what am I doing? I'm fucking playing like a bot. I'm gonna lose my win streak because of it. Oh god. Almost lost my win streak because I was just autopiloting. Yep, he stole the whole cornfield. Cornfield is crazy. Yo, can I get Yone already? Can we like lock in, please? Like devs, can we lock in? Can I get Yone now? Please? Can we lock in, please? What the fuck? I'm gonna sit there. Can't do that. What? Whoa! 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 What happened? I look at chat for 2 seconds. What happened? How'd that whiff? Wait, what happened? Why'd that whiff? You can't do that with Akali? The spin into whatever. I don't fucking know what happened. You're pinned. You're pinned. Oh, I'm dead, GG's. What? Why did he do that? You know you want to jump. You know you want to jump. Jump, jump, jump. Okay, that was... I'll do it again. Watch this cutscene. Ooh, you probably didn't let the spin finish? I don't think you have to. That's the point, no? I don't think you have to. Or do you? It's my first day out here, I don't know. I have no clue if you do. You might. I have no clue. Like, I don't play this character enough yet. Jesus Christ. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. I'm in his fucking brain. Oh my god. I'm in his brain. Oh, you kidding me, bro? That was the smallest jump in I've ever seen. Brother, okay, like, whatever, man. Alright, bro. You can't jab that? Oh my god, I forgot the medium version's plus. Dude, I remember that because I played him. Oh my, okay. The medium version of the kick is plus. What? I did the wrong combo. Whatever. What? I did overhead. No. What? I overheaded and ended that. Oh, man. Oh, hell no. Oh, my God. I hate slow assist, bro. It's the one thing I hate about Yasuo. I hate how slow his assist is. Oh, I gotta, like, call it, like, mid-combo. Like, move my damn pinky to the assist button, bro. So frustrating. Okay, I just caught my backdash. Wait, what? I can clutch this. Oh yeah, I got fear. I can clutch this. You threw me? Oh my god, I'm locked in. Oh my god, that caught me. That's so dumb. I should just anti-aired him. I didn't anti-air him. I backdashed, but it didn't send me far enough. I thought it would send me far enough because I was in whatever it's called, Fury, but that shit did not send me far enough, bro. Okay. Bro, what is wrong with this guy? What the fuck? Who does that? What the fuck? Oh my god, who does that? This guy is so random. Okay. Bro. Oh, wow. Wait, I'm actually dead. Oh, no, I'm not dead. I'm dead. Okay. Let's go. Jeez, bro. Like, I'm about to lose to some Darius slop damage, bro. Okay, man. Trying to lose the slop. What? He jab, don't wake up, and I. Okay, whatever. Oh my god, I didn't kill. I need to make a stronger conversion for that. So I think I could have done 2H into S2. Yeah, I could have done a stronger conversion. I don't know a stronger conversion yet. I didn't lab it yet. Of course I dropped my combo. Leno, thanks for the follow. Does this work? I don't know. I didn't know that worked. I'm literally learning Akali. Like, I just started, so I don't know what the fuck works and doesn't. That was the first throw I did all set. I didn't do a single throw all set. Oh, my hands are so warm. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get a rank up. I only got 12 for that. Wait, is Emerald higher than Diamond? I don't remember. Wait, why am I? Wait, Emerald is higher than Diamond. Why do I only get 12? What? How does that even work? What? Yeah, I thought you could do 5S2. Yeah, he's Diamond. So why the hell did I only get 12 and not 20 something? That's whack. That's whack. My ranking is way harder than last time I played. Was it a long time ago? Cause what the fuck? What do you mean? What? 12 is crazy. This is Master and Grandmaster and Challenger. Okay, I think I can do one more set and then I'm out of here. So Diamond is after Emerald? Yeah, I know. That guy was Diamond. Wait, no. I beat him and I only got 12. Wait, he's higher ranked, so I should have got more. Am I sleepy and not understanding what you guys are saying? Yeah, I'm Emerald 3. He's Diamond. I should have got more. That's what I'm saying. Oh crap, I almost closed the TikTok stream. Whoops. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna match this late. I might just call it. Well, I get a match in the next.
Match ready.
Oh, okay. All right, last one. I'm out of here. My hands are actually starting to hurt from playing for so long. So I didn't take a break or nothing like that. Oh god, it's Thresh. Oh my goodness.
This would have been a lot easier.
What a funnel. I gotta fight Thresh for the last match. Okay. So I'm gonna be able to TP to the station? Oh yeah, I heard about that. Dude, this move is insane. That's hilarious. I'm playing like a bot. Like I don't do a single block shit with this girl. That didn't kill? Oh, you're kidding me. Yeah, it's a good accessibility setting. Because some people play without based off sound. So it was like fuck that people have to like run to a cabinet. What if you're blind? There's blind people that play fighting games. I was gonna bring that up before, but I kept forgetting. Like, how are blind people gonna run to the cabinet? Like what? Oh, I forgot she could do that. Nice. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I gotta make this quick. My hands are actually hurting a lot. Bro, why do I not move after that? Nice. A cut above. 14? Yo, ranking is way harder, bro. Even if you're on a win streak, you get like 14? Oh, fuck no. No, Ross was not lying to me. Oh, hell no. Yo, take me back to the beta, bro. What? Oh, hell no. Oh, crap. I keep messing with that combo. Oh, hell no. Nah, bro. I'm off, bro. My hands are hurting. Fuck that. Nah, they made ranking way harder. When I got Challenger, when I was Challenger, you get like 20, 30, something like that. I don't remember, or something like that. Now it's 14? Son? Oh my god, I fucking mashed a mistake. Son, 14? Oh, hell nah. What is that move? That move is bonkers. What? We did the same thing. Nah, we didn't do the same thing, bro. This dude cheated. My man cheated. Nice block. What's up, ZZZ? Nice blocks. I actually got mad at Sinji with Akali. Oh, that's the wrong way. What the hell? Oh my god, this dumbass move. I keep forgetting it's a full screen low for God's whatever reason. Like, who decided that shit was a good move? What's the okay. Son, I don't know what I'm doing this match. Yeah, this dude's just autopilotting. Yo, if that move hit me again, I'm gonna if that move hit me again. Oh, wrong. I didn't jump high enough. Nah, I could have killed there. I mean, I meant to cross up there, but I didn't cross up. I didn't do it right. What a funny move. The smoke disappears, right? Oh my god! I'm dead. Never mind. What the fuck is this character, bro? I meant to level 3. Oh my god, I did the wrong super. I did S1 super and not level 3, bro. Holy. I already pressed the button, it was too late. Yo, I miss command inputs, bro. Holy. Sometimes I just wish, bro, this game had command inputs. I literally inputted the wrong super. I already pressed the button before I realized, oh shit, wrong one. Brother, why does he go the wrong way? Do I have to delay that? Yeah, let's get to you with super. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, sometimes I just, like, I don't know. Just wish. Dude, that stuns you for so long, too. Oops. Okay. I don't even know if that's invul. Like, I have no clue. I didn't get that far in labbing. I didn't feel like it. I didn't mean to do that, but alright. Aw. Why don't I need center block strings. I have literally no center block strings. I said center. Akali block strings. That's not, no, I'm sleeping. I said center. Like what? Oh, that's not good. Just getting sleepy and my hands hurting like hell. Yeah, I'm out of steam, bro. Okay. Oops, I mashed on mistake. Wait, no, I didn't mash. I did up back. Oh, that was a jump start up. Wow. Wow. That's hilarious. Wait, what the fuck did I just do that one for? Oh my, I'm trolling. Hilarious. Why did I thought I was her. Oh my goodness, bro. I don't know why I did that. I really thought I was her, so I jumped. But I jumped into the corner instead of oh, okay. More smoke. Okay, that's a lot of smoke. Oh, what? Oh, that's this stuns for so long. Wait, what? I don't even know what that assist even does, bro. But these new characters are cooking me, bro. I don't even like. That thrush assist just stuns you for 10 years, I guess. I don't know. All right, bro. My hands are hurting like hell. It's Kid Boost. Oh. Yeah, Dev's cooked with this one. All right. My wrist hurts like hell, so I'm going to bed. Oh, well, no, I'm not going to bed. I have shit I gotta do, but I'm gonna get some food. That is 8 hours. That was 8 hours. Treating guard any assists. I'd be forgetting that's a mechanic. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be forgetting that's a mechanic, but yeah. W stream, y'all. I appreciate everybody being here. Shout out to the lurkers. Shout out to everybody that's here tonight. This late. There's probably a lot of people sleeping. Shout out to Caillou for the raid, and shout out to SK for the raid, and I don't think anyone else heard me. I don't know. I got a shitload of followers this stream. Appreciate you guys. I don't know where those came from, but love y'all. Appreciate that so much. So much. But yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you guys for watching. We'll do some more 2x next stream. This game is fun as hell. The only issue is that I need Caillou. Wait, what? Wait, what? You told me off. Only issue is that I need to stream it more. I need to stream it more. I need to lab more Akali conversions because I'm getting hits with Akali or getting hits with Yasuo. I don't know what converts and what doesn't. Also, I gotta tag launcher more. I'm not tag launching. I
Thank you for that's mechanic. But yeah, Akali's fun as hell, bro. At the cost of destroying your wrist because her combos are pretty hard. But other than that, yeah. Anyways, I'm yapping. I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you guys so much, though. Thank you guys for watching. And shout out to anyone that's here past the raid, because a few of you guys stayed. Yo, Daisy, hit up. I want you to boot up stream real quick. I need you to boot up stream real quick. Boot back up. Let me raid you real quick. Boot back up for the one time. Imagine, though. Imagine. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, man. Who could I raid? Blah, blah, blah. Can I get the funds first? Who's raided me recently? Gospel and Jessica. Let's do Jessica. She's playing Rivals. And Dead by Daylight? Rivals and Dead by Daylight? Ooh, interesting. Morris playing Dave the Diver. As far as she's not a Street Fighter. She streams for 10 years. DBD, yeah, she's playing DBD in Rivals. She raided me the other day. I need to raid her back, and I think now's the chance because she doesn't stream for long. So if I catch her live, I gotta raid her while I still can. Anyways, I'm yapping. I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you guys so much, like I said, and good night and good luck on Friday, Daisy. Good luck. See ya, chat.